Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today, we're gonna embark yet on another journey for adventures, mystery, and climbing the rankings like no other. We're gonna yet again ascend to the Mount Olympus of this game and prove that we are indeed the God-chosen gamer that we're always meant to be. By utilizing every weapon in our arsenal to climb towards the Mount Everest of gacha gaming. All in hopes of obtaining yet another shiny title. That's what it's all about. A lot of people may think that this game is about collecting characters, building them, reaching high places, scaling the rankings, obtaining every wife or husband you possibly can imagine. No, all of those are worthless. The only thing that matters in this game is titles, and we all know that. Anyway, hi there everyone. Hopefully you're doing well on this Sunday afternoon. Today we're gonna have a double, this weekend we're gonna have a double Bleach feature, because there's quite a bit to do in the game and I wasn't able to do even half yesterday. So I decided in my infinite wisdoms that today we're gonna double up. Hi the Creek, hi Dark, hi Random. Hopefully you guys doing well. And I guess, as per tradition, we'll warm up a little bit while people join up. I don't really know what I need, to be honest, at this point, because I kind of built all my characters already. I guess I can probably try to improve my Soifone a little bit, because she's okay, but could be a little bit better. So, let's do that. We'll put Ichigo in there. There we go. Hi there, Blaze. Let's see, hopefully do well. What do you mean, put keys in your mobile? So you can't play the game or something? Because I play this game both on emulator and on mobile. I never had any issues personally. Alright, let's see. Did we get anything exciting? Oh man, that's HP. Okay, nothing great here. I don't think I need career rate on him, but I'll keep it, I guess. This is fine. Yeah, nothing too exciting, unfortunately. Let's run it back one more time. I don't think it's a jiggle physics random. I think you're probably just doing the rotation wrong. I'll show you how I do it later, because I did see a message about Nell. I personally don't have Nell built ideally for Ichigo either, so don't take Mai as an example, because ideally you want more ultimate recharge to have like a perfect rotation. But my Nell is built for DPS, not for support. So I never really did much of ultimate charge rate on her. But I'll try my best. Hi there, Liz. I'm glad to see you, hopefully doing well. Listen, Hakim, I have my moments, sometimes. Hi there, by the way, hopefully doing well. I don't have them often, but when I do, I do. Let's see. Did we get anything exciting? Slash HP slash. Okay. Doesn't look like. I never get anything good from these like dailies. There wasn't a single time they're gonna upgrade. I swear to God, these are a scam. Golly. Alright. So, I guess let's get straight into it. and just see what the event is all about. I'm not sure how difficult it is, but we'll try it out, do our best, and kind of go on from there. Yeah, I don't really get that Blaze either. I don't really know what you mean. I assume you mean it just shows what button to press. But why does it stop you from playing? And I'm sure you can hide it, because isn't there like an interface? Like this button setting? You can probably just reset it, and it's gonna reset it for you, I believe. Hi there, DBL. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Alright, let's this one. Okay, let's do Zangetsu's one first. Oh, is that buffs? Okay, let's see, what do I need? Ultimate damage is pretty good. Technique, not really. Ailment might be decent, but to be honest, I already almost maxed out Ichigo's one. Spiritual pressure rate reduction, not that great. Probably attack, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say attack. Most likely will be. Ooh. Try to go ultimate or ailment damage. It says take more ailment damage, so I'll probably just go attack and ailment because both of those buff each other, kinda. Yeah, let's go with that. Hi there, Greg. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Yeah, let's go with this one. Let's do a proper team. Just run. Should I use trials? I'll try trials in the last stage for now. I'm just gonna use my own. I assume the first few stages doesn't really matter. I'm just running on order until we get to the last one. And then we'll try both with my own. I assume Ichigo probably will be better, because in most cases, the trial limited character that's on the banner, they give you at least like B4, sometimes even B6. So he's probably gonna be better than Mai, I would assume. I don't max anybody's call as DBA. You know that. How do you think I have 450 keys? No, I haven't random. I haven't watched Bleach in a hot minute. I know the EBL, but I'm waiting for the buff on the core stamps, because there is a buff coming for the drop rates on the 5th of August, so I'm just waiting for it to roll out, and then I'll start farming the core stamps, because you see, I have a big brain maneuvers all the time. When you guys doubt me, and you say, Lux, you're absolutely crazy for saving that many resources, I laugh at that statement, because what you don't know is that I plan ahead. I see the world 20 steps ahead. While you play chess, I play ultra-dimensional galactical checkers, okay? I'm seeing the world for what it truly is, unlike other people. And if you follow me, you will achieve greatness as well. Alright, attack. Attack elements. Actually, I don't need crit rate that much. Ooh, trigger perfect dodge. That could be good. Technique probably. I don't think I need crit rate, do I? Okay, I can't use that one. That's fine. I guess let's go with this. What do you mean I'm no Aizen Creek? I can only aspire to be. I can never reach the greatness of that man, but, you know, man can dream. I mean, I played against her random, but yeah, she was pretty interesting. What do you mean crispy, Liz? I'm not Dr. Zoidberg over here. Unbelievable. I might be old, but I'm not that old to get crispy already. Next thing you're gonna tell me I'm like Mr. Krabs. All shell, no substance. No, I'm feeling okay. I got a decent sleep. 6 hours, which is pretty decent for me. You know, went outside. Went for a little run. Got, you know, some decent workout in. Took a shower and here I am. It's okay, DBL. Don't worry about it. We'll do the raid boss later as well. I'll just run it probably with random people, unless somebody wants to join me. I never said I was crunchy inside, Liz. I'm not a deep fried chicken over here. What do you take me, KFC? Do you think I'm the Colonel himself? Unbelievable. Listen, my secret recipe doesn't have 11 herbs and spices, I'll tell you that much. It has 1, and there's perseverance. That's all the secret in my recipe. For survival. Okay, now we have this one. So let's see. What buffs should we get? Attack, ultimate, ailment, technique. Restricting grants a buff, increase damage. That's pretty good. Ailment damage grants a buff, increase ultimate. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that one. Dealing damage, reduce spiritual pressure by an extra 0.2%. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. Ooh, I kind of like this one though. Can I? Can I just get rid of this one? Ah, this one's 6. I like attack. Probably I will go with this one then. Increase spiritual pressure reduction rate. Because I like this one, but all 5 of these are pretty good to have. So we'll run this one now. We'll change it up later, if need be. But let's run it one try and see how it goes. Hi there, Fuji. Glad to see you. Hopefully you do well. Okay, hold up. Oh no, it is right. I was thinking it was strike team for a second. My brain shut down because I was like, where's my cell phone? Golly. Well, this is emulator Blade, so it is technically on a phone as well. You just, you know, PC port of it. But you see the controls that they have on screen, that's not what I'm using. What I'm using is completely different. Nice, Fuji, nice. Glad to hear that. Okay. I'll give it a show after I'm done with this, Fuji. Okay. Nice. I wouldn't call it proper rotation, because, you know, this is kind of like my version of it. Because I'm adapting to my own Nell. There's people out there that probably can do it way better than I can. But, you know, it works for me. That's kind of all it is. I don't do rotation in my chair. I'm glued to it. How dare you, Doc, to even assume such atrocity I would do. Okay, let's see. How much was that? Okay, so 2 million. Not ideal. I can definitely do better. Let's see what the plus size in ranking. Okay, we'll select top 100 right now. Alright, so I assume the trial characters are built better than mine. So let's trial Ichigo. I assume my Nell is probably better, and so is my Mayuri. So I'll keep using those, but Ichigo is probably a little bit better. He probably has higher boundaries, I would assume. Alright, let's see. Let's try this out, see how it goes. Doc always will judge. Man, that little delay at the end always gets me. Whatever, though. Ooh, yeah, this is definitely better. Okay, yeah. There's definitely higher boundaries right here. 130 million, yeah. Okay, now we can do a little bit better now. Can definitely feel it. Rebuff quickly. All right. I'll take that. How much damage? Ooh, 190 million. Jesus Christ. Ichigo, calm down. Golly, this man is popping off. Well, he was. At least. There we go. Not too bad. If my Nell had a tiny bit more ultimate recharge, this would have been a much cleaner rotation, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, 5.4 million. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see where that brings us. I could have done that cleaner. Like, I could have done that cleaner. 23rd? That's okay. That's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Can definitely do a little bit higher, though. I can definitely squeeze myself into, like, top 15. But that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'll take that. Decent rotation, not too bad. I could have tweaked maybe the buffs a little bit to get slightly better chances, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll take that. Take more speed. Okay, this is where I'm really gonna pop off because my Aizen is gonna do the work. Let me tell you. I'll actually be able to show you my improved rotation on my spirit team as well. Because my spirit team is special, shall we say. I really got it on like lockdown. How to properly use it. This is my crown jewel, shall we say. My Ulquiorra really popping off in this rotation. But we'll run the first two on auto, and then just go on from there. Fine, Fuji, don't worry about it. I'll check how you build up till we're done with this. Liz, what's with you kicking chicks today? Where did that come from? Freak, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers for. I don't remember the last time I had pizza, to be honest, Blaze. I used to love it. I used to actually survive on, like, frozen pizza when I was in college. I was legitimately eating, like, almost every single day, and my go-to was goat cheese, a red onion with some arugula, and some Parmigiano Reggiano. Oh. Ooh, I love that. Ooh. I'm telling you. That's a... And if you want to make it extra special, you add a little bit of hot honey on it. Oof. I'm telling you, it's a game changer. You don't even need any protein on it. Like, the cheese does all the heavy lifting on that one. Doc already making enemies as soon as the stream started. That sounds about right. Alright, so this one's done. Let's do the second one. It's part of the charm, Fuji, don't worry. Listen, we use Dark as a weapon of mass destruction, you know? Whenever we need to, you know, silence anyone, we just slide a little pineapple next to them and be like, Dark, it's them. And Dark, like, Dio starts, you know, Dio theme starts playing and Dark just walking into them silently but menacingly at the same time. Rolling pin in one hand and an attitude to prove something in another. I never made pasta from scratch, to be honest. It just seems like a very laborious task. I don't think I ever... Well, I might have had fresh pasta before, I'm not sure. I had fresh to cook pasta. But I never had, like, fresh. Unless it was, like, in a restaurant, but then again, I don't know what they're doing there. For all I know, they could have, you know, had that thing for, like, 10 years. And I wouldn't be able to tell, most likely. I do know that, like, fresh pasta is more yellow. Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's because, like, it's infused with egg yolk more. So it's much more pronounced orange, or, like, yellow, depending on the type of pasta. And if it's, like, dry pasta, it's usually more white. Alright, so that's done. Let's do the proper one. Let's see. What do we have? So we do attack. Ailment damage for this team is worthless. Ultimate damage kind of... Well... Should I go... crit rate is fine because it buffs Ulquiorra's damage. Ultimate... I mean, Ulquiorra does decent damage. Technique, definitely. Let's see. Release technique... Yeah, definitely that one. I mean, ultimate damage, I guess for Ulquiorra's sake, could be decent. Perfect dodge, I mean, Aizen triggers it all the time as well, so that could be nice. It's between these two for me. Because Ailment obviously worthless for this team. This is worthless as well. Let's go for this one. Reduces extra spiritual gauge, because there's quite a lot of hits happening. It's probably better than just flat 30%. So let's try that. And see how it goes. Parade is a little bit less useful, considering my Aizen fully maxed out, but should be fine. Alright, let's try that. I don't know how many boundaries these guys have, but I would assume they don't have any, because usually in these like trial units, the only one that has boundary is a limited character that is on the banner right now. The only thing that in Szayelaporro might have some boundaries, because mine doesn't. But my Szayelaporro has ultimate charge rate on him, which makes him like do better. So we'll try with my own team first, and then we'll run, if I can speak, then we'll run trial characters and just kind of compare and contrast. Definitely my Aizen's most likely better, because I doubt it, this one's going to be B4. Alright, let's see. Actually, hello. I was reading Kriegsmith. Ghost Rider? What about Nick Cage? The only Ghost Rider I accept is Nick. Everybody else is mere posers. Alright. Szayelaporro. Liz, you don't have to profess to the heavens your whale nature. We all know. We all know. Don't worry about it. Go with ult now. Throw that back to Aizen. Back to the ult. Okay, utilizing Hakim's cheating technique of bypassing Aizen's animation, which actually is pretty nice because you're skipping like 2 seconds of wait. And the way you basically do it is by spamming like counter and basic attack. Okay, nice. Let's go with Aizen's ult now. And then we're gonna go back to Ulquiorra. Ooh, nice damage, 68,000. We take that. Back to Ulquiorra. Back to Aizen. Ricardo. Ult. Liz doesn't clear anything. She's too hot. It's not good enough for her anymore. Liz got the holier-than-thou attitude. She doesn't do Arthmy Immortals content. She just shows up, gets B6 characters, and logs out. That's the way she rolls. Okay, let's do this one. Exactly, Greg. It's below her. In fact, it's just not challenging enough for Liz. She could only look at it and it's just clear like that. You got bigger fish to fry out there. Listen, Spirit Jades are not worth Liz's time. Fuji, do you really think Liz cares about Spirit Jades? All she needs to do is just call Shueisha and ask for B6 units. That's all she needs to do. She doesn't even summon anymore. So you can see in this rotation that I kind of pioneered, shall we say, you basically always have like 0 uptime for Ulquiorra's ult, so you permanently have it on, which is what I like. And then basically just mid-maxing the damage as much as you can. This is still my favorite team by far. Like, I like the Thrust team, but something about this team just does absolute wonders for me personally. Okay. Next to Aizen. I'm in DJ Paul. Hi, bro. Hopefully doing well. Messed it up a little bit, but that's fine. Ah man, I got greedy at the end. I got greedy. I wanted to pop off Ulquiorra's ult and then do Aizen's at the same time. I can definitely do this one a little bit better. Alright, let's claim all the rewards though. That's nice. Okay, what ranking are we on this one? 28th, not too bad. Not too bad. Definitely can do better though. Yeah, definitely can do better. Alright, let's run it back. Let's try with trial units, just because I want to see how big is the discrepancy in damage. I assume these units are not as good, just from the fact that they usually don't tend to give you like the best in slot, boundaries-wise. For the second team, it's only the first. But we'll give it a shot anyway, just to see. Okay, so it's definitely not B4. That's already a little bit of a problem. Because then you need to waste a little bit of time to get the count without counter. And Szayelaporro doesn't have enough ultimate charge rate as well. Yeah, this is kind of rough. Not gonna lie. That's why I feel like they do good job with trial units sometimes, and other times it just like they give them random builds and just kind of leave them there. So yeah, this is no really what you're looking for. Because then, like, you don't have enough to basically do your rotation properly. You kind of have to do some weird stuff. Like, Ulquiorra will be fine, for the most part, because, you know, you still can do everything he needs to do. The only thing is, I don't know if he even is B1. Hopefully he is. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bit rough. Because you won't be able to use, like, first ult on Szayelaporro, which is a little bit of a problem. But, I don't have a single B6 character, Liz. It's not my fault that you don't like saving, like I do. What do you want me to say? I keep telling you guys the ways to achieve greatness and you don't follow them, but what am I supposed to do? I'm a mere humble purveyor of eternal knowledge. And if you don't want to have said eternal knowledge, who's to blame, huh, Liz? Who's to blame? Did I force you to spend all your keys, and now you have none of them? Did I do that, Liz? I don't think so. You chose that way of life, not me. So you can only blame yourself. Okay, so it does look like this Ulquiorra is better. So Ulquiorra is pretty good. He does decent damage. Aizen and Szayelaporro, though, I don't know. Aizen not too bad. The only problem is he's not B4. So this is really like messing up your rotation. I'd say if you have Szayelaporro of your own, definitely use your own Szayelaporro, but otherwise, like Ulquiorra and Aizen, are actually decent. Aizen is not B4, which is a little bit unfortunate. But you can get by without his B4, to be fair. It's not going to be the end of the world that you don't have it. Listen, Liz. And you could have had at least 2 keys if you followed my elaborate strategy. Go for the goal, J-Paul. I believe in you. Show those whales how it's done. The thing is, your Szayelaporro needs to have a little bit of ultimate charge rate, and this one doesn't, and that's kind of what messes him up the most. Because if your Szayelaporro has 0 ultimate charge rate, he just ain't gonna perform to his absolute best, and that's kind of the problem. Because my Szayelaporro personally has 128% ultimate charge rate, and that basically allows him to do everything he wants to do. Nice. This Ulquiorra is definitely pretty well built. Because the damage kind of speaks for itself. But he's not B2. It looks like he's B1 only. Which is no ideal. But at B1 at least, you know, is good enough. Is good enough. This. Yes, I do. I built him full crit rate because obviously I don't have him at B6, so he does need the crit rate build. But to be honest, you can get by with crit damage. It just, I wanted consistency, so I went with crit rate. But you can get by without it, especially if you have weapon dupes. If you have weapon dupes, you don't need really to do that. Alright, let's see. How much did we do? 3.4 million. So it's not terrible. Like, the team itself is not horrendous. The only problem is the fact that, like, your Szayelaporro really gonna mess you up. But if you use your own Szayelaporro, like, let me try that again. And just use my own Szayelaporro. I think you can actually get a pretty decent rotation going with this team. It's still gonna be a little bit funky because the Aizen doesn't have that counter, and the counter you kind of really need. Fighting games? I played a little bit of like Mortal Kombat back in the day. I played what else? I think it might be only Mortal Kombat now that I think about it. I don't really think I played any other ones. That was like the only one I can think. Shadow Fight, I guess if you take that as a fighting game, I would personally, but kind of depends how you see it. I was always an RPG guy. That was my bread and butter. No. No. Never play. I know about those games. I never played them. No. As I said, I was an RPG guy through and through. No. I said I didn't play Street Fighter, Liz. Come on, keep up. No. I never played Super Smash Bros. Because I never played a single Nintendo game in my life. I don't know what to tell you, I just never did. Okay, let's do this. Ooh, nice damage, nice damage. But like this Ulquiorra's damage is nice, but the problem with him is he doesn't have ultimate charge rate on him, so he gets a little bit slower. I like my personal characters with a little bit of ultimate charge rate on everything. The only exception to that is obviously True Shikai Ichigo, because he's like the only character that doesn't need it. By everybody else, I always have ultimate charge rate on, just out of principle. I didn't grow up among bears, Liz. They were my pets. What do you mean? Well, you're gonna tell me you didn't have pet bears growing up? Golly. And you call yourself civilized? Unbelievable. Go. Obviously, it's very common, Liz. What do you mean? It's the most common thing ever. Everybody does this. What are you talking about, Fuji? Ah, the current damage state. Ah, yeah. Probably, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Shouldn't be an issue, hopefully. Hi there, Banu. Glad to see you hopefully doing well. Okay, 4.3 million. So yeah, basically if you use your own Szayelaporro, you definitely can cook up better stuff. Like, it's still not as high as my own team, but that's due to the fact that, you know, my Ulquiorra has higher boundaries and so does my Aizen. But this is definitely doable with trial characters. In fact, they do higher damage. I don't know how that's possible than my own, but mine are more consistent damage. So like overall, it's higher in the long term, because with like Aizen, he does higher on battlefield skill, but since he doesn't have B4, he falls off on like technique and whatever no. And with Ulquiorra, he does more on his ultimate, but his technique is low because he's not B2, so it's kind of give and take a little bit. I don't know how it's possible once again, I have no idea what they put in there. But yeah, so pretty easy overall. Like this event, I'd say from everything we had so far, ranking-wise, is relatively doable. Like there's nothing really like bone-shuttlingly hard about it. I'll show you what I used. I basically just used what I thought was like the best one to utilize, which is these. Like that's so on Zangetsu, this is the ones I used. You can probably change it around a little bit. Like personally, like this one for example increases the spiritual pressure reduction rate. If you don't have enough career rate, I probably would recommend just use this career rate one. But because my Ichigo already has full career rates, I don't really need that. So I just use this instead. But you can go for, instead of this one, like trigger perfect dodge, increase damage dealt. That could be a pretty good one as well. And basically for this one, it's the same thing, but instead of ailment, you just go with expertise and menace. That's kind of same build essentially. Alright, let's try to get at least 5 million for this one. I definitely can. I mean, at the end I kind of choked up on my run before, because I got too greedy. But I definitely can do better. Go. Alright, I'm glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. I'm glad that I could be of an assistance. People Aizen is indeed an absolute treasure to have. I'm glad you're joining the righteous cause of singing People Aizen's praises fine wine. Either Winter, I'm glad to see you, hopefully doing well. You wouldn't be the first, and trust me, you won't be the last either. Happens all the time. You're the prime suspect, Liz. What do you mean don't look at you? Go. Don't scare me like that, Winter. As far as we know, Liz, as far as we know. So no worries, Bano. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. And have a good Saturday. Sunday, rather. Don't know what day it is. Catch you later. Right.
This is the end of the
during summer, winter, how did you manage to do that? Were you singing karaoke all night or something? Nice. Oh, come on, Ichigo, you absolute swine. Mess me up at the end. Whatever, it's fine. I would ask from whom, Winter, but I'm too afraid to ask, so I won't. Okay, let's see. Oh, 4.9, come on, so close. Like, not bad damage. 1.4 billion on Ulquiorra, 910 million. Even 28 squeezed on my boy Szayelaporro. Definitely can do 5. Come on. Definitely possible. Just gotta squeeze it in there. Oh. Golly. Greg out there being a pantry thief unlike any. I messed that one up. Hold up. No, I messed up the rotation a little bit. Personally, I used attack, and the reason for that is because Ichigo stacks his ailment damage obviously from attack. So it kind of like probably works better. I don't know the exact multipliers, obviously, but I would assume it works better for ailment-based units. And also his attack is relatively low by himself, so you kind of want to buff it up a little bit. I can show my personal build after I'm done with this. It's not the best build ever, but it works. It works. Nice. BB Ulquiorra is pretty good. I've been playing with him for quite some time, and I've been having an absolute blast with him on my freeze play. I think he's a very, very underrated unit, to be honest. Come on. That's fine, though. That's fine. If you get Battle Pass, to be honest, you probably will never have to really farm for resources. Because Battle Pass gives you kinda everything you need, and very rarely you would have to go out of your way to farm other stuff. Okay. Okay, that one I didn't do as well. Can I go distracted midway? Alright, let's run it back. I wouldn't bother with season quest because, to be honest, you can max it out just next week. Like, you don't have to spend your standard pulls. In fact, personally, I'm a big advocate of not spending your standard pulls at all, because I believe that's wasteful. Freak, you're an absolute heathen and you know it. How many times did I tell you not to spend your standard pulls and you keep doing it? You absolute heathen. I swear. One of these days, Creek, you will realize that you should be listening to me, and then you will achieve glory unlike any. That day might not happen soon, but when it does, it's gonna be glorious. Hi there, Sadvik. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you do well. Don't expect to receive any cooking advice from me, though. And don't burn your kitchen down. Pay attention. Oh, man. I swear. I'm stuck. My Ulquiorra just got stuck there for a second. I was like, okay, well, great. Oh, no. I messed it up a little bit. I see, the man of the moment. I'm the same, Sadvik, I'm the same. Whatever the wind guides you, that's what you shall cook. Been there, done that. I play with keyboard, Mike.
レスレクシーセグンダエターパそれだけのことだ。それで終わりか。残念だ。やれやれ波動の球児黒羊君にあってお見せするよ。鑑賞会は強制参加だよ。力の差を教えて砕けろ強化水月波動の球児黒羊君に預かる。暴れる
Okay.
失礼。残念。終わりだ。諦めろ。ランサデルベランパーゴ
Download LD player, Mike. That's what I'm using. That's what I found works the best for me, at least.
力というのは
It's pretty light and, you know, relatively fast as well. That's an added bonus.
それで終わりだ。力の差を教えて。アマ残念。ランサデルベランパーゴ
You can also download the official Google Play one. I personally am not the biggest fan of that one in particular. It's just not my thing, but it is pretty good as well.
黒羊君に預ける。
I just don't like the layout as much,
なめる
but that's just personal preference.
終わりだ。なめるアマ終わりだ。なめるセロースキュラスこれが真の絶望の姿だ。レスレクシーセグンダエターパそれだけのことだ。パヤスそれで終わりにするよ。鑑賞会は強制参加だよ。力の差を教えて砕けろ強化水月波動の球児黒羊君に預ける。暴れるな。おっと失礼。終わりだ。諦めろ。ランサデルベランパーゴランサデルベランパーゴこれからは私が天に立つ。パヤスそれで終わり。波動の球児黒羊
Okay.
君に預かる。これにカラスなめる残念。終わりだ。なめるくだらない終わりだ。なめるセロースキュラス残念。逃がすか。これが真の絶望の姿だ。レスレクシオセグンダエターそれだけのことだ。それで終わりだ。残念だ。やれやれ波動の球児黒羊君にあってお見せする。
Okay.
鑑賞
Not doing too bad so far.
強制参加だよ。力の差を教えて砕けろ強化水月波動の球児黒羊それで終わりだ。暴れるな。おっと失礼。諦めろ。ランサデルベランパーゴ
I mean, you just download it. To be honest, there's no really like elaborate setup with it. If you just type LD Play and download it, it sets out for you. The only thing you need to tweak a little bit is your settings, which basically just depends on how strong your PC is, like frame rates, RAM usage, stuff like that. Oh, how much was that? Okay, 5 million. There we go. I did it. I could have gotten a little bit more. Choked a little bit in the end, but that's fine. 1.5 billion on my Ulquiorra, 858 on Aizen, 30 million on Szayelaporro. Pretty good overall. Pretty good. Pretty proud of that. I don't know, I just wanted 5 million on both sides. Just to make it a little bit more exciting. Ooh. Apologies, I was a little bit quiet. Was trying to do 3 things at once. As always. Alright. Yeah, pretty good. We'll take that. 27s. That's pretty nice. There are some people here that managed to pull like almost 5 million with trial units, which to be fair, when I used them, I wasn't like doing my absolute best, but this man clearly, you know, knows what he's doing. I wonder if there's anybody who go highest score with trial. Oh, his own Szayelaporro. Okay, so looks like some people actually are. That's probably B6 Aizen though. They're using quite a few trial units. They're good. So I'm very glad to see that some people still pulling up with you know, the OG most OP team, you know, Szayelaporro, Kiske, Aizen. I'm still glad to see that it's alive and well. My favorite team. My favorite team. Some people using thrust teams over here, Nell and Gin. Golly. Interesting stuff. Yeah, and everybody else here, yeah. So it looks like top 20 and above, nobody using really trial units. As you would expect, really. I really doubt there's anybody here. Like using them. Yeah, looks like everybody else just using your standard. Some people using Ichigo on here, though, by the looks of it. That's interesting. I guess if you have B6 Ichigo, to be honest, doesn't really matter. I respect this gentleman's choice. Top 9 with Strike Team. Wow, that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. Whew. Look, Hakim, I'm fine with that. 27th place is good enough for me. I'm not... So, quite a few people using Thrust Team for you, which is very, very surprising to me. Nobody in top 3, I assume, using them, though. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, yeah. But that's interesting, because there's literally somebody, I think, the 5th place? 17 million? It's pretty good. Pretty good. I'll take 27, you know, 23rd on Ichigo's one, 27th on our boy White's. So, it's pretty good. Zangetsu was easier, because Zangetsu didn't really move much. The White one was a little bit more tricky, because sometimes he could catch you off guard, which is a little bit annoying, but overall, pretty fun event. Like, not gonna lie, I did enjoy it quite a bit. Pretty nice. We will try to do the full trial run, all my free-to-play in a bit. Because I don't think we have much to do on my main account today. Majority of the stuff we already did yesterday. There's gonna be more like free-to-play today, for the most part. I think there might be like a couple things that we can do. Ooh, so we did get the 30 Nexuses. Nice, because I know that we were expecting this, but only CA got it. and we were waiting for like the past 2-3 days, twiddling our thumbs, being like, when are we getting it? What are we doing? Alright, that's nice. That's nice. We'll take that. Alright, let me pick this up. And we'll get some... Ooh, we actually got 3 staminas. Nice. I'm taking that. Alright, let me quickly reroll these. Make sure it was allocated fine. Yeah, that will do. Szayelaporro, 2 strike units. Yeah, because there's no another strike human. That's fine. We'll take that. Okay. Well, let's do this. Yeah, they did, which is nice. I was hoping that they would give it because, you know, 30 Nexuses is not anything to scoff at. That's a pretty substantial number. Alright, so it looks like we have enough to do one more run of Realm of Mutation. Let's see if we can snag some decent upgrades for our girl Soifong, because she's like the last character that... I wouldn't say she's badly built, but she definitely could be a little bit better. Because all my other units are kind of finished now. Okay, there we go. Let's see, what do we guess? Strike, no. Defense, oh, that was HP, no. No. Oh man, flat attack, flat HP rather. Okay, nothing too exciting. I mean, kinda, to be honest. I got very lucky yesterday with stamps. I am the first one to admit that. Because stamps are usually like the hardest part to get, but I go relatively, you know, blessed, unlike with my pulls. And my Ichigo got, you know, pretty solid build. I'm pretty proud of him. He almost maxes out his ailment stacks with Nell. He gets 206%, I believe. So almost to the max. And, you know, it rolled pretty decently. Like, I'm pretty satisfied with this. The only one that might use a little bit improvement, maybe the middle one, but like, attack is always good. Can't really complain about that. So yeah. And I think on the 5th, after we get the upgrade for the core stamp buffs, I might try to get, like, fully upgrade this one. Even though I can do it through, like, the gold boxes that you get from Battle Pass, because I have 9 of them. But I'm waiting, and you should be guys doing the same, to be honest, because why wouldn't you? But apparently on the 5th of August, they buffing the rates for these. I don't know how much. I assume it's probably gonna be, if I had to guess, like 40% maybe it starts with. Like double it up. If it's 50, that would be awesome. I don't see them doing anything above that. But that's kind of why I'm saving my keys. And that's why I've been saving my keys since day one. Because you see, guys, I have a premonition. I saw the future from day one. And people called me crazy. And meanwhile, although they're right, I was right as well. And you see, guys, my next prediction is that we're gonna get Aizen by 1st anniversary in Standard Banner, and that's why I'm saving all my standard tickets. Now, what you have to do is do exactly like I'm doing and have at least 1,000 standard tickets to show your appreciation to Lord Aizen. Same with weapon tickets. We gotta all save them up, guys. Never spend a single one. Never spend a single one. Anyway. Okay, let's claim all these. Let's actually explore the map, because I haven't explored this map at all, and apparently there is some chests in here. So, let's collect them all, I guess. I really like the map design, though. I really appreciate it, you know? Seeing a bunch of Soul Reapers just crawling around everywhere. Alright. Sir, are you okay? I can't go there to help you, but I hope you're okay. I mean, 5-star... I would much rather prefer if they remove 5 stars, the increase in drop rate, because I genuinely don't understand the point of having those 5 stars there. Like... Or at least make it so from guaranteed box you can only get 6 stars. Like, at least do that. Because whenever you get 5-star, it's like, why? Why? Because you can't even use them for anything. At least if you get, like, a crappy dupe of, like, let's say Kaku or something, you can at the bare minimum dismantle it. And, you know, work towards getting another dupe later. But with 5 stars, you can't do that. It does nothing. Right. Let me see. So there's 2 more somewhere here. If I was a treasure chest, where would I be? Listen, Hakim. I'm telling you, Aizen is coming. You just gotta believe. If you believe hard enough, good things will happen. Oh man, that's gonna be our anniversary gift, Aizen arriving in Standard Banner. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Okay, there's one more somewhere here. I think I've been here already, actually. There should be one more somewhere around. I believe at least. Unless there was a lot. No, there's one more. I think I scouted the entire map, though. Don't believe there's anything else. Unless it's behind Candace. No. Let's see. Listen, it's not cope, it's a prediction, Hakim. There's a difference. Coping means it's never gonna happen. Prediction, it means it's just gonna happen given enough time. In 10 years' time, when Aizen arrives to Standard Banner, I will be right. And you're gonna feel so silly for doubting me. Ah, there we go, found it. Ooh, 50 Spirit Jades would take that. Gotta recuperate our losses from yesterday. Alright, so that's finished. Now, let's see. We can do these as well. Ooh, we actually beat it already. Very nice. Okay. Let's do a few of these. Yeah, let's run with our thrust team. Listen, Fuji, I'm preparing for the future. While you guys living in the past, I'm living in the future. Nice, Hakim. Congrats. Congrats. I mean, to be fair, I am pretty jealous of some free-to-plays I occasionally see with, like, B6 Urahara, and I'm over here sitting with B1. I am relatively jealous, but I'm looking for the future. I'm looking for... Listen, Creek, I follow in the footsteps of the greats. And you can be the same. You can be just like yours, truly. And do... Yeah, Creek, but you a heathen. You probably bribed Shueisha to get B4 eyes, and I know your schemes. I know he's not free to play, but he doesn't spend his Spirit Jades on Standard Banner. Like, Hakim is not that big a whale. And I doubt he buys boundaries for those, like, tickets either. Which is, like, what whales really did back in the day. Because you can get standard units boundaries. And to be honest, another thing that I would save if I were you guys is those golden tickets. Because in the future, if we do get more standard banners, like roster, you can actually buy the boundaries from there for 40 pulls. Which I think is a pretty decent deal. And you know, you can get your B6 Aizen for free, essentially. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Basically, don't spend anything, guys. Hoard your resources, like on my free-to-play, and have 1 million Spirit Jades. We all gotta have a goal to become Bleach Soul Resonance millionaires. That's gotta be our end goal, and that's what we should aspire to be. Because who needs characters when you can have money? And as much money as possible. That's all we need. That's all we need. Unbelievable, Fuji. No, I have 1/10 of that list. I wish I had 1 million. You kidding me? Do you think I would be telling you guys to save up if I had 1 million Spirit Jays right now? I would be getting every unit B6. I think I have version 13 or 11, whatever it is. I think I have about 12 because I spend quite a bit. But to be honest, I don't farm them, so face that. Actually, how much do I have? I think I have about 12. Let's see. 13. 13.7. Okay. Let's collect this stuff as well. Okay, and then let's go back. We're doing pretty well. 7.7 in damage rankings. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Let's buy all these. Did we buy out all of it? There's nothing else left? Ooh, there's a few of these left. There's gonna be another 9 of these. That's gonna be pretty nice. And I also like that they adding like old stamps as well for not stamps, bonds for old units, in case like for newer players who haven't played during that time. I think it's pretty nice. Because it allows, you know, all newer players to catch up a little bit. Although not much. At least a little bit. There we go. Yeah, probably do 14, because I assume the newer the better. I don't really know, because the thing is, all my units are pretty decently built. The only one is Soifon that I'm not like 100% happy with. But her build is fine, like it's not terrible. It just, you know, could be a little bit better. And maybe like improving Grimmjow's first stamp as well, because it has one ailment roll in it. Which is, you know, not the best, because it doesn't do that much ailment damage. But other than that, I mean, there's nobody else really I'll be working on. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, so I have quite a few of these, and by the end of next week, when we get all this like exchange thingies, I'm gonna have not 10, 11 of these. So we'll roll some of these, like depending on what I'll need, because looking at my roster, like my Aizen pretty much as good as he can be for what he is. My Nell fully built. The thing about my Nell, I built her as a DPS, so ultimate charge rate on her is not too high, but you know, it's fine. My white Ichigo is very well built. My boy popping off left, right, and center. My Kisuke pretty much as good as he can be. Like the only thing that he doesn't have roll on, which is crit damage, is the first one, but rolled into crit rate. And every other one is 4 crit damage, so it's like he's all good to go. My Gin, fully built. My Ulquiorra, fully built. Pretty much as good as he can be. My Soifon is like the only one, but she's decent, like she's not bad. 47 crit rate, 167% crit damage, a little bit ultimate recharge, some ailment damage. Like, she's not terrible, it's just this one that's kind of bugging me a little bit because of that defense roll in there. But it has 2 career rates, and it does have technique damage on it, so I was like, it's fine, I guess. This one's decent. This one's decent. Maybe could be a little bit better because of that ailment roll. But, like, it's not terrible. So, yeah. My Ichigo's fine. Like, I'm not really gonna bother upgrading him further. Because, like, he's fine as he is. My Grimmjow, pretty much decent. Like, maybe I can upgrade this one, I guess. And aim for, like, another roll and crit rate, because he's at 97% now. But to be honest, it's mid-maxing at that point, so it's not really that bothersome. My Mayuri, pretty much all ultimate charge rate build. Like, he's fine. Tosin, I just kind of slapped on him whatever I had. I'm not really bothered. I'm not using him that much. My Toshiro's fully built. My Szayelaporro fully built, all crit damage, ultimate charge rate. This is why I feel like if you build your Szayelaporro, he does require ultimate charge rate unless you have him at B1. If you have him at B1, he doesn't need it. But without the ultimate charge rate, he just doesn't do fast enough rotation because he doesn't get to the first cycle of his ultimate. So that's very important to have it. Byakuya, like whatever he is, I don't know, it's fine. My Ichigo, pretty much fully built now. Rangiku, whatever I have on her. Like, the Grimmjow, I just put kind of whatever I had leftovers on him. From my other Grimmjow, and my Ulquiorra, I put leftovers from him, from my other Ulquiorra. So I guess maybe I can try and start building these two. I don't know if I want to be honest, because I'm just kind of... I'm building them a little bit just to have some options in the future. But, I don't know. I'm not flexing. I'm just showing you what I have. I spend a lot of time and effort to getting my characters to the point where I was like really happy with them. I'm not showing you just to flex. It's just, you know, it's just to show you that it can be done even if you're as dumb as I am. So there's that. Let's see. Did this one refresh already? Ooh, it did refresh. So we can probably actually finish clear this one. Yeah, we can finish clear this one, and then we'll jump onto this limited one, and the Asogi Jizo one, and try to beat the little guy. Alright, we'll save our spirit team for that, so let's run a slash team. That should be fine. I don't like flexing, because to me it's like, I'm not bothered whether my characters are good or not. I enjoy building characters, and if I get like a nice build, I'm like a little bit proud of it, you know, but I'm never gonna be like, oh, my Ichigo is better than yours. I don't care if he is or not, it's like, at the end of the day, it's not that serious. Although, if you do say your Aizen is better than mine, I'll fight you on that. Nah, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just showed my character's creek. What do you mean? It is a challenge, Liz. I challenge you personally. I mean, it's fine. I'm not bothered. It just... Me personally, I never care enough, I guess. I never really that passionate about characters. I'm just like, if my character is good, good. If not, I can work on them. It's one of those. You're calling me Linux now? Unbelievable. Do I need to give you some tech tips, Liz? Because I will. Look, Fuji, rotations are overrated. You know that, and I know that. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is having fun. If you have fun, everything else will follow. At least that's how I see it. Also, I am kind of excited for the next unit they're gonna roll out after Ichigo, because there's gonna be a very monumental moment when I finally summon for my first limited character on my free-to-play account since basically January. I'm sitting at a very cushy 110,000 Spirit Jades on there, so it's gonna be very, very exciting stuff. I'm finally gonna unleash the vault and see what happens, because I'm not gonna summon for Bambietta on my main account since, you know, Aizen exists. So we'll see. We'll see how she rolls. Ichibe? I'll be pretty excited for Ichibe. But the thing is, I don't know what they're planning for 1000-Year Blood War now, because when you think about it, we still don't have a lot of really, like, big units. We don't have anybody from Shinji crew, none of the Vizards, none of the Fullbringers. So I doubt, not even all the captains really, and not all of the Espada. So we're still, like, not really in 1000-Year Blood War region. So I doubt they're gonna jump straight into it. I can definitely see them do 1000-Year Blood War characters as, like, specials, maybe once every half a year. Like, maybe release 1 or 2 characters, just as, like, a hype-up thing. Like, for example, maybe for, like, half anniversary, and then for, like, anniversary, just release, like, 1 of them. I wouldn't be too mad at that, but I hope they're not gonna jump straight into full, like, 1000-Year Blood War stuff. Kinda like Bleach Mirror's High, because I do wanna, like, ease into it, if you will. Because I feel like there's still a lot of really hype units. Like, I would love to see Mugetsu, I would love to see Vastalord Ichigo, I would love to see Stark, I would love to see, you know, Harleybell, Reiatsu. I mean, there's so many, Barragan, there's so many cool units that, like, are not in 1000-Year Blood War arc, necessarily. So, if we're gonna jump straight into, like, Bankai Yamamoto, Yahwa, all the Stern Raiders, I'm not gonna be as excited for, like, earlier units, you know? So, I prefer, like, linear growth in that regard. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Alright, let's go with this one. Look, I just think she's a really cool character. What do you mean? I like strong ladies. Whoa. I'm not ashamed of that. I said it before and I'll say it again. Yorichi's my favorite character. Female character, that is. And I think Haribel is really nice as well. And so is Reiatsu. I'm not ashamed of that. All I want from my ladies is for them to carry me like a princess that I am. That's all I need. Is that too much to ask, Hakim? Is it too much to ask? Because Harriet can probably lift me with one hand. Just use spiritual pressure. I wouldn't stand a chance. Listen, Liz, you don't judge. What do you mean you judge? Unbelievable, this woman. Look, Liz, if you saw the things I thought, you would understand why I'm so passionate about Yorichi, okay? Anyway. Is that when she unleashed her bankai? You see, a lot of people might think that I like Yorichi because of her bankai, but I was a OG Yorichi fan before her bankai was even in the process, before Kubo even thought of it. I just like her as a character, okay? Her bankai has nothing to do with it. Does it make me like her more? Absolutely, but that's beside the point. That's besides the point. Look, we all know that the best waifu in Bleach is Aizen, okay? He's the best waifu, and we all need to acknowledge it. The second best waifu is Yamamoto, and the third best waifu is Yoichi, okay? We all need to acknowledge these facts, accept them, and move on. I never will explain myself, Liz. I'm just making statements, and you can connect the dots. Listen, Liz, all I'm saying, have you ever thought about Yamamoto showing up in a maid outfit and serving you some cake while giving you a death stare while doing so? If that's not the best thing you ever heard in your life, I don't know what is. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Can you imagine? Can you imagine rolling up in one of those like maid cafes in Japan, and then you see Yamamoto staring from the corner at you, and then just rolling up to your table? Be like, "What can I order for you today?" I'd be like, "Jesus Christ! Well, I mean, I'll take a special, I guess." And then he just sits down right next to you, starts feeding you cake. I'm like, you know what? Best service, 10 out of 10. How do I tip my entire inheritance to you? All my lively possession I would like to give to you right now. It was Kennedy. Absolutely. Absolutely, Liz. I'm appalled that you even had to ask, honestly. I'm appalled. Okay, Liz, don't go too far, okay? Don't go too far. Yamorgo class. I mean, to be honest, the only thing you need to... The reason why I ask for enabling your buys is for VSync, or like VMask. I forgot what it's called, but it's basically where if you don't enable it, your emulator just won't work. But you can try Google Play. I've just been using LD Player since like pretty much 3-4 years ago, and just been doing me justice. And also it's really good for re-rolling, because on LD Player you can roll multiple instances if you like re-rolling like I do, and just basically ease your re-rolling pains. So I usually do like 4 instances at the same time. So while you re-roll one account, you re-roll 4. So basically you quadruple your efficiency, shall we say. The only thing is you need to have a pretty beefy computer to do that, because otherwise it's not gonna like that. I wouldn't download BlueStacks, Mike. BlueStacks is basically a virus in disguise. That thing is running some Bitcoin mine in the background. It's awful. I would never download it, personally. And also, LD Player has an official launcher for Bleach, so you can actually download the launcher itself. If you're playing, I believe it's on EU and CA. On NA, for some reason, it doesn't have that. But I think if you go on official websites, there is a link for the launcher, and you can download it specifically for that game alone. So you don't have to download the actual, like, proper client. You're just gonna download you the link. Kinda think of it like Genshin Launcher or something like that. And I don't know why we don't have it on NA. I legitimately don't understand that. So it is what it is, though. Yeah, if you're in NA, unfortunately, it doesn't work, which is a bit of a shame. We are on NA a little bit of like poor relatives, you know. We're just kind of getting neglected every time by Mr. Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll is basically like a father that goes for milk a little bit too often and then comes back half drunk, half asleep, late at night every time, and then, you know, remembers that you exist occasionally. But whenever he does remember, he does everything half-assed. Even when he's has the best intentions in mind, he just can't figure out how to do it properly. So yeah, we still don't have like an official shop for NA open. Doesn't work. It has been working since January. So yeah, it's interesting. Alright, there we go. That's nice and clear now. In EU doesn't work either. I thought in EU they might have fixed it, but I mean I'll check now because I haven't checked in a while. Give me a second, let me see. Maybe they fixed it, but I doubt it. Alright, let's see. Top-up center. The moment of truth. Let's see. Is it gonna work or no? Ooh. Yeah. This has been in the message basically for the past 7 months, essentially. So, yeah. Shop is under maintenance. Please be patient. So, yeah. Unfortunately, we kind of cooked. It actually had some really, really killer deals because you could buy 20 tickets for $8 in there. A 10 pull for limited character pulls, and for limited stamp pulls, you can get a 10 pull there for $4 each, I believe, from memory. And basically now it's gone. So that's a bit of a shame. But it is what it is. Alright, let's see, who can I join here? Let's see. I'll join this gentleman. He seems to know what he's doing. Alright, let's see. How much damage we can do. Does the EU website work? Because I thought the EU website didn't work either. Because an A definitely doesn't work. I don't know. If yours works, Hakim, you know something I don't, clearly. I see, I see. Yeah, that's basically a customization mic. You can enable it. Let me show you. So basically you can enable it right here. So if you go on here, you can enable like the menu, what it's gonna look like, and the button setup. So you can, this is like your standard one, right? And then you can go in here and do this. And it basically just makes it a little bit more stylized. So your web store works and mine doesn't, Hakim, you absolute heathen. What kind of bribe did you need to... Since when did your web store start working, by the way? Because I thought both of ours weren't working for a while. Unbelievable. Because if yours started working recently, there is a hope that the Crunchyroll's one might start working soon as well. A long time? Why is Crunchyroll can't figure it out? I can't. I don't know. It's like... it's whatever, I guess. I believe it's... Fuji, are you sure you on EU and not on NA by any chance? Because if it's in dollars, you might be on NA. I heard that, Liz, but I don't believe it. I think Hakim deceiving me. A deceiver? He is deceiving me. Nah, I mean, it's one of those. It is what it is. I'm not that bothered. But it would be nice if it was working. It's basically the exact same one, Fuji, as the main game. The only difference is the price is a little bit lower for some stuff. For 13.6 is actually higher, which I never understood. Because I remember the battle pass is actually more expensive there. And also, I think the packs are a little bit more expensive. But the actual crystal packs are cheaper, which was always weird to me, but I don't know. I forgot that this gentleman that already joined, but I think he's AFK, so maybe let's start our own lobby, I guess. Let's see. Join this guy. Why not? Alright. Let's do a proper run, see how much damage we can pull out. I gotta lock in on this one. EU privileges, unbelievable. I'll check it out later, Fuji. Done that with this. Bruv, listen, Liz. You don't have to be British to speak to me. It's fine. You're not gonna get any extra brownie points if you do. In fact, it might be the polar opposite. This. Unbelievable, Liz. Not too bad, you doing decent damage.
アーマン残念ランサデルベランパーゴ
Wow, Liz, wow. You're really gonna go there, huh? You're really gonna go there. I see how it is. I see how it is. Tall statement from the Corn Overlord herself. Unbelievable.
黒ひつ君が誰ゼロをスキュスくだる終わりなめるこれにカラスそれだけのことだそれで終わりさら波動の球児黒ひつ光が力が余るこれが真の絶望の姿だレスレクシーセグンが得たお見せするよ鑑賞会は強制参加だよ賢明な力の差を失って砕けろ強化水月それで終わり波動の球
There we go.
黒ひつ君に暴れろ諦めろ残念ランサデルベランパーゴ
I'm in corner stage, so you got me there. Can we refute that?
くだる
But you're using it for nefarious means and you know it.
なめるランサデルベランパーゴ 力というのは
Yeah, you do need to turn virtualization. It's basically play any emulator, to be honest, Mike. It's pretty standard.
それで終わりさよなら波動の球児黒ひつ君に会うこれにカラスなめるゼロをスキュス残念終わりなめるくだるこれが真の絶望の姿だレスレク
A lot was pretty good. It was pretty good. Also, I didn't know it was called Lotita. I thought it was called Lotta.
波動の球児
And you're making up names now, Liz?
君に預けたお見せするよ鑑賞会は強制参加だよおっと失礼砕けろ強化水月波動の球児黒ひつそれで終わりに暴れるなおっと失礼アマン諦めろランサデルベランパーゴ
I see, Liz. They just like to be special. Fair enough.
なめる残念ランサデルベランパーゴ
That's how cats be, Fuji.
これからは
They treat you just like a convenient pillow. That's the best you can hope from them.
たやすいそれで終わりに預けるこれにカラス力の差を失って終わりなめるくだる
Oh, I forgot that he does that. You absolute swine. Whatever. Whatever.
それで終わり波動の球児黒ひつ光が預けるお見せするよ鑑賞会は強制参加だよ賢明なさよなら残念だった君に預けるなめる残念終わりだなめるくだる
kind of messed up my steez in the end, but it's fine.
防ぐんだ得たこれだけのことだたやすいそれで終わり波動の救助黒羊
Okay, so we got 1.2 million. I could have done that better, but it's good enough. We'll take it. We'll take it. Usually I average about between 1.2 to 1.5. So that's decent enough. 3 billion in total. Top 8.4. I'll take that. I usually try to aim for top 20. I don't think I ever been in top 100. I did come close whenever I joined like Hyper Whales, but it never has been quite there, shall we say. That's what he does, Fuji, that's what he does. I actually wonder how big of a difference running the Thrust team would make on this, instead of running the Spirit team. Because I just use my Spirit team because it's more juiced out, but maybe Ichigo can keep up. I don't know. I'll test it out later, just to see how he performs. Alright, let's do... what do we have? We can probably do Deadlock, to be honest. Didn't finish this yesterday, but to be honest, I don't think my team is strong enough to keep climbing on this endless trial, because I kind of tried to do it yesterday, and I only got to 12. I think you need like B6 units for this to climb higher, or at least higher boundaries. Should I try it? Because it was a pretty mediocre, to be honest. There's nothing really here to write home about. Yeah, we'll skip it. It's all good. It's all good. It doesn't really give you anything that profound, shall we say. Alright. Yeah, it just 20,000 cans. I can live without them. I can survive without getting those. It's all good. Let's see. Yeah, let's do Deadlock now. And then after that, what we're gonna do, because I do need to do this limited trial tower on my free-to-play account, because I haven't done it yet. So we'll do that. And let's see, so what do we need? Spirit and Slash. Okay, let's do... yeah, let's do Slash first. So we'll clear the Deadlock, then we jump on my free-to-play, and see how we can do that. So, should I be calling you Lil Liz? Or Lil Corn Overload? Liz, I feel like you're self-reporting, considering you always fume about people calling you a Lil. And now you're saying that that's your cultural thing? And we're just trying to be culturally appropriate with you, Liz. So from now on, guys, since Liz has so kindly professed that it's part of her culture, in order for us to be cultural and respect her wishes, we shall be referring to her as Lil Liz. Or Lil Corn Overlord, whichever suits you guys. I'm just saying, Liz, we want to be polite. We want to be polite. You know, whenever you guys arrive to stream and you see Liz just popping and locking over here, losing her mind as per usual, you're gonna be like, oh, that's our little corn overlord in the corner. Just, you know, just doing her thing. It's okay, Liz. We never said that it was about age or height. We were just saying, you know, we want to be culturally appropriate with you. And why can Greg call you Little Liz, but not anyone else, Liz, huh? What is this discrimination? Unbelievable. I thought we'd have a democracy kind of place in here, not authoritarian regime. Wow, exactly, Fuji. Can you believe it? Ooh. Greg is like, show up. Hey, hold up. What is this little talk going on about? I don't know anything about that. Golly, Liz is getting exposed from every front today.
砕けろ強化水月それで終わり遅い
Anyway.
吠えるサビマジ
Why are you pointing a finger at me? I did nothing. Why is it my fault? I'm just observing. I'm like David Attenborough, you know? I'm observing the little Liz in the wild, and I'm just commentating on what I'm seeing.
こういうものを言う
That's all I'm doing. I'm doing public service. So do we, Greg. So do we. I don't know, but Liz is adamant that you do, so clearly she knows something we don't. And maybe you do as well, I don't know. Clearly sounds like it. Clearly sounds like it. Well, I just saw that would make you feel welcome and at home, because you said that's what you do, to refer to people in an endearing way, and I just wanted you to feel welcome. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I'm trying to make, you know, to make peace with you. I don't need Cold Mafia to be on my back. I never do, Greg. You know as well as I know that you know that I know that we know that they know about what I know. And due to that, they want me to take their medication, and I will not let them succeed. Putting my tinfoil hat on. What do you mean I don't say? In what way am I supposed to say it, Liz? There's only one way you can say it. And that is with your mouth. What, am I supposed to speak through my feet now? Do you need to do some elaborate, like, Mongolian throat singing? Listen, Greg. We all know that they know. That's all we need to know. Listen, I respect Mongolian throat singing. I wasn't trying to slander it. I was saying it's an endearing factor. Those gentlemen are something else. They're not human, I tell you. Like, having vocal cords that profound is amazing. I could only dream to be even 1/10 as powerful as they are. Look, Fuji, Mr. AI clearly knows something we don't. Well, Ichigo disappearing into oblivion over there. The man is so fast that his animation can keep up with him. Pomeranian. I actually kind of forgot before you brought that up, Creek, but yeah. We got so many nicknames for Liz now, it's hard to keep up. She's a woman of many talents. That is for certain. That is for certain.
それだけのことだたやすい大根波動の球児黒羊君に預かる暴れるもっと失礼くだら終わりだなめろ残念大根マン最後の力の差を教えて終わりだなめろ
Have you calmed down, Liz? Have you accepted the world is not against you yet? Are you plotting some sort of world conquest in the background? And not letting us in on it?
砕けろ強化水月遅い波動の球児黒羊いかやお見せするよ鑑賞会は強制参加だよもっと失礼こ
Yes. Google exists? And what does Google has to do with anything, Liz? Were you trying to use Google to overthrow this world? One incorrectly constructed Wikipedia article at a time? If Liz ever had a Wikipedia article, she would be the kind of woman to go in there and change her height from like 4.2 to almighty 6.9. And then every time people would say, oh, Liz, you sure? She would be like, what does my Wikipedia page says? 6.9. While standing on the stepping stool. I'll be like, you know what? I didn't consider it that way, Liz, but you got a point. You got a point. Let's go with this one. To prove a point, Liz. To prove a point. Isn't that what everybody does? Hey, there's no shame in a stepping stool, okay? It's a device that was invented for a purpose. And you gotta use any tools at your disposal. There's no shame in that. I'm just saying. I don't know what Lyle means, Liz, and I'm too afraid to ask, so I'm not gonna. I don't know what dislike means either, Liz, but I'm more afraid of the Lyle. Lyle sounds very horrifying, whatever that may mean. I'm too afraid of the consequences it might unleash upon me if I do dare stay to inquire about such horrific measures. I don't know, we do tall think you are, Liz. I don't know. I wish I did. I wish I did. I mean, knowing Liz is both at the same time extremely. It's like, you know, yin and yang. Liz has mastered the art of transcendence, the balance of evil and good with it. Alright, Fuji, I'll hear you out. What's up? Why am I getting tied up to things? What did I do, Liz? Look, Liz, just because I'm right doesn't mean you need to hate me for it. Like, come on. Unbelievable. Hatred doesn't solve anything, Liz. Peace and tranquility is what we should strive towards. As only then can we achieve the true enlightenment and open our third eye and see the world for what it truly is. What do you mean I disturb your peace? I didn't do anything. I mean, to be honest, Fuji, like, if it was me, I wouldn't really dismantle weapons right now, because A, you need 5 in order to get 1 dupe, and B, you might have a use for all units in the future. So it's always worthwhile having them built. I feel like if you already had them built, if you don't use them at all, then you could dismantle them. But to me personally, I just feel like in the future there will be game modes most likely where you need like 2 thrust teams, maybe even 3. So you kind of want to be prepared for that if we do need it. In worst case scenario, you can have more options to play like game modes like, you know, the limited trial tower, the badge collecting event that we had and just like farm it faster. So it's always good to have like more units in your disposal. At least I think so. Alright, let's see. Let's do this one now. Yeah, that should be fine. I mean, you can pull them anytime, that is true, Fuji, but I'm just saying, you're gonna spend like 200 tickets just for one weapon pull. I just personally feel like saving at least your weapon tickets, is very, very worthwhile, because unlike with the characters, in the future there will be more standard pull units, and even if it's gonna be somebody like Gin or somebody like Kenpachi, it's still gonna be more worthwhile to like get them and build them just to have them than, you know, just having an extra dupe on your Ichigo, I feel like. Because you don't get a lot of standard tickets nowadays. Like, standard tickets, especially for weapons, is very far and few between. Like, I haven't pulled for weapons since January, essentially, and I only have 300 tickets. And that's me not spending a single one, basically. So you're not getting like a ton, and a lot of those came from the tower, so I probably got maybe like 150, I'd say, while just playing. So I feel like those are definitely worthwhile saving. But as I said, if you want to use them, there's nothing wrong with it either. I personally would start saving standard tickets, but if you are desperate for like another dupe or something, that's on you then. That's absolutely fine, but if you want to be, you know, a galaxy brain individually like yours truly, you gotta have at least 500. Did the stream bug out for a second? I don't have any delay. Sorry if it did. I didn't notice, my game was fine. Since when did it bug out? I don't know if it captured what I said, so I'll repeat myself. Fuji, you're saving all your standard tickets for that one moment in the future when, you know, B6 Aizen finally is going to be within your grasp and is going to be in the standard pull tickets. And the only thing you're going to be looking forward is not even B6 Aizen, is telling Hakim how wrong he was for never believing in you, and you're telling Creek, laughing that he is an absolute heathen for never believing in you and your absolute prowess and your ability to foresee future. That's what you live for. That's what you're saving the standard tickets for. And I guess it didn't capture it on the stream because my statement was so profound that Mother Nature decided it was too good to be captured. She cannot stop me. I'm too powerful to be stopped. Listen, Creek. Listen. You know they will. You just not believing hard enough. You gotta believe. Because if you believe hard enough, good things are gonna happen. This man. Did I not finish these adventures? Apparently I didn't finish this one. So, speaking of standard tickets, we might as well get these. Golly, I'm having tickets over here. Kind of forgot about these, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the last time I even did one, but I guess let's run it quickly. Doesn't really matter what it is. I'm gonna blow it out of the water anyway. What do you mean you don't get standard tickets list? Unbelievable. Hi there, Angel. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I mean, that's fair, Fuji. That's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. As I said, it's just, to me personally, it's worthwhile saving tickets. But you can spend them. It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Okay, I don't remember what these are. Hi there, Nathan. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Apologies, I don't really speak that language, so I'm not 100% sure what you said. Liz, is that Spanish? If it is, could you please help out the gentleman? It's not Spanish? Well, it is what it is. It's not a bad idea. It's fine. It's like, at the end of the day, you know, if you can save up your currency right now and you want the dupe, it's not terrible. Two units? Do you not have Mayuri? Oh yeah, you probably started after Mayuri, that's why. I mean, I guess I'm kinda excited for Uru, because I want to see how much better he would be with Ichigo. Because if he's gonna be like 100% better, I'm probably gonna get him instead of Nell, and then just have two thrust teams, and have basically my other thrust team with Rangiku, Nell, and Gin for future. Which won't be that bad of an idea, to be honest. So, we'll see. We'll see. And also, I kinda like Uru, and I doubt we're gonna get a lot of copies of him in the future, because he's not like a super popular character. So, I might just get him for the sake of getting him. If they are gonna give us a selector, I'm not really sure who I'm gonna get from it, to be honest, because my Mayuri is already B1, and I mean, I can probably get B2 Mayuri. If it has Aizen in it, I'm getting Aizen. Like, that's what I'm doing. Because then I'm gonna have B5 Aizen, and then all I would need to do on his next rerun is just get one more copy, and I'm gonna be fully duped out on him. That's what I'm gonna do, if Aizen is there. And I swear to God, if Aizen is not there, I'm gonna riot. But we'll see, we'll see. But getting Mayuri is also not a bad idea, because if you don't have him, especially. If they give both paid and free, I would be cooking, because I'm gonna get both of them, and I'm gonna get two Aizens, and I'm gonna have B6 Aizen, and then I'm gonna laugh in the face of everybody that downed me for not pulling for Aizen. And I'm gonna get my free Aizen that way. Big brain maneuvers over here. There we go. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep going. I also need to kind of log in on my free-to-play as well, because I haven't done much on it, like, at all. I still haven't done a single trial tower on that, like, at all. I'm still on floor 1 after, like, 7 months. On every single trial tower, which is, not good, as you can imagine. It's not ideal. Because I'm missing quite a big chunk of resources from there, but I don't know, I always get too lazy to do those. Alright, let's do this one. at least this one is not too long, so I'll take that. I mean, I kind of feel bad for the newer players that the bonds, especially like really good ones, are pretty much limited towards luck. Because, like, obviously since I played day 1, I have all the limited bonds, and I got all the like dailies ones as well. In fact, I don't have any bonds that I'm missing. But it's definitely a bit of a shame that you can't just like buy them or something from an exchange. Like, I kind of wish they added them permanently to, like, you know those little golden cans or whatever they are that you get from Frenzy Feast? I kind of wish they would just add them to their shop and basically you can buy them anytime. Because they are pretty important. Like, bonds actually do kind of matter. They give you a pretty significant boost. And I think the whites one is definitely the best one so far. Because it gives you like a crazy boost. I think it's a whites one. This one. Oh no, Ulquiorra's, excuse me. Because the 10% crit rate for full assault character is crazy. Because you can put this literally on everyone, on any full assault unit, and just get 20% free crit rate. Which is massive. Because this allows you to have such a versatile build, where basically, like, let's say you go on full crit damage, and you didn't get any crit rate rolls. You can just put this on your full assault unit, and just guarantee yourself 100% crit rate this way. And I kind of want to see more of these. They kind of like actually give you a tangible benefit. It's a bit of a shame that it's only on full assault units. Like, I kind of was hoping that this would be like 20% for everyone. Because then you can really cheese some tactics. But it's still good. It's still good. Okay, let's see. Let's do this one then. Nope, not that team. That's some old school team right there. Okay, wait. Rankishke, bankai, Ichigo, and Aizen? Whew. What is this, 2025? Alright, let's see. Mayuri, Ichigo, and no, it's around there. I don't think so, Fuji. I don't know if she even does her dailies. I told you before, Liz is the kind of lady that dailies are beneath her. She just logs in, stares at Aizen for 2 hours, and logs out. That's the way she rolls. Am I wrong, Liz? I'm just saying how it is. That is all. Alright. This one's fine. Yeah, I don't care about Con. Fine. Let's do this one. I didn't say anything, Liz. Well, why are you saying my name? I said nothing. I literally said nothing. It was Krieg that was dogpiling on you, not me. Alright, that's fine. Have you now, Liz? I said the dailies are beneath you, Liz. That's all I said. I'll let the record show. And can you blame me for that? Are you gonna really tell me the dailies are not beneath you, Liz? In your almighty, glorious self? That'll do.
わかった。
おしまい。
Okay. Nope. Go this one. Is that so, Liz? I vaguely recall somebody calling everybody else besides her peasant yesterday due to her almighty experience levels, and that definitely sounds like somebody who would say that nobody's beneath her. That definitely sounds about right, Liz, is all I'm gonna say, so I do agree. No, I'm just saying, I do agree. I do agree 100% because, you know, only the most kind, the most well-mannered, the most endearing individuals out there would call other people's peasants. And how they're not worthy of their presence. That's all I'm gonna say. Is all I'm gonna say. Look, Liz, I'm not saying you weren't joking. I'm just saying. I'm collaborating with your statement. Even worse, Liz, because how could you call the only man that has your back all the time, literally every time, a peasant? At least call me a plebeian. Like, come on. Or call me like a wench or something. Like, make it classy. Creek, I have her back every time. Every time. Exactly. Thank you very much, Greg. I know I always can rely on you. Alright, let's go to this one. I never slander anyone, Liz, and you know that. I only have the best intentions for every single one of you guys. Whenever I, say something, I mean it in the best possible way. If I say you're wrong and you should be ashamed of it, I mean it in the best way possible. I just want you to be better, because I know that deep inside of you, there's a big potential that you just haven't unlocked yet, and I'm just trying to bring it out of you. Because we all need to strive towards greatness. Greatness is something that doesn't just come when you least expect it. It arrives to those that seek it. And we should all be seekers in disguise. I never lie, Liz. I just deceive. I just don't tell the truth. And that's different. I mastered the art of deception, if you will. Exactly, Greg, exactly. I'm glad you always have my back. Alright, I'm gonna be booting up the free-to-play in the background, just so we can jump onto there after we're done with this. It might be lagging a little bit now that I think about it. Oh, man. Actually, it's fine now. Yeah, running two LD players at the same time at 120 FPS is probably not the smartest idea I ever had in my life, but you know what? I'm not known for smart decision making. I'm known for spontaneous decision making. Listen, Liz. We all have each other's back. It's like Omae wo no Shindaru, you know? We always teleport behind each other's back, and we always have it. We always have it. No worries, Greg, no worries. Have a nice sandwich artist making moment. Channel your inner Subway sandwich artist and just make the greatest sandwich this world has ever seen. Put some Mozart in the background and just let your inner world guide you. Just let your hands do the talking. Ooh, I didn't know Nell's, like, hooves had a echo to them. That's kind of nice. I never noticed that before. Nothing to do with anything, I just thought I'd mention it. It's a nice little detail. I like that. Attention to details. Always important. So you're basically gonna have like a bunch of half-empty condiment bottles, maybe half-eating cheeseburger in the back of a fridge, some bread, maybe some bologna, and maybe a jar of pickles, if you're lucky. Maybe even some eggs. That's usually how father's fridge looks like. Beef bourguignon, Liz, knowing Greg. Greg is kind of man to cook like beef Wellington just to prove a point. He's gonna be like, Gordon who? Never heard of him. Alright, so we got all the standard tickets now. I mean, I didn't get an invitation either, Liz, so we're in the same boat. We are not worthy enough for Greg to invite us, unfortunately. Better luck next time. Alright, so what we should farm for? I probably should start pre-farming for oil. Because I don't have any thrust saved up. So this probably will be... Look, I actually completely forgot, like genuinely, that those even existed. Since I'm like Liz, and doing menial tasks like that is beneath me, because we both like to be treated as princesses that we are. And don't do the menial labor like that. But in my case in particular, I just forgot they even existed as well. Which is a very common occurrence with me. I mean, fair enough, Liz, fair enough. Okay. Alright, the game on my free-to-play loaded up. Look, Liz, you said it. You said I didn't force you to say it. You said it, and you will carry that burden with you forever. It's out there. It's out there. Look, Liz. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I didn't say it. You said it. So that's your burden to carry. Is all I'm gonna say. Is all I'm gonna say. It's fine though, it's fine. Let me just double check I collected all of these, like, exchangeable thingies, because I keep forgetting them. I don't know if it's worthwhile exchanging these, because I'm kind of saving these Kobans for future, because I'm wondering if there's going to be, like, other things that they're going to implement, and I kind of want to be prepared for it, because all of these other things, like the books, the weapon upgrades, I already have plenty of, and I kind of don't really need them, so I probably will just keep hoarding them. And same kind of with like guild coins as well, because I don't really have better use for them. Alright, so I think we're done with everything on my main for now. I'm pretty sure we completed all the weekly stuff, I think. We done Sogi Jiza fights. We done all our limited trials. Adventure as well, I believe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe we've done everything, so we can jump on my free-to-play now and just see what's gonna happen there. We have quite a bit of stuff to do there. We are going for free-to-play, Fuji. It's time. It's time. Enough of this whale action. It is time to go where we belong. It's time to go to the promised land of infinite resources and also infinite opportunities. Because only in such lands can we achieve greatness. Okay. There we go. And just like this, we're going from the glorious true Shikai Ichigo to another Ichigo. Oh, hold up. This one. There we go. And we're going to this Ichigo instead. The peasant Ichigo. The unspoken one. No, it's not the true Shikai one. It is an Ichigo though. It is a free-to-play Ichigo, guys. It is a free-to-play Ichigo. You know, some of us out here are struggling. Some of us cannot afford the real Ichigo, so we have to afford the Wish.com Ichigo. You know, the Walmart bargain bin Ichigo over here. This is Ichigo at home, you know? I had to make him myself with sticks and stones that I found in a nearby forest. Foraging for materials. Try my best. And this is what I achieved. We already reached a pre-monumental point. We at 110,000 Spirit Jays on my free-to-play account. 121 limited tickets. 99 limited stamp tickets. 287 standard tickets and 118 stamp tickets. We are saving for the rainy day here. Alright, so let's collect all of this stuff. Either ways, glad to see you, hopefully doing well. There's quite a few codes, to be honest. All you need to do is, if you go on the official Discord server, or you can join ours if you want, there's codes there in like code section. There's quite a lot, I believe there's at least like 20 or so. I believe they're still working. And also at the beginning, it will be a little bit arduous, a little bit early game. Unfortunately, can't do anything about it. Just kind of by design makes you, you know, just go log. We're back. I think we're back. Alright, apologies about that. I don't know what happened. For a second, my Wi-Fi decided to peace out. It was like, Lux is being too helpful. You know, allow this transgression to go unchecked. Okay, let's do this. And then let's collect all our stamina. Let's do the guild boss first. Because on my main, I don't know the last time I actually did guild boss, we kind of kill it too quickly. So I only can do it like maybe once or twice. But here I can do it every day. Which is nice. Sometimes you don't appreciate the little things in life. Look, Fuji, what am I supposed to do? I'm just a man. A very silly man, but I'm just a man. I am back indeed. I'm back stronger than ever. Byakuya and Nell is fine, which, to be honest, at the beginning, I would personally focus on building your thrust team. Go for True Shikai Ichigo. If you already have Nell, he's gonna work pretty well with her. And then just use probably Rengiku, I'd say, since you don't have Mayuri. And that would be like your main team that pretty much will allow you to clear majority of the stuff. Byakuya is alright, but he's not like top tier unit, unfortunately. So just focus on your thrust team first, and then kind of build around it. You can go for the next, probably you should extra summon for every single 1000-year Blood War unit, because they kind of give you a pretty good mix between them all. Maybe just keep Uryu since you already got Nell. Yeah, Urahara is a pretty good one. Urahara is pretty much a staple unit for every new account. He's the most usable, I'd say. And probably I would suggest to pull Bambietta and get from the Battle Pass free Ulquiorra, and then just use Momo together with them. So then you're gonna have a Thrust team, and you're gonna have a Spirit team, and you're gonna have basically 2 teams built at that point. And that should pretty much carry you for majority of the early game. No really way, because Byakuya unfortunately only works with slash characters. He doesn't really give any buff to Shikai Ichigo, unfortunately. I mean, I'd say so, because he can use, you know, free Ulquiorra and actually build a spirit team out of him. Because when you start the game, all you kind of want is just to build a very strong team first that will carry you through majority of the content, and also for Frenzy Feast. Because you need like 3 strong teams, and if you have, you know, your Thrust, your Spirit, and then for Strike, you can kind of, you know, go with Yorichi. Kamamura's pretty decent, and use Urahara for that. And basically at that point you have 3 okay-ish teams. They will most likely allow you to clear majority of the stuff. At least that's what I would have done. Oh, not the limited one. Ah, I see. Because I thought you were talking about this one over here. But that's fair. I mean, I haven't used the SR one, but SR one is pretty decent actually. Like, his skill set is not terrible. It's pretty good. All right, let's do this Soggy Jesus stuff. Let's do level 17. Like, on my free-to-play, I don't really try to go for high scores or anything and just clear it. And basically just let her rip. Like, whatever happens, happens. Wow, what a team. Aizen, Tosin, and the main man himself? True Shikai Ichigo, golly. Let's run it. I mean, True Shikai Ichigo is gonna be a pretty vital unit, I'd say. He's definitely worthwhile pulling. Especially if you can get him to B1. Like, to be fair, if you free-play, I guess, probably prioritize getting other units first. Because when you start an account, the last thing you worry about is boundaries. I did consider, like, maybe next year, to make, like, a new account and just kind of try to experience what it's like to play as a new player. And maybe do, like, a little free-to-play series or something, where we just, you know, show up maybe every Friday and just do, like, a little stream, just catching up on how it goes. And probably the first stream will be just nothing to do. But I am interested in what's like the new play experience, because I'm looking at like free-to-play and pay-to-win from the side of like day one player. I have no idea what people are experiencing nowadays. I'm just thinking about like how I started. But when I started, everybody started the same place. So now it's probably... I don't know if it's easier, necessarily. Because, like, you have more options to pull for. But it's also, like, more pressure to build characters quickly. Because the whale's obviously gonna have them all. While back in the day, you kind of were playing at the same pace. So even if somebody had, like, B6, you know, bankai Ichigo the first day, you still could get your bankai Ichigo and, like, kind of keep up, in a way. Or at least having, like, decent teams enough for, like, ranking events and whatnot. I am interested in what it looks like, at least. That's not too bad, to be honest with you. That's not too bad. I think if I were to start like a new account, what I would aim is to see if I can speedrun B6 character in 3 weeks. That would be my goal, just to see how much Spirit Jades I can acquire in 3 weeks, and then try to get B6 unit. Because that would be kind of fun. It probably won't be possible, but I just want to see, you know, how realistic that would be. Well, I mean, if I get lucky enough, it might be possible. Because I assume you probably can... Depends on when you start. So probably what I would do is I would start, like, at the very end of character leaving. So I would do all the events on the previous patch. And then, like, the second day would be, like, the new patch, for example. And then I would try to, like, farm all those events, and maybe then I would stand a chance. But I don't know. It just seems kind of interesting. Listen, Liz. I know, trust me. I remember getting Ikakus. I still have nightmares of that bald man. I spent 12 hours re-rolling for perfect starts, and all I had was a bold disappointment as a result. And actually, I stuck with Torsen, so I have a soft spot for Torsen in my heart, because he was a man that he was my second character after Bankai Ichigo, and I actually played quite a bit with him. And I still to this day think he aged pretty well. He's still a pretty decent unit. Obviously not on the same level as like Nelliel or something, but still. He has a very decent kit in his disposal. He's also the only like free tactic unit that actually is good, because Sajin he's okay, but he's not great. I think he's pretty underrated. And to be honest, I do realize why people don't use him, because, you know, Nell kind of overshadowed him as soon as she came out. And for good reason, because she's just a better character. But, yeah, I don't know. I kind of hope he's gonna have another unit in the future to give him, like, a little justice. Maybe give him the Arankar form. Oh, for free-to-plays, I think he's absolutely amazing. And also for new players. Alright, we go almost 200 million. Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, getting to level 40 in 1 day is pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, the grind, yeah, you know, the grind is pretty rough. But the thing is, you still can have all the units if you, like, play smart and you don't go for, like, boundaries and whatever, no? But the only thing is, like, you have to play basically for, I'd say, 3 to 4 weeks without really having options to, like, play end game content, because, like, the fun things in this game, like, you know, the raid boss, the frenzy feast, the deadlock, you know, the ranking events, all of these things require you to have endgame units. Like, you can do them, obviously, with trial units and all that. And in fact, I like that they give you trial units for these, because, like, if you start playing today, there's no way you can clear this. Like, it's just not gonna happen. But, you know, the fun things like stamp farming, which, I mean, define fun, I guess. But the things that actually are worthwhile doing in this game, you only unlock realistically after like level 60. You know, 55 at the very early, like that's when you can start farming the gold stamps. Like stamp corridor and all that, I think unlocks at some point as well during around that level. So before that, you kind of start doing dailies and basically just limited events, which is fine. But yeah, the start is definitely a little bit rough. Because in a lot of other gacha games, like the end game content is kind of unlocked pretty early, so you can at least try it. But in this game, you don't have any access to it really, because you can't even do anything with it. I mean, that's kind of the plan, because originally what I was thinking for this free-to-play account is to have units that I'm not summoning on my main. Because I want to play with every unit that comes out in this game and, like, give them a shot and see what they're all about. And, like, for example, Bambiera is probably going to be a very good character. Like, I don't see her being bad. But, due to the fact that I already have fully built B4 Aizen, it's just not going to be a smart idea for me to spend resources to get her. Even if she is, like, on paper better than, like, B0 Aizen, which she probably will be. But in order to make her better than B4 Aizen, I would have to pull for dupes, and it's not going to be a smart idea. So, to me, it just seems way more realistic to pull on this account instead for her, and actually have, like, a decent unit that I can utilize, because right now, my spirit team is basically Rukia, Momo, and either Toshiro or Ulquiorra, the free Ulquiorra. So it's not like amazing team, but so this is basically what I usually run. Like this is basically my team for spirits. And while it's not terrible, like it does what it does, but it's not amazing as you can imagine. It's fine, but it could be better. And I feel like if I do get Bambietta on this account, A, I actually can utilize her, and B, you know, I can play with her enough to actually be like, okay, is she fun? Because I'm not going to get probably boundaries for her, I'm just going to get her B0 and just see how she feels. I don't know, I mean, that was kind of the end goal maybe. Because the end goal for this account was always have like a B6, A5 unit that I can just steamroll the entire content with. But I don't know what the unit will be. Because I want it to be a unit that I actually like, and also a unit that maybe I'm not gonna like go super hard on my main account either. So maybe I will go for like Master Lord Ichigo like on first anniversary, because that would be kind of fun. But I wouldn't let it collect dust. Like, even if I quit my free-to-play in the future, I would probably give it away or something. So, I don't want it, like, to get forgotten about. Because there's a lot of memories in this free-to-play account. Like, you know, we did a lot of stuff on it. And we went through hurdles, we went through ups and downs. And if I do ever make, like, a new free-to-play account, it won't be... I won't be doing like the same thing where I just collect spirit jades like a hoarder. I probably will do it like properly, where, you know, I summon for units and actually try to, you know, do stuff with it instead of doing it as a meme, which is kind of what this became, really. Because which free-to-play out there is having 110,000 spirit jades? Probably nobody, let's be honest. Unless there's somebody as crazy as me out there. Which there might be. There might be. Okay, so that's done now. Let's do the limited trial tower now. So yeah, I don't know what the plan will be. Because in the future, when there's gonna be like more games coming out, like right now, I'm in a decent position to have 2 accounts in this game. But like in the future, when we have more games on the roster, like I'm pretty looking forward to like Rewinding Candace. Maybe like the JoJo game that's coming out might be fun. I'm probably not gonna play it much, but might be decent. Like we have quite a few games on the horizon, and due to that, probably will have less time to actually keep up with like my free-to-play on here, even less I already do. So then I would have to make choices. But for now, I'll keep it as is and just see what happens. Because I enjoy playing as a free-to-play. Did the Wi-Fi bug out again? It didn't say anything on my end. I didn't get like a delay or anything. I didn't get disconnection. Did it disconnect? Ah, sorry about that if it did. I don't know. I don't know if any of what I just yapped about got captured, but basically I was saying that there's quite a few games in the future that I'm looking forward to playing, like Rewinding Candace, you know, the JoJo game. There's a few others that might be coming out soon that, you know, I might be looking forward to. And due to that, I might have less time to play on my free-to-play account. And if that's gonna be the case, then I might have to make choices. As a free-to-play, like, this game for free-to-plays is probably the best on the market at the moment, because you can afford to have every character in a game relatively easy, like relatively comfortable. If you play the game and like you do all the events and you get every single Spirit Jade, you can do that. It's gonna be a tight call, but like you can do that. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay. You make me paranoid, I swear. It's okay, Wade. Like, don't worry about it, because at the end of the day, you're starting on a new server anyway, so everybody who plays with you is new as well. Unless there's some smurfs, you know, they're just using a new account. So you will have relatively the same competition, and probably actually playing on a newer server is easier, because I doubt you're gonna have as many whales as all the servers do. Because right now, if I go on my main account and I look at like leaderboards, there's a lot of whales there. So yeah, I assume, because I've seen actually quite a few free-to-plays with like shiny titles that are from a newer server, and that's due to the fact that everybody on newer servers using travel characters, so you actually have a chance to compete fairly and actually try to acquire the shiny title, which I am jealous. I am jealous of that. I wish it was me. Golly, I never even entered top 10 on the ranking event on my main account. I go close, but no, unfortunately couldn't make it. Alright, let's do this one. It's one of those things that, like, it doesn't really matter, right? It's just a cosmetic, so nobody cares, but I do want to get one of those one day, you know? Just for the sake of saying that I have it. Because the only shiny title that I have is a badge Aizen, you know, the one that everybody could get. But I want something a little bit more exclusive. Something that I can, you know, feel a little bit proud about. And I know it sounds silly, because it is, but I don't know. It's just kind of fun to me. Well, that's what I'm wondering as well. I literally don't understand why they don't make it top 10. Because if it was shiny title for everybody in top 10, I would actually haul ass every single ranking event and try to get into top 10. Because top 10 seems more realistic to get into than top 3. Because, like, if you have 3 hyper whales on your server, you're never getting that top 3. It's just not gonna happen. But yeah, they're really not giving those out. There's only one shiny title that you could get as a free-to-play. Only one. And for that one, you had to work. You had to put in the work. Because the badge event wasn't easy to do. You had to make some deals. And there was a whole economy building up where people were trading with each other. You know, it was like stock market in real time. Yeah, Mystic for Online. Thank you for reminding me, Hakim. I swear, like one time, I was just, you know, doing my dailies, and from the corner of my eye, I just checked the chat, like the wall chat, and the amount of people that were trading with each other, you know, making deals, making moves, being like, I got B6 Ichigo, anybody got D3 Yaturu? I'll trade you. Right now, this very moment. Whole deal, take it now, leave it. I was like, geez, Louise. And some people were getting scammed as well. Which is like the stupidest thing ever. Because it's like, why would you scam people of their badges? Like, just, geez, Louise. Because it's not like you're gonna need another badge later and you're gonna come back and people are gonna be like, oh, there's a scammer guy that's one to scam me. And nobody's gonna trade you again. It's like, why? But it was interesting. I think it was a fun event. I just didn't like the randomness of the actual badges. Because, obviously, if you were to get lucky and to get badges immediately, that would have been great. But there were some people that, you know, were farming it every day and they just couldn't get lucky enough to get, like, badges they were looking for and they didn't know anybody to trade. So, like, unless you have, like, an active guild or, you know a bunch of people that can help you out, it just wasn't gonna work. So it's, you were kind of stuck, and you know, there's not much you could have done about that. So that was a little bit sucky. That's fair, Krieg. That's fair. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I do like a little cosmetic here and there. I didn't get scammed because I didn't trade with anyone. Okay, so the only thing that I did is I typed in my guild chat basically being like, guys, does anybody have this? And I logged out, and an hour later, like 5 people sent me the exact same badge, and I was like, thanks guys, appreciate it. So that was it. That was it. And also every day, like my guildmates would send me like random badges as well. So I think by the end of the event, probably half of the badges I got was probably just from people sending it to me. I didn't even ask for them. People were just like sending them to me. And I was like, okay, great. Oof. Yeah, you see, I don't like that kind of behavior. Like, I get the idea that you want to get the rewards, but like, at least be civil about it. Like, don't just scam people out of badges. That's just not right. I wouldn't call it Guildmaster privileges because I wasn't even asking for them like demandingly. I was just genuinely inquiring. And I did help out other people as well. I was like, if anybody needs stuff, I can give you some. So, you know, I did my part as well. I think so. I think it should be like a lock-in system, you know, kind of like in RuneScape or something, where you both put the badge on and you both see it at the same time, and then you like lock in and then be like, okay, trade initiated. And then you shake your hands and you move on your merry way. Did you actually manage to get the shiny title list? Because I think you didn't, did you? I could be wrong though. I don't remember. I do recall you were trying to though. Oh, so you don't have a shiny title, so you're not a shiny title connoisseur. Well, at least you go Ginskin. At least you go Ginskin. That is something. Better than nothing. Alright, let's do... Did I do my slash team already? Oh, come on. I forgot that I need to reset. Because I think I still have my slash team available. I don't know about that, Trees. Hi there, by the way. Hopefully doing well. Let's do this one. Same list, same. I like rain when I'm inside. Like, there's nothing quite like, you know, a gentle pitter-patter on the windowsill while you're either reading or, like, playing or whatever. I find it very relaxing. In fact, for the longest time, I used to fall asleep with the sounds of rain. And now you might ask yourself, Lux, don't you already have rain 24/7? And that's a very astute observation, and you will be 100% correct. However, I like to double down. Have double the rain. Both on the outside and on the inside. Ooh, walking under the rain, yeah, that's there in it. I'm pretty sure we are talking about rain. What other kind of rain are you talking about? Why do you have to make everything more weird, Liz? I don't understand. Golly. Now, what kind of special rain were you talking about? Huh? Alright, fair enough. I'm just saying, you clearly have special rain on your agenda. You know what I miss, though? A snow. Like, I remember when I was a kid, one of the greatest experiences is going outside at minus 20 degrees Celsius, at like 3 meters tall snow pile, and just swimming through the streets. No walking, swimming to school. It was great. Now, I just miss a little bit because, I don't know, I like the snow. It's nice. A little bit of it. Not too much. Like moderate amount. But yeah, I do miss it slightly. You like walking on under the rain? I see, Liz, I see. Listen, Liz, you're the one that keeps bringing it up, not me. You never experienced snow. I mean, it's not like the greatest thing ever. I just, you know, to me personally, it just brings a lot of childhood memories. Because, you know, after a long day outside, you would go home, you'd be cold, shivering, and maybe your grandma, your mom would cook you a nice bowl of hot soup, and you just sit there, you know, warm yourself up, and then have a nice cup of tea, just sit on a windowsill, maybe watch some cartoons, and just have a good time. Cozying it up. It's great. I mean, it might be Fuji, I don't know. I like simple things in life. You know, I don't take a lot to make me happy. All I need is just a quiet afternoon, a nice manhwa to read, maybe some snacks, a nice cup of tea, and like, I wouldn't say gloomy atmosphere, but like, you know, I enjoy a little bit less sunshine, shall we say. Like a nice casual sunset, shall we say. That's what I want. Maybe have some nice music in the background as well. That could be nice too. But yeah, I don't need a lot. And that would just make me happy. That's all. And that's what life is all about, is appreciating the small things. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, if you grow up in subtropical weather like that, obviously, yeah, snow is never gonna be a thing you have over there, but I think you enjoy it. Snow is one of those things that's like, I grew up with a lot of skiing and like snowboarding as a kid as well, during like winter breaks, so I have fond memories about that as well. And I usually associate with like Christmas, you know, New Year, stuff like that, winter holidays, building like snowmans, starting snowball fights, the good stuff. The only thing that I don't like about winter is the fact that it's always cold. No, well, actually, not always cold, but more than anything, it gets dark at like 12 p.m. So basically, at certain points during winter, at least in UK, I don't know about you guys, but occasionally I would wake up in the morning, it would be dark, I would go outside, it's dark, I'll go to work, I would get out of work, it's dark. So it would be dark 24/7. So basically, I never seen sunshine, ever, and that's kind of the problem. So yeah. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, Fuji. It really doesn't matter. Like, just use something. At the end of the day, a build is fine either way. I don't get depressed. I just don't like darkness. Like, I just want enough light that it illuminates my path, okay? That's all I want. So in that regard, I like summer. I just don't like the heat. Like, if I can have the weather from winter with the sunlight from summer... Actually, no, scratch that. The weather from spring with like the amount of daytime from summer and just have the 24/7 every day, I would be happy, because usually during spring, it's like, you know, it's a little bit chilly, but it's not cold yet. It's a little bit warm, but it's not hot yet. It's kind of like the perfect middle ground. And, you know, the days are kind of just trying to get longer, so I really like spring. Autumn is alright, but, you know, it's a rainy season usually. That's true, Trees. I mean, to me personally, when it comes to building a character, I usually do it live with you guys. Like, I don't build characters in my own free time. And one of the fun things is whenever, you know, we pull a character, we actually discuss, like, what build to use. And we just, you know, converse. And if I didn't converse with you guys, yesterday, like, attack might be a better choice. I would have probably went with Thrust, because that's what I did for the majority of other characters. So that's kind of what I appreciate, like, having different opinions and thoughts thrown around and being like, okay, let's see what we can cook up. It's like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, genuinely, legitimately, it doesn't matter. You can build your character with all 3 defense percentage stats on every single stamp if you want. It's fine, I've seen it happen. Even some people with P6 characters had that, so, you know, you wouldn't be the first. But as long as you're having fun, that's kind of all that matters. Everything else, the life is too short to worry about. I didn't abandon anyone, Liz. What are you talking about? Still have him. It's not like I disowned him. I still use him on my free-to-play, so, you know. I'm a big believer that in the future we're gonna need multiple typing teams anyway, so I don't think building old units is necessarily a bad thing either. Because you're kind of preparing for the future, and also the events like the badge farming events, you know, the trial towers and all that. The more units you have, the faster you can do it. So, I don't know. I feel like it's always worthwhile to have a bigger roster, so you can play around with it more. And in the future, they might do some sort of like funky mechanic. Like for example, in Bleach Brave Souls, old units have like a bond mechanic, where basically you can equip them on newer units, and they give you like a certain stat upgrade. And they might do something like that for like this game as well. Like, you know, when we have like 100 units or something, they might be like, okay, every single old unit has, you can equip them on a new unit, use them like a little link, and they're gonna give you like a buff of some kind. Like if you have Gin, he's gonna increase your ailment damage or something. Like they might do something like that. You never know. So it's never a bad idea to future-proof your account. And like pull for characters that you enjoy playing with, but also characters that, you know, might benefit you as well in the long run. That's not a bad idea, Crick. That's not a bad idea. The man will never forget the betrayal the Grimmjow inflicted upon him with a B2. The man saw red as soon as he figured it out. I don't know, Hakim, I don't know, but I mean, if you do get them at B6, I feel like they will have value. It's just depending on what content you're gonna use them for. I'm gonna be honest with you, Trees, I never read kits. I don't remember the last time I actually read the entire kit of any character. I just kind of play around with them, and then I figure out what they do. But that's just me. That's just me. And then I'll let you guys to tell me what I'm doing wrong. I mean, to be honest, it's just a name, because their weapon stamp is SSR and their core stamp is SSR, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference. I don't know, Hakim. I refuse to read, in fact. I abstain from anything to be reading. Listen, Liz, my rotation game is impeccable. If you don't know what that word means. I look at the weapon and the boundaries. I do that, but I never read like skills or anything like that. I just kind of figure it out. And what does it mean, Liz? Okay, tell me. Tell me, you brainiac. Let's see. Let's see if you know what you're talking about. It is 36%, yeah. True, which is true. I go with the heart of the cards. You know, if there's one thing Yu-Gi-Oh taught me, is the fact that you can only trust yourself and the heart of the cards. And I always trust the heart of the cards. Whatever the universe tells me to do is what I'm doing. Is it now, Liz? Is it? Hi there, Bella. Let's see, hopefully doing well. Probably. I mean, we're still not in 1000-Year Blood War era of this game yet. But definitely we're gonna get him in the future. I don't see why not. Unless Shueisha decides that, you know, he's not worthy enough. Because that's kind of the only deterring factor for this game, is the fact that Shueisha basically prevents the devs from doing whatever they want. So they kind of have to tiptoe around them and do stuff that they are allowed to do rather than the stuff they want to do. Is it now, Liz? Is it? I know, Hakim, I know. Google Sensei all working over there. I mean, thank you for letting me know, Liz, because I didn't know what that means. That was a trick question, in fact. And you fell for it. You got played like a flute. Anyway. I mean, I just genuinely, like all the jokes aside, I don't understand, and this is maybe me being naive, why does Shueisha not want this game to be successful? Like, genuinely. And the only realistic reason that makes even remote sense is the fact that the company that releases it, like the publishers, are not from Japan. Like, that's the only factor that I can consider, and because they CN developers. And maybe they don't like that. Because BBS is the only other, like, Bleach game that we have right now. And that game has free reign, so they basically can do whatever they want. I mean, look at the character rosters they get. They make, like, original characters all the time. So, I just don't know. It seems crazy to me. And this game is exceptionally popular as well. Like, it's doing it very well. And just Shueisha, for some reason, just closes their eyes, closes their ears, and like, I don't see nothing, I don't hear nothing. So, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, that's like the only thing that I could think of. Like, what genuinely are the reasons would they have to prevent this game from doing stuff that they do? Like, genuinely. It's not like they're trying to overturn the wheel and, like, rewrite Kubo's story or anything. It's like they're just doing the characters that Kubo already made. And they're doing them justice as well. Because I read somewhere that apparently, you know 1000-Year Blood War Ichigo, like true Shikai. So originally, he was supposed to have more voice lines and more moves, right? And the reason why they didn't include it is apparently because they bought a bunch of original voice lines for the characters specifically, like dozens of voice lines. And Shueisha rejected them. So it's like, what can you do in that regard when you put all the effort, you put the time, you put the money to make some really good endgame product, and the individual that decides on whether it passes or not tells you no. It's like, well, you know, I just wonder what reason they give them. Because if it's like a genuine reason, then I could be like, okay, but I can't see a single reason why they would say no. Like, genuinely why. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But, yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I'll give it a shot, like that game, because I'm just probably gonna play it for the original story, just to see what the story looks like. But I'm not having like super high expectations. And I'm not saying that the game will be like terrible, it probably will be fine. But A, the pity system there is very sketchy to me. Like, in this day and age, to not have transferable pity system is not good. Like, it's just not good. And B, the fact that it requires you 200 summons to guarantee one character is crazy to me. In an age where every single gacha game has 80 to like 90 pull ratio, it's just insane. And also you need 3,000 currencies off for one 10 pull. Where almost every other game has 1,600 or like 1,800. So yeah. The characters themselves look fine, story's fine, but yeah, I don't know. I don't remember which race, to be honest, because like I played Bleach Brave Souls back in the day, like the second year, and I do remember that they were fine. Like they didn't have any licensing issues as far as I remember. But like maybe it's due to the fact that it's a new game. Like I'm hoping that after like a year or so, they're gonna see the potential in this game. They're gonna be like, okay, you know what, guys? You clearly know what you're doing, and you do your thing. We're not gonna interfere anymore. You just do your thing. I don't really like their behavior. Like this reminds me of like Genshin first anniversary kind of mob mentality. Like, I don't think it's a bad idea to have more games out there. And hating on another game is not gonna solve the issues that we have with this game, which are pretty much not with the game itself, but with other factors beyond it, essentially. But, you know, it's one of those things. It's like, unfortunately, we can't do anything about it. The only people that can is probably CN players, because in a lot of these gacha games, CN players like kind of dictate how these games are made. So maybe if they make enough noise, maybe Shueisha kind of can back off. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, Bleach hasn't been getting that many games. Like, every single Bleach game that ever came out kind of flopped. The only one that really persisted was Bleach Brave Souls. Because there was one game called Bleach Immortal, and probably none of you ever played it. But it was basically the same greedy tactics that I feel like a lot of gacha games used. And I'm probably... Like, I would say it probably will be similar to this, like, new Mirror's High one. And the reason why I say that is because I see a lot of similarities between it. Like, with the dupe system, with the amount of pulls you get. That game did have VIP system, which is, like, the greediest thing ever, so I don't think this one has it. That's a mark of a crappy gacha game when it has VIP system. But... yeah, I don't know. There was like Bleach 3D as well, which was actually pretty good. It was kind of like a predecessor to this game, I'd say. That one was actually very nice, but I think the devs kind of abandoned it, like in 2020 or so. So it never really saw the light of day, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It's similar gameplay to this, just more like PvP oriented. Yeah, Bleach Mobile 3D, that was like the only other Bleach game which I actually kind of enjoyed. And I played it quite a bit. I was maining in that game Lord Ichigo, and I was just, you know, clapping cheeks left, right, and center. It was actually really fun. It was pretty fun. I don't think it was from Caleb, was it? I think Caleb only did BBS. Unless I'm misremembering. It could be that I'm just thinking about the wrong thing. But I'm relatively certain they went behind that one. Or somebody else. But like Caleb as a studio were actually always really good. Like, I never had anything against Bleach Brave Souls. It's always has been a decent game. It just, you know, it became too grindy for me personally. I don't remember if they had another one. That's interesting, though. Well, the thing is, I just don't really like mob mentality with, like, review bombing, personally, because I don't like spreading negativity. Like, it's one thing when you want this game, like, the game you enjoy, to be better. But, like, review bombing another game is not really gonna make this community seem in a good light. Because it's, like, it's kind of why Genshin, like, community is always seen as very, like, toxic, is because of behavior like that. Like, first anniversary really highlighted to a lot of people that, like, Genshin community is very, very sketchy, shall we say. Due to the fact that, like, people just went and review bombed everything and anything inside. They bombed Google Classroom of all things and made it, like, 1-star reviews. Like, literally everything. Every single game in existence, they just started review bombing. And I was like, why? Why? I just don't think it does anything, you know? I do understand not playing the game out of principle, though. Like that I feel like is fine. If you genuinely hate the game, though, like, if you play the game, let's say, and you genuinely dislike it, then I feel like you in your right to leave 1-star review. That's fine. But just leaving it for the sake of, you know, just doing so. Bleach Soul Rising? I don't think I heard of that one. Alright, let me check that out. Alright, we're not gonna do this one by the looks of it, because I don't have the typing forwards, but that's fine. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Because that sounds somehow familiar, but at the same time, no. Bleach Soul Rising. Let's see. That looks like Bleach 3D to me, is it not? Hold up. That looks awfully familiar. Because this is Bleach Mobile 3D, right? And apparently this is Bleach Soul. Is it by the same people? Okay, hold up. That looks literally almost one-to-one. The gameplay-wise, at least. Did they buy it? Like, did they buy, like, Bleach 3D or something? Because this is a game I was talking about. Like, this one I used to play quite a bit of. And it was actually really, really fun. Like, it was genuinely a really good game. And I had this Vastalord Ichigo. I was playing an absolute living being out of it. I used to play with this White as well. He was a pretty good one. Who else did I used to play with? I didn't have this Yamamoto, but he was pretty good. But yeah, it was basically like PvP-based game, so it's basically you go in, you fight a bunch of people. They had PvP, they had PvE. Oh man, this brings memory. And this Aizen. Okay, so I was maining this Aizen, and this why when I saw it in this game, it brought me a lot of good memories back, because this Aizen right here, I used to play with him all the way until I got this Ichigo, who was like, you know, the Primogetsu Ichigo basically. And I used to have, I didn't have Chad, but I used to have the Vastalord Ichigo here, and that was kind of my team basically for a while. But man, brings so many good memories. It looks good. It looks good and it felt good. It was a very nice game, but it was very... Oh, 4.8 on hours. Let's go. Ooh, look at this. What is this game? Who is this handsome gentleman right here? Golly, this game looks awesome. Look, I'm just saying, I have a history with that, man. But yeah, this game, you know, very nice. Bleach Death Awakening? I don't remember that one. Let me see. I don't remember this one. No, well, actually, this looks familiar. This looks very familiar. This game, I remember. This looks very familiar. There was another one. Let me see if I can find it. That I used to play actually. It was a browser game. Let me see. This one, Bleach Online. So basically, it was. It was a. Hi there, Google. By the way, hopefully you do well. This was VIP system. Basically, everything you can think of about gacha game. It had like dating in it as well, and there was these like scandalously dressed ladies that you could take to onsen, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Basically, you can imagine, and it was basically you put your characters in a lineup and you kind of fight. It was pretty fun, actually. It was a pretty decent game. We're talking like early 2010, 2011 kind of gameplay, okay? And obviously, Bleach Brave Souls, from back in the day. Because I started playing that one in like 2017, 2016. But this one was prior to that. And this one was probably my first experience with playing a Bleach game from memory. We're talking 2013, I'd say. And I played it very extensively. And it was really fun. Because, you could play pretty much every unit in here. And you know what the kicker was? This game didn't have official license either. So, it's basically... It had all the, 1000-year Blood Bowl units. It had Yahweh. It had basically everyone. And it didn't have a license to it. Somehow. I don't know how, but it didn't. So, yeah. When you try to go through the official routes, and it had the old man Yama in it, look at this guy, you'll get screwed. And that was this other one that I was talking about. I think it was Bleach Immortal Soul, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, this one. So this one was exceptionally greedy. This is probably one of the greediest games out there. Let me see if I can find it on Play Store. Unless it's shut down already. Let me see. It might have got shut down. Let me see if I can find it. It looks like it might have got shut down. Huh. Because there used to be, it was an exceptionally greedy game where I remember I tried to play it and I spent like $50 on day one just to get some decent characters, and I got so unbelievably shafted that I didn't even get anything out of it. And this is what it looked like. It had like Onigiri as a stamina, Spirit Jades there, and the awakenings in that game were exceptionally rough. This was kind of what it looks like. It had PvP, PvE, and this is we just have to wait to show how you were powering up. But basically, that game implemented the dupe system as well very early, and basically a bunch of skills in that game. This one. Yeah, this one. So, a bunch of skills in that game were locked behind Ascension. So you basically, in order to get like a full character, you had to ascend them further. And I never played to like this level, but in a lot of cases, you would get a character and half of their skills were locked away. So you couldn't even use them until you get a bunch of dupes for them. And the system of getting actual characters in there was atrocious as well, because A, it didn't have pity, so you can summon as much as you want and not get anything. And B, all the like premium characters required an ungodly amount of resources to get. And as I said, without any dupes, they're absolutely worthless. So yeah, this is like the worst game I ever personally played. And this kind of what the gameplay looked like. So it's, you know, your standard, like, Summoner's War kind of gameplay. So yeah, this is the worst game I ever played. Bleach 3D was pretty decent. And yeah, this is BBS, I guess, is probably the best one out of the other ones that I played. But yeah, it was rough. And the thing is, I was always a massive fan of Bleach, so I was always on the lookout for Bleach games, because I was like, I really enjoy it. And I played BBS for a very, very long time. But the problem that I had always with it is the fact that it's like, it has too much to do in it. And the fact that it doesn't really respect your time, in the sense that there were certain things that I didn't really enjoy. Like, for example, Extreme Co-op back in the day. Those of you that play BBS know exactly what I'm talking about, but it was only unlocked during specific hours of the day, so you actually had to base your entire day around this Extreme Co-op to actually maximize your gain. And if you miss it, you were missing a bunch of tickets, you were missing a bunch of brushes, you were missing a lot of things. And also another thing was the Extreme Co-op, same principle. There was Epic Raids, which only like rotated on a daily basis. It had time limit on it as well. It's like a lot of the things that you had to do for like maximum gains were just like, you had to treat it as a job, basically, is what I'm saying. Which is fine. However, as I grew older, I was like, I don't have patience for this. That's true, Trees. That's true. I mean, from all the games I showed you, the only game that actually is still alive and still relatively well is Bleach Brave Souls. Every other game is pretty much dead. And this is like, we have this and that one. Nothing else for now. As far as I know. I know there's a lot of like knockout Bleach games. Like, if I go right now on Play Store, like just to prove my point, that you will see that there's a lot of knockout Bleach games that you can find. Let's just type Bleach and see if we can find them. So, I definitely seen them before. And you know, the thing is, they don't call them actually Bleach, and that's how they bypass copyright, I think. Like, if you call them Soul Reaper or something. Yeah, there we go. So, these are the kinds of games I'm talking about. Like, the kind that have, like, 10,000 downloads. And, you know, they show in, like, Aizen, Ichigo. You know, fully all 1,000-year Blood War units over here. And what are your bets that this game has official license, huh? Probably zero, let's be honest. VIP system? Obviously. Come on, you can't have it without it. Let's see if there's any others. They always call them weird things. They always call them like, let's see. Let's see if Reaper comes out. No. Like, they always call... I've seen 10 bajillion of these kinds of games. Let's see if there's any similar ones. Is this one of them? This looks awfully familiar. Okay, maybe no. And some of them have, like, knockoff like this, so they technically not Bleach, but they're using, like, AI to overwrite them. But there's a ton of these kind of, like, fake games where they obviously not, like, licensed or not real. Well, let's see if we can spot another one. Just for funsies. Yeah, I don't see any, but there's, like, a ton of these. Like, this, for example, like, One Piece. Like, this, like, Pirate Wonder Wars. Like, One Piece is the most egregious ones. Like, look at this. This is like One Piece games over here. And I'm sure there's like 10 bajillion of it. Like King of Sealing, Voyage Sailing, like Ninja Master Shinobi Saga. That's like Naruto one. Like, the amount of fake games out there that they basically just like farm, you know, quick buck from them is astonishing to me. Like, genuinely, it's exceptionally surprising. Like King of Sailing, you see this exactly the same. In fact, all of this art ripped from the Treasure Cruise, I can recognize it. Voyage Sailing, same thing. It's like, and all of these games have like under 100,000 downloads as well. The only thing that I don't understand, how did they get away with copyright? Like, that's what I don't get. How do they bypass it? Because I'm sure that in order to get a game on Play Store, you need to bypass like copyright screening or something. Like, how? How do you bypass it? Oh, there's plenty of those retreats. As I said, there's plenty of Bleach ones as well. I just can't find them right now. But I usually get recommended these because I do quite a lot of like browsing around for like new games. And like from this alone, 1, 2, 3. Any others? Okay, 3 just on this screen alone. Like, just on this screen alone, the 3 fake games. I don't know if Slam Dunk has a game. That's interesting. Ooh. Fascinating. Anyway, as I was saying, so yeah, it's a pretty prevalent thing. Did you ask me what rating Genshin had? It's 3.3 stars, Krieg. Don't get too excited, okay? Unbelievable. This guy. Golly, disrespecting the holy sanctum of Genshin. So yeah, it's very fascinating stuff. I always love to do like a little of dumpster diving on Play Store and just see what kind of releases are there. Because back in the day, like when I was, 18, 19, I used to just download these like obscure games that had like 10,000 downloads or something, and I just try them out. Just for fun. See what happens. Good times, good times. Look, Liz, puzzles are not allowed in Shueisha domain. No critical thinking is allowed when you're playing Shueisha products. Thank you very much. Listen, Liz, the less thinking you're doing while playing gacha games are better. That's where they get you. Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about, Hakeem. That is exactly it. Like, the amount of fake games out there is astonishing. And in fact, I used to play some of those fake games just for fun. One of them, they used to be like a Demon Slayer game. When I was into Demon Slayer, and we're talking like ages upon ages ago. Because there wasn't any Demon Slayer games, and I was playing it. And it got erased from existence on Play Store. And I spent like 2 months playing it, and one day I log in and I couldn't find the game on Play Store. So I was like, okay, well, I guess it's got isekai'd into Shadow Realms. So yeah, they basically, what they do, in a lot of cases, they post them on Play Store, right? Then they quick buck farm on the players. Then when the Play Store deletes them, what they do is they re-upload the game under a different name with different pictures, but it's exactly the same game. So that's what they do, and that's how they bypass, I guess, the screening process yet again. Probably Pale. I mean, they were in the previous games out there, I'll tell you what. They all look like they were generated by ChatGPT before ChatGPT was a thing. Well, that's what's baffling to me, because I do understand the games that, you know, like don't have IP holdings. They come from China and whatever, no, because technically in China they don't have copyright laws. But like, how do they get into Play Store? I don't understand, because in Play Store, I assume in order to upload the game, you have to go through screening process. And to get the screening process, if your game is based on like an anime or any medium that has copyright attached to it, you have to get it approved and like show the license that you get the permission to, you know, use it. But these games don't have that. Like, unless they just make a random paper with like a random signature on it saying, I approve. It just presents to Mr. Google, and Mr. Google looks at it and is like, yeah, that looks about right. Carry through. I guess that's how it goes. Because that's the only way I can think they would make sense. But, I don't know. Just seems very sketchy to me personally. Alright. Alright, we finished that one, so that's fine. I mean, I do agree with you guys. You're spot on, Creek for Trees. It's pretty much all about money, most likely. Because why would they not just let it rip, you know? Like, if they can just have these fake games farm money for them, why would they care? I get that, but to me personally, I'm just like, yeah, just not a good look. Just not a good look. Because, you know what annoys me, personally, is the fact that those games, they don't go through any copyrights things whatsoever. They can release any character they want and probably make a decent amount of money from it. Meanwhile, games like these, they go through official channels, they try to do good work, they try to, you know, make the IP holders be proud of the work that they're presenting, and they just get punished for it. It's like, it just really rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. Could be just me, but I just don't like it. It is what it is. These are all free-to-play J's with trees. Don't you dare besmirch my good free-to-play name. This is my free-to-play account. What are they doing to Android, Creek? Are they like making you sign some blood waiver where you need to sell your firstborn to use Google Play? This is a free-to-play account, Liz. What are you talking about? Unbelievable, this woman. She takes any opportunity to besmirch my good name. You give her an inch and takes a mile. But yeah, what's happening with Google? Freak, because I'm not in known. Oh, so basically they're gonna be like Apple, essentially. I mean, that does suck, because, you know, sometimes if you don't have, like, beefy enough phone, the Play Store outright refuses for you to download a game, and sometimes you need to download APK. I've been there, done that. But, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. That's... I mean, I understand why they probably want to do that, to, like, avoid viruses and all that, but honestly, you can still jailbreak it. That's kind of what people with iPhones do. So, I don't really see how that's gonna solve anything. But maybe I'm just being naive. I don't know. Yeah, because, like, Google just not built that way. Like, the entire point of Apple was the fact that you can only download things on Apple from Apple products. But for Android, it doesn't really work that way, because Android is not like one company, you know? It's just an operating system. But there's like 10 bajillion phones out there that can support the Android system. So I just don't know if they can do that. Because they would need to make every single, like, phone function the same way, and I don't know if that's going to be possible. Exactly. I mean, I agree with that, to be honest, Creek. I don't like censorship in that regard. Well, I don't even know if that's censorship, I guess. But restrictions. Because I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you find something that you just can't get in a Play Store and you have to download, like, an APK for it. Like, for example, let's say you want to play, like, CA game. In a lot of cases, some people want to do that. And you can't download it through Play Store because of regional restrictions. So you have to download APK for it to play it. And, you know, that's the only way you can do that. And in the future, if you can't do that, a lot of people won't be that pleased with it. And also, I remember the days when you used to download APKs of, like, you know, music, games. We're talking, like, early 2010s. Those were the good times, and if the youth of today is not going to be able to experience it, then what's the point? What is the point? Those were the golden times. The age of discovery. The age of endeavors. The age of experimentation. And the age of finding out how many viruses you can get on one device. And you telling me the youth cannot ever get that feeling? Preposterous. I don't even know if there are Linux bombs, is there? No voice, Fuji. Have a good one. Have a good one. What do you mean sadly related, Liz? You're older than me. It should be the other way around. No worries, Fuji, no worries. If you guys, any of you have work tomorrow, don't worry about hanging out until late. Like, I want you all to have a good sleep. And, you know, unless you live in the same mythical time zone as Liz is, just take care of yourself. Because I'm not the one to talk about good sleeping habits. But, you know, at least be better than me. Be better than me. You are mythical in more ways than one, Liz. I'll tell you that. I mean, yeah, because you can get your Android devices rooted. I didn't think about that. That is true. I mean, the thing is, the main reason why I was always using Android is the fact that Android was always just more accessible. Like, you can get more things on Android. It's kind of the same way why people use Windows, is because you can get most things on Windows. And if Linux becomes more prevalent, I'll be all for it. I'm not against it. As long as you can download everything you can download on, you know, your standard PC on it, I will be all for it. Okay, let's buy all of this stuff. Look, Liz, that's for me to decide and for you to find out. Okay, let's see. Let's just buy all this stuff as well. Some nice resources. We'll have to see that. I don't really know what I'm gonna use these stamps for yet. But we'll see, we'll see. Well, Liz, you were doing it unintentionally. And you weren't talking about Linux, let's be honest. You were just disrespecting me. Which I don't think you need any reason to do any more than you already do. Okay, let's claim all this stuff. Well, not respecting me enough, I guess, Liz. I don't know. Tomatoes, tomatoes. Same thing. Okay, let's do... So we'll do all of this with trial units now, just to see what we can actually cook up. Because on this account, I don't have anything that I can use, basically, to do this. So we're gonna just try our best and see what happens. Well, you see, Liz, if you respect me, you would call me a good sire. Thy sire, I respect thee, and thy eternal prowess. And I shall profess such statement to the heavens themselves. If you said something like that, Liz, I'll be like, okay. Okay, fair enough. You know things without knowing? That's very ominous, Liz. I do get that, so like, there's a lot of modes, I guess, happening where people like mod games or whatever, no, or do APKs for, you know, like hate stuff and things like that. But to be honest, it's like, I always, like, to me personally, like, take it for what you will, but like, piracy in general, to me, people who are pirating, they would have never bought the product anyway. Like, let's be honest. So, like, I don't think you're solving issues with, like, pirating or anything by doing changes like that to Android. For mods, I can definitely see that mod, though. Like, obviously you want to maybe help out devs to not deal with modders and all that stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way to go about it. What is Graphianos? I never even heard of that. Oh. I never even heard of it. Interesting. Nice, Fuji, nice. Keep it up. Ah, interesting. I am pretty techie, however, I don't go into like depth on stuff like that anymore. I used to, but the amount of stuff that's like, everything is spying on you nowadays, let's be honest. Like, have you ever, okay, this might sound like a weird reference, but have you ever had a conversation with somebody and you go on your browser and you know how, like, let's say you're using Microsoft Edge or something, or like any browser that has like news articles on the front page. More than I can remember, at least in my work, every time I would have conversations with like my colleagues or whatever about, it could be the most random subject, like croissants, for example, and I could have conversation, and then I open my browser and I could 2 to 3 articles on their front page would be about croissants, like one way or another. Like, France has started a revolution, one croissant at a time. We ran out of croissants. We need to save them. And top 10 best croissants in France alone. You know, stuff like that. And I'll be like, huh, interesting. So, I'm not saying your computer's spying on you, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Well, it's at work, Creek. I'm not using Microsoft Edge at home. I'm not crazy. I'm not insane. I don't need to be thrown in a loony bin yet. But I'm just saying, like, things like that. And the same thing was like your phone, most likely. Like, everything you have in your life, most likely listening to you one way or another. Especially if you have like Alexa or something, that thing definitely listening to you. I ain't got one, but I know some friends that do have it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. Having a little Jeffrey Bezos spying device in my own quarters? Yeah, it doesn't sound too great. I don't want the good old Jeff listening on me. I use Brave as well on my phone. I do like Brave quite a bit. On my PC I use Opera GX just for pretty pictures, but I don't know, it's just a decent browser. I've been using it for a while. And the one feature that I really love about Brave is, I don't know if you guys know about this, but if you ever listening to like music or for the love of good, I joined the evil side all along. I joined the dark side, Creek. And so shall you. The free picture shall prevail. But as I was saying, what was I talking about? Alright. So on Brave, if you ever listen to like YouTube or anything, or any music whatsoever, Spotify, whatever, unlike in like apps, you can actually shut down your phone and the volume will keep playing. So I usually use it as like a background distraction, like when I'm cooking or something, just to conserve energy. If I want to like listen to a podcast or whatever. And that's only available on Brave as far as I know. Like background volume feature. And it's just very nice. It's like a small thing like that I really appreciate. Because it's not something you use like all the time, but when you do want to use it, it's very nice. Yeah, I believe it disables that as well. But yeah, I've been using Brave since I can remember, to be honest. I had it for the longest time. On my phone, always had it. And it also makes the download fastest, because like, I remember before I found out about Brave, I used to use Google, like Chrome on my phone all the time. We're talking like 10 years ago or whatever. And I always noticed that like download speed of the actual pages was always slower. Like we're talking like slug pace. And as soon as I downloaded Brave, I was like, the page is loading faster. And that was due to the amount of like cookies and other worthless stuff the Google Chrome browser was wanting you to use on every single page you ever visited. And I was like, huh, that's nice that I don't have to worry about this anymore. Yeah, but you see, the problem with Linux, well, actually I don't know if it's a problem, but as far as I know, for a lot of cases, Linux doesn't work on like everything, I believe. I could be wrong. But I'm relatively certain that it doesn't work on like everything. I'll run one time on order just to see what order can cook up, just for comparison's sake. It does indeed, Patrice, it does indeed. Maybe. I mean, the only reason why Windows became so prevalent is due to the fact that everything works on it. And that's like literally the only reason. It's not because it's good, because it never wasn't. Well, actually, okay. Windows 7 was really good. I really loved Windows 7, but after Windows 7, it was kind of downhill. Windows 8 was alright, and ever since then, it was downhill. But the main reason why, you know, it remains as a staple for the longest time possible is simply due to the fact that everything works on it. For a lot of other programs that you need to, you know, use like editing, games, music, pretty much anything you can think of, everything works on Windows, and like on Linux it's probably not the same. Can it work with Steam? Oh, interesting. Only through emulator though. I see. I actually didn't have a choice. My computer automatically downloaded Windows 11. They didn't even prompt me, do I want to? It just upgraded me and I was like, okay. I guess that's fine. Because I probably would have stayed with Windows 10 as well, but I was like, okay, well, I'm stuck. It's my life. Isn't Proton a VPN? That's the one I'm using. That's like a free VPN that you can use. I didn't know it was a launcher as well. Yeah, but I think that's mostly due to the fact that they stand-alone games. They don't really go through, you know, rigmarole like Steam does. So probably if you download from the browser itself, it should be fine. Ah, I see. I mean, to be honest, in a lot of cases, like anti-cheat, like Denuva, I'm sure you guys are familiar with that one. It's basically a plague that haunts a lot of games, and it tanks your performance to like an abysmal level. Like a lot of anti-cheat programs are actually more of a deterrent for people that don't even cheat. They just slow you down tremendously. And I never liked it. Because like, I understand that you don't want your games to be, you know, jailbroken into and people using hacks on them or whatever. But I'm gonna be honest with you, if it's a standalone game, like if it's a single player game, who cares? Like genuinely, who cares? You got a good point, Patrice. That's true. That's true. So you're going another 6 years in you, Creek. I mean, to be honest, at this point, I kind of just accepted that Windows is going downhill anyway, so I just have automatic updates on, and it just updates whatever it needs to. That's basically about it. And then I'm gonna cry about them later, if need be. Are you though, Creek? Are you safe? Okay, it doesn't look like the auto is doing any justice for this, so we're gonna run it properly this time. I just wanted to see... Oh, actually, this is why I didn't equip these. I was thinking, why is it not doing enough damage? This is why, Lux. Oh, you silly goose. Every time, I keep forgetting to do these. Okay. So, we'll run... Yeah, we'll probably run these. Because I don't know how much crit rates Ichigo has, so I probably will run with this one just to make sure that there is enough crit rates. Yeah, let's go with that. I just want to make sure that we have crit rate all the time. Micro spies on you less, Creek? I don't know about that. Everything spies on you. Yeah, true, Beatrice. To me personally, I just kinda go to the point with like system updates where I just accept them to be crap all the time. It's like, the only thing that I care for is like drivers updates, because those are actually important. But even they sometimes actually screw them up. Cool AI? Cool. Yeah, I don't like that. You see, like, I don't mind AI as a concept, like, it's fine, but I don't want it to be fully integrated in every part of my life. You know? It's like, I love ice cream. I don't want to have ice cream every time. You know, sometimes I want to have other things. Like, ice cream is great, but I don't want to have it all the time. Exactly, which means, you see, you get it is. Windows 7 was the GOAT. I wish we still have Windows 7. Golly, it was good. So good. That was the peak of gaming as well. We had Windows 7. We had great games out. Golly, I remember playing Bloodborne on Windows 7. Oh, it was so good. So great. Zero latency as well. Oh. It's glorious times. Ain't too bad. Alright, doing decently so far. Man, I like the animation on Ichigo. Like, Ichigo's gameplay is probably the funnest in the entire game right now, just because I really love how we transition into this era of no cooldowns, essentially. Because, like, it kind of started with Grimmjow, and then Ulquiorra leveled it up, and I feel like Ichigo leveled it up a little bit more. Golly, it's fun. Anyway, back to the subject of Eternal Doom of AI. The thing is, I never really understood the point of having Edge like Copilot and that stuff, because I never use it. And also, who out there is using Microsoft Edge as their preferred browser of choice? Like, genuinely. I don't think anyone. Because it's just an inferior browser. That's just kind of how it is. If it was a good browser, that would be a different story, but it's not. It's terrible. I think so as well. Like, they're really leveling up the animation game too. Like, cooldowns are basically becoming more of a suggestion. Like, you're really not worrying about them whatsoever. Is that Unreal Engine 5? I didn't know that. That's nice. That's nice. That's pretty cool, because I don't know a lot of mobile games that have Unreal Engine 5 on them. That's pretty out there. Okay, 4.5 million, pretty good. We'll take that. We'll take that. Decent score. 27's pretty nice, pretty nice. Well, let's take this. I didn't know that either, because they don't really advertise it. In a lot of cases, and I know it's pretty funny, they... any game that has, like, Unreal Engine 5, they always, like, plaster it forefront and center, and I like how this game is like, yeah, it's Unreal Engine 5, I mean, we're not gonna make a big deal out of it. That's great. I love that. Yeah, let's go with that. Alright, Szayelaporro, Aizen, and let's do Ulquiorra. No, I mean, they did make a client for it, for like LD player, but LD player is not really PC port. And from what I've seen, it's actually pretty decent. Well, they are, which is, like, there's not a lot of mobile games out there that use Unreal Engine 5. I mean, even Genshin and, like, Wooden Waves are not Unreal Engine 5. Actually, Wooden Waves might be. Let me Google that. No, Wooden Waves is Unreal Engine 4. So Unreal Engine 4 is for Wooden Waves. And I believe Genshin made their own engine. Genshin is on Unity. Yeah. So basically this game is ahead of its time. And it really shows because the animations are very clean, like, you know, the transitions are smooth and it just looks great. So I don't know many games out there on like mobile market that have Unreal Engine 5 at all. If any, besides this one. Because usually in a lot of cases it's very, very hard to implement it into a phone game. Absolutely no worries, Fuji. Have a good night rest, and I'll catch you later. I see, Creek, I see. Well, maybe that's when I'll come back. As soon as Ka comes in and there's no lag, that's when I'll be back. That's very ominous, Liz. What kind of threats are you sending me in DMs? Unbelievable, this woman. I think my connection disconnected for a second. Apologies about that. I don't know what happened there. I was reading Liz's message and my Wi-Fi decided to peace out for a second. Wait, hold up. What did I miss? What, love confession? What? Hold up. Hold up. What are you guys talking about while I was in a Great Beyond for a second? What is happening? Liz just wrote me a very cryptic message and I don't know how to feel about it. I'll read it to you right now, guys, in my most Liz-inspired voice possible. On to my most cherished and trusted companion. I do count myself most highly favored by the heavens that fortune hath granted me the grace. Share this glorious and blessed Sabbath afternoon beneath the very same roof as your noble self. If it be not deemed an act of overbold presumptuous, I pray you permit me this feeling moment to unlock my heart. But with truth, good sire, I hold your virtues in the highest esteem, and I do not honor your name with a reverence most profound. That's Liz's, you know, stepping stool voice. Whenever she does a 1-2 step, that's when she unlocks her true voice. She's on to Enlightenment Creek, that's what she's on to. Oh, jeez. Look, Liz, I just tried my best. I can only replicate so much. I can never permeate your grandness in this human mortal coil. I can only do you justice. I hope I made you proud. So you basically spent the past hour writing there, Liz. I just imagine Liz was listening to a stream in the background and she was like, okay. Google Sensei, how do I write presumptuous? And how do you spell sire? Nah, that was very nice, Liz. I do appreciate it. Your transgression shall be forgiven, and your good deeds shall be proclaimed to the heavens themselves. I will be sure to put a good thy word for thyself with thou Zeus. He shall forgive for your sins, and the divine punishment of thy lightning shall be perished. The thunderclouds above your head shall dissipate, in due time. Nah, it's fine, Liz. It's fine. I'm just pulling your leg. It's all good. It's all good.
おっと失礼
I think I forgot to put actual buffs. Hold up. I forgot to put buffs on this one. Oh wait, that's actually second difficulty. Never mind. I thought we were on third already. Okay, never mind. I got too engrossed in Liz's stories. I forgot what I was doing for a second. I'll go with this. Is here now, Creek. I don't encash anything upon thouself, Liz. And thou does not appreciate being thy slandered. Listen, Creek. I will make you a promise right here, right now. That when Sky's coming, I'm coming together with him. To get him, that is. What is it, Liz? What kind of other slander would you like to unleash upon me? I already have enough resources to guarantee him when he comes out. I don't have time to play Withering Waves, that's the thing. In majority of cases, I do my dailies on my phone for this game. But I just genuinely don't have day-to-day time to play gacha games, unfortunately. I wish I did. I wish I did. You don't have to, Liz, it's fine. It's fine. I do appreciate that. It's like, I want to play a lot of games, you know, but unfortunately, there's only so many hours in a day. I could, Creek. I could. I don't know if I will. We'll see. We'll see. It's just, I don't know, I've been reading Gross and, you know, obviously Bleach. And Evanescence to Evanescence has been pretty fun as well. So, I don't know. I will eventually come back. It will happen. I just need to, you know, mentally prepare myself. Okay, that's fine. Now let's do the proper buffs. Let's see, what do we have? So crit rates, so attack, ultimate damage, technique damage. This one. This one. That should be good. Alright. It is the Sky we're talking about, Liz. The one and only. I mean, that man just has a special place in my heart because I remember the first time I played Withering Waves. And we spent basically the entire Saturday, from memory, doing like the story. And that was one of the funnest streams I've had pretty much ever, really. Because I believe that was the first stream where I did like 12 hours, essentially. Which is like rookie numbers nowadays, but that was the first time I did like a super long stream, and it was really fun. It was really fun. I believe I stopped playing after Black Shores. I didn't do Black Shores on stream, I did them in my own time, because, I don't know. I wanted to get Ascension materials for Showkeeper, who I got. So I did the story there, it was actually pretty good. But I never did the story for, like, the Carnival Land. You know where Brandt is from? Unbelievable, Creek. You're absolute heathen. How dare you? How dare you disrespect our Lord and Savior Scar like that? So yeah, probably missing quite a big chunk of the story now that I think about it. I just like his character, like, to me, he's not even about the looks, I just really like his character. Because the story, like the first chapter of Wooden Waves is very, very strong. Like in a lot of games, the first chapter is usually not that exciting, but I remember to this day going to that, you know, Black Sheep village and reading all that story, and I was like, man, this is amazing. So it has a lot of strong memories for me. Good times as well. Good times. Why are you slandering me yet again, Liz? What did I do to you? Why are you out to get me today? Why can't we just be friends? Unbelievable. Are you gonna bring your stepping stool as well? What did I do? I'm just here, you know, having fun, doing my best, and you're just slandering me like that? Golly. It's a dog breed, Creek. That's what Liz is, apparently. As she so profoundly proclaimed at this very moment. Yesterday we were comparing Liz to Pomeranian, and I was saying that I'm like Tibet's Mastiff, and Liz is like Pomeranian next to me. And after back and forth, she agreed with it, and now it's part of the law. We're trying to make our own Marvel Cinematic Universe over here. I thought you said you were gonna slander me, Liz, not yourself. What is a self-report, you dude? What is rude? I said nothing. You're literally slandering yourself right now, Liz. It's like, I'm just sitting in a backyard, like, minding my own business, and there's a rake on the ground, and you just walk up to the rake, step on it, it hits you in the face, and then you say, what the hell, man? Why'd you say there was a rake there? And I was like, you literally looked at it and stepped it. What do you mean? And then you go back and you step on it again. And you're like, what's happening? Why are you doing this to me? I'm like, I'm not doing anything. Golly. I never said anybody was short today, Creek. Unbelievable. What is this slander going on?
これからは私が天に立つ
Well, I mean, I can only speak for today, but on the account that I can only remember today. Do you really expect me to remember beyond 24-hour period? Well, you'd be severely mistaken, because I don't. My mind is like a black hole. Information enters and never leaves. And by that I mean I never remember it. I don't remember saying that, Liz. And even if I did say it, I stand by it. Because whatever I said that day, I had a reason to say it. Because everything I ever say is the truth and nothing but the truth, clearly. Listen, Liz, typing one word at a time doesn't make your statement more profound, I'll tell you that. I know you think it does. Well, I'm sorry to say it doesn't. Alright, so we got 27th on here, we got 25th on here. Doing not too bad. Not too bad. I'll take it. For free to play, pretty decent scores. And honestly, not that far from my regular scores on my main account. Like, pretty similar. Because I got like 5.4 million on Zangetsu on my main. And I got 5 million on Whites. So, pretty decent. Pretty decent. I respect your list. I just don't understand it. I mean, when you put it like that, Creek, I guess so. I guess so. I never thought about it that way, but now that you say it is, I guess so. That's all I can say. What else can you say to that, huh? No, Liz, you're fine. You're fine. Creek, are you speaking from experience or what? That's a very peculiar thing to say out of nowhere. Just being like, did you know the short people have a vantage point to hit you right in your gooseberries? Just give you a nice big walloping, like Mike Tyson in his prime. Just a little 1-2 on that. So I'm like, I mean, I never thought about it that way, but now I guess another irrational fear has been unlocked. Next time I'm around short people, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. I guess so, Liz. Maybe I just wasn't privy enough to it. I guess I wasn't in on the memo. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. I don't know how far we're gonna be able to get in this trial tower, but I'll try my best and probably fail spectacularly, but I'll still try my best. It's gonna be actually a pretty good indicator of my limits on this free play right now. Because my guess would be I can probably clear up to stage 7, I'd say. Whether that's gonna be possible or not, we'll find out. Shortly. Actually, you actually reminded me, that was... Okay, so, when I was a kid, right, there was 2 stages in the school that I went to that a lot of boys went through. The first stage was puberty, and the second stage was finding a very creative ways to hurt each other. And one of said ways was the boys in at least my class, they would run up to each other and basically punch each other in the nether region and then run away. And now you might ask yourself, why did they punch there? And to that I say, I don't know. But that was something they were doing. I never had it done to me, because I straight up say, if you do it to me, I will end you right then and there. I will Akiyo you to another dimension. But that was one of the things. And another thing that was happening at the same time, peculiarly, was a bunch of boys would pick up girls and would just hold them. That was all it was. That was all it was. They would just pick them up and hold them. And the girls was like, you know, play around, so screaming, no, no, put me down. Stuff like that. And that was basically the Eastern European flirting technique, I guess. What happened? Oh, man. Welcome back, Sadwick. Welcome back. What do you mean? Would you enter at any better time, you think? Come on. That's a great... Oh, man. I remember we had so many weird things happening in schools. Like, golly. Happens to the best of us, I think. Happens to the best of us. I never flirted with anyone in school. The only reason why I went to school is because I had to. Flirting was the last thing on my agenda. Let's use Toshiro. Actually, I probably should use Ulquiorra, to be honest, because Ulquiorra's better. Those kind of discussions never end well, Liz. Especially if they lasted 3 hours. That's a kind of like afternoon sit-down kind of conversation. And I'm sure by the second hour, Sadwick was mentally checked out. He was just staring into horizon, peering into the abyss, and abyss was staring back at him. He had that 1,000-mile stare, and just contemplating his life choice, be like, I chose to be here this day. This is my fault. I am to blame. I was too busy planning world domination, or like jumping off the roofs. Ah, is that so? That's quite a plot twist, Sadwick. Didn't expect that. Okay, let's put Ulquiorra in there actually. There we go, that's better. And then let's do... I know, the slash team is in there, so that's fine. Let's do the strike team. Rage baited. Sadwick initiated his Redditor mode. He was farming karma in real time. Trying to get the gold seals of approvals. Is this Creek? Nice, I'll take that. I mean, to be honest, when you touch up on such subjects, usually the older you are, the more animated you get. Because older people have a lot of strong opinions about a lot of things, and they're just waiting for chance and opportunity to tell you about them. Creek, a better question, what was she not climbing? People? Buildings? Trees? Stairs? You name it, she was climbing it. If Valhalla was within her reach, she would have climbed it all the way up there as well. Alright, let's use this one. Creek, don't underestimate Liz's prowess. She'll do it if she puts her mind to it. She'll climb them like the Mount Everest. She is indeed savage. She's indeed. The amount of windows she climbed in her time, in her prime, would put Spider-Man to shame. Spider-Man is just a Liz wannabe, if anything. Because unlike Spider-Man, Liz just climbs with her pure grip strength. She got the Genshin grip strength, where you can climb at 90-degree vertical angle. No harness, nothing, just, you know, embed your fingers inside the rock elements. And just climb towards the horizon. That's how she rolls. There yet to be a peak that is too high for Liz to climb. It just hasn't been invented yet. No matter how perilous it may be, Liz will find a way. I will take that. Exactly. Exactly. Liz is gonna pioneer the gold medal acquirement. Gonna lead her country to glory. That's what she's practicing for, in fact. Well, I'm probably the only one that's using it. This is my free-to-play account, so you know I'm doing justice to some less-known units, shall we say? You missed nothing, Liz. Don't worry about it. We definitely weren't talking behind your back about your unbelievable glory and the prowess unlike any. That definitely wasn't happening, so don't worry about it. Exactly. Exactly. For once we weren't slandering you behind your back, Liz. We're only praising your unbelievable power. It's always there, Liz. It's always there. I was just discussing how your climbing prowess cannot be beat by anything or anyone. And why wouldn't you trust us, Liz? Are we really that untrustworthy in your eyes? Come on. Would we ever deceive you? Come on. We only speak the truth and nothing but the truth. And so do I, Liz. So do I. How would I ever give you a reason to distrust me, Liz? How could I? What do you mean a liar, Liz? That's a very harsh thing to say to a trustworthy individual such as myself. I would never deceive you. Never in my life. I would never even dare think about it, in fact. Alright. No worries, Cedric. No worries. Take your time. Take your time. You gotta stock up on the electric charge. Make sure, you know, it's nice and good. Right, let's use this. Liz, I don't understand where this mistrust of yours coming from. Like, come on. Did I ever give you a chance or an opportunity and you didn't let it slip to mistrust me? Like, come on. What do you mean there was no Mexico? I mean, at a certain point in time, yeah, there wasn't any Mexico, but... you're talking about in chat. I thought you were talking about the space-time continuum. It's like, you know, there was darkness, and then there was Mexico. With inside darkness. It just appeared like a glorious phoenix from the horizon. And then Liz, you know, at the forefront of the horizon. Throwing meteors left, right, and center. To celebrate her imminent arrival, like Galacticus. Creek is asking hard-hitting questions. The man needs to know the truth. He shall not rest until he knows. I feel like Liz is formulating an entire paragraph for Sylvanthus Creek. You see, Creek, what do I say? I want to say Liz is full of secrets. And we're just not worthy to know. One day. Perhaps one day. Look, Creek, I just know things. I just know things. They don't call Liz the almighty ankle biter for nothing, is all I'm gonna say. She got jaw of steel. Yes, Liz? What would you like to say? I don't know, ask Liz. I never bit anybody's ankle. I didn't talk to you like that. I talked about you, Liz. Come on. Listen, there's no shame in using every weapon at your arsenal to your advantage, Liz. Absolute zero shame. You were given those chompers of steel for a reason, and you gotta utilize them to your best advantage, is all I'm gonna say. There's absolute no shame in that. As far as we know, as far as we know. Creek, do you think your teeth are made out of cotton candy? I mean, now that I say it like that, perhaps. Perhaps. Maybe you got a point. Yes, Liz, what would you like to say? Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't like cotton candy, Liz? I mean, to be fair, cotton candy is not that great. It's just basically lost sugar. It's just like, how much do you like sugar? That's basically how much you like cotton candy. I actually remember when I was a kid, my mom used to take me to like little festivals in like town square, where basically there was a bunch of shops that would line up, like artisanal shops where they would sell like baked goods, toys, little decorations, like paintings, you name it. And every time we went there, my mom would give me like a big cotton candy thing that I would go around and, like, you know, chomp on while perusing the stalls. And she also would give me one of those like candied roosters, which was basically just, you know, like a hard candy shaped in a rooster form. I used to like those, actually. They were pretty nice. Good times. Haven't been to one of those in ages. It's alright. It's not like the best thing ever, but it's like, as a kid, you know, what do you like the most? Probably sugar. Liz, I'm gonna be honest with you. There ain't nothing fancy about cotton candy, I'm sorry to say. You don't see Jeff Bezos over there chomping on some cotton candy in a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Ah, I see. I thought you were talking about the cotton candy as in you were eating it and pretend to be fancy. It's like, oh well, what a delectable treat we're having today. Oh, absolutely magnificent. What is this sugar cane we're talking about? Oh, which region of Mexico is this coming from? Oh, Mexico City? Oh, how wonderful. I can taste the hard labor that went into this. The harvest this year was marvelous, I'll tell you. Hi there, Deva. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Perhaps, Creek. Perhaps. I don't know. That's police to decide and for us to find out. Finest Caribbean. Ah, I see, Sadvik. So you're a classy individual indeed. Very nice, very nice. I can taste the poverty inside the sugarcane. Oh, the floss is so marvelous. I can taste 9 to 24 inside of it. Whew. 24/7, rather, meant to say. It really makes me appreciate the integrity within the texture. Oh, so marvelous. Yeah, I will try it out, the Mirror High one. Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty decent. Like, I'm not like super excited about it, but I definitely will try it out just to see if it's fun. Because, you know, I do enjoy playing new games, and to me personally, it's always fun to try new things. So we'll give it a shot. We'll see if it's fun. If it is, we'll play more. If it's not, it's gonna be a fun one-off. it's basically like Kubo's turn-based game. Like if you ever saw the Dragon Ball Legends, it's kind of like that, pretty much. It's like you get your turns, you have cards, and yeah. Okay, I'll pull it up. Let me. Since we started talking about it, I might as well show you what it looks like. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so there's no like official gameplay from the actual people, but I'll show you the trailer. Let's do 180. I'll switch up the volume because I believe it has copyright stuff in it. It has like number 1 or something. So it's basically like a turn-based game. It has original story to it, which looks pretty decent, but it's based in Thousand Year Blood War. And honestly, you know, you have your original character that you start the game with. And the story itself looks... These are like the 3 original characters the Kubo designed for this game in particular. And I think it looks pretty decent. But this character in particular, a lot of people had strong opinions for obvious reasons. Kubo really was onto something, I'd say, with that one. People thought Rangiku couldn't be topped, but then we got this, and they were like, okay, you know what? We were wrong. And you can design your own character, kind of how they look, which I kind of like, you know, a little design. And this is a gameplay, basically. So you get, like, these skill cards, and, you know, you attack, whatever, no. It's kind of like a mixture between 7 Deadly Sins and DBL, kind of. That is a real question, Sadwick. That is a real question. Well, Rangiku is in this game. But yeah, it's basically starting with 1000 Year Blood War, and I believe these are like the characters that you start with. So there was Renji, there was Toshiro, there was Yoriichi, Byakuya, Rukia as I think the first limited character. And there was Grimmjow, Chad, Orihime. The only thing that I'm not like 100% on board with this game is the fact that it has, first of all, non-transferable pity. Second of all, it has a very high like pity, which is 200 pulls. And third of all, it doesn't have apparently like a lot of ways to earn currency for now at least. So it's alright, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't see why not, Creek. 1000 Year Blood War Rangiku does quite a bit. I definitely can see her be in SSR. There's Bambietta too, that's right. Which seems kind of strange to put just Bambietta in there, out of all characters. But I'll take it, I guess. Exactly, Sadwick. And that's not the worst part, because 110 pull is 3000 currency as well. Which basically means you need to have 60,000 schmeckles in order to pull one character, if you're unlucky. And also they have a system which is pretty unique, where basically every single character has 4 stages. So you have 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, and 4 star. And 4 star is basically like the most top of the range, like the most optimized out there. And then you have 3 stars, and then you have 2 stars and 1 stars. In fact, I could probably pull it up. I'm sure there's some gameplay out there. I could probably find one. Just give me a second. Just to show you. Right, hold up. So let's see. All right. Let's see. I think this one will do. Let me see if I can find one for the summons. Yeah, there we go. So, let me just pull this up. So, basically... this is Aaron, by the way. I used to watch him a lot for, like, BBS stuff. I really enjoyed his content. He's a pretty good, chill guy. So, this is basically what you have. You have, like, 3 stars, you have 2 stars of, like, the same character, basically. The animations are pretty slick. Like, I like the animation. You got, like, your Reaches and whatever, no? And Babieta. And this is basically what I don't really... I don't know if I like it, necessarily. But it's basically, you see you have like 3 star, 2 stars, like 1 stars, and then 4 stars. And I'm like, okay, I understand it, but it just kind of seems a bit lazy to me, personally. I don't know. And like 4 stars are obviously the cream of the crop. So I don't know how I feel about this system in particular. But it could be fun if done in the right like way, I guess. So, I don't know. That's like the only thing. I'm no reaction streamer. I'm just saying. I wanted to show you what I'm talking about so you understand what I'm blabbing about. Yeah, at least, Abby. Come on. Cut me some slack. So yeah, basically, I am excited for the game, but I'm not like a super huge enthusiast of it right now. Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. And apparently every single rarity has a different gameplay as well, which is weird to me as well. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that. The only thing that I'm wondering if it's like lower rarities, can they outscale higher rarities and more dupes? Maybe. That's like the saving grace of it all, because if you get like fully upgraded 3 star, maybe they're gonna be better than 4 star. I don't know, but we'll see. Because the gameplay itself doesn't look too bad. Like, I'm not against it or anything, but I wouldn't say I'm like super mega excited about it either. Open world game would be pretty nice. That is true, because we don't really have. That's pretty fun. Is it on my end? No, I think it's fine. Is it mine? I don't think the stream bugged out. Listen, guys, it's you. It's not me. It's you. Nah, it might be me. I don't know. Sorry about that. Happens. What can I say? It's actually a very nice sunset happening right now, so I don't know why that's happening. A little lag itself. Thank you, Sandvik. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. Alright, let's use this team. Go on, Liz. Go on. Well, you're not quick enough. I never played Dragon Ball Legends. I know about it. I'm not like the biggest fan of Dragon Ball, so I never played Dragon Ball games. What stamp thing are you talking about, Liz? Are you talking about the guaranteed one? Because I remember you asked me something about it yesterday. Alright, let's see. That one's fine. Yeah. You don't have to use it like immediately. If you go, I have it on my free to play here. If you go to this event, so basically what this is, so you see this premium generator. So you basically pick whichever stamp you want. Like, let's say you want Ichigo's one for whatever reason. You pick, like, attack here, and then you pick any 4 sub stats you want. Like, let's say crit damage, crit rate, attack percentage, and you want, like, ailment. So you basically pick this, and then you're like, okay, I want this, so you click stamp generation, and you go with it. This is like probably the best addition in this game because you guarantee to get perfect stamp. This is basically the best thing ever. So yeah, use it wisely, guys. Don't waste it. Use it wisely. Let's go with this one now. Let's just try team. No, you don't have to use it today. You can use it in the next 9 days or something. You basically can use it whenever you want in the next 9 days. I don't think she's leaving yet. Are you, Liz? I see, I see. I was gonna say. Doesn't sound like she was leaving. Liz bamboozling all of us, guys. I'm telling you. Always. Let's do this one now. Probably Spirit. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, absolutely no worries, Liz. I was just joking around. Oh, I mean, if you're not feeling well, you can probably just tell your old man to maybe meet up tomorrow. Just don't force yourself, especially if you're not feeling well. Well, that's nice. I mean, you can spend some time with him, you know? You don't have to do anything exciting. You can just sit on a couch, chat a little bit, you know? Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. Gotta treasure time with your family occasionally. The older you get, the less time you get to spend with them. That's usually how it goes. I'm the same way. Whenever somebody forces me to go, I'm like, I don't want to go. And then, you know, 2 hours later, I'm like, I'm having a great time. Oh. Well, try not to get too excited, I guess. Try to take it easy. The last thing you want is, you know, getting a bit too rambunctious for your own good. Liz owns the entire Mexico City, Creek. You're not giving her enough credit. He owns it all. Precisely, Sadvik, precisely. I always do, Savik. I always bust out the good old Oxford Dictionary to bring you some heaters.
さて反撃といこうかの 前袖の白雪次の舞白蓮
I mean, as I said, Liz, you can just hang out at your place. You don't have to really do much. You can just say that you're not feeling that well. Sometimes you can just watch like a movie together, maybe. You know, just put on like Netflix or whatever.
次の舞
And just chill with your old man, maybe talk about stuff.
次の舞白蓮
Probably is pale, let's be honest. Absolutely no worries, Sadvik. Get a good rest as well, and I catch you later. Pleasure seeing you as always.
染の舞つけしろ
I don't think there was anything wrong, Creek. I don't know. You're putting fear of God in me over here.
次の舞白蓮 次の舞白蓮観念しろ
Creek, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, look. It's a beautiful sunset in the background. Everything is okay. We are fine. It always is, Pale. It always is. It's never confirmed until the devs say it. Like, that's the only way it is confirmed. Unless the devs outright say, here, what are we cooking, guys? I would never take it at face value. It's good to have an idea of what it might be, but yeah, you can never take leaks at face value, because otherwise you just I'm gonna start preparing for nothing, essentially. It's like, remember when back in the day, when this game first released, we got a bunch of leaks of potential future characters and their typings, and I made the same mistake of trusting the leak, because originally when Gin came out, it was a leak that Grimmjow was gonna be a thrust DPS as well as Gin. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna skip Gin and I'm gonna get Grimmjow later. And luckily I didn't, because if I did, I wouldn't have a thrust DPS for a long time. So it's like, you always gotta take it with a grain of salt. I don't realize you became a Woo enthusiast all of a sudden, Creek. Keeping up with leaks and everything? The man is deep into the weeds of these things. Creek, give me a leak about Scar. When is he coming out? That's what we need to know.
さて
Just ask your contact to verify it for me. Go to Kuro Games HQ and just check the data files. We gotta find out the truth. It's gotta be there somewhere. So why are you keeping up with leaks then? Because there are people who like keeping up with leaks, they, you know, playing it all the time, no? I see. So in 2 years' time. Fair enough, fair enough.
次の舞白蓮
そこまでだ逃がすくだら終わりだ逃が
次の舞白蓮
すそこまでだそのつもりだくだら
次の舞白蓮観念しろ染めの舞突きしろ
そこまでだ残念だ
What is a rectifier? I thought he uses guns, doesn't he?
残念ここで終わりだ諦めた残念だ
I could have sworn he uses guns. In his boss fights, doesn't he? Am I crazy? Well, I know the answer to that, but... Okay, well, that's a good start. Ah, I know what you mean. Yeah, the floaty thingy. Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't be able to explain what this is. It's like a magic weapon. You could have just said Verena's weapon. I'll be like, ah, yeah, right, got that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I got that. I thought he uses guns. Like, I could have sworn he uses guns, but maybe not. Maybe I dreamt it up. Wouldn't be the first time. What do you mean ugly? He transformed into a goat. He went from a goat to a little goat. Ugly, he says. Unbelievable. I played it! I know what it is. It's a goat. What do you mean, check it out? I've played through the entire story of Ska. I know exactly what it is. And you're gonna tell me that this is not the most glorious form you ever seen in your life? This is the goat. He is the goat. He is him. Golly. Look at this man. As beauty personified right here. And you call him this ugly? How absolutely dare you? Unbelievable. Anyway. Alright, let's do this one. It's not ugly, it's beautiful.
何か私にお手伝いできることはここまで血で遅くなっちゃってるエリ姫道の91戦時皇帝大砲爆動見せてみなは
Because who can say that they transformed from a goat into a little goat, besides Scar Creek? Name me another man, or woman for that matter. Nobody can. Only he can. He's a double goat. That's how it goes. That's why he got those double pupils, to represent how much of a goat he is. Well, your loss, Creek. Your loss. When I will have my glorious reunion with Scar, and he's gonna become the best character in the game forever and ever, you're gonna feel so sorry. And then you're gonna have a come to Jesus moment. You're gonna be like, Lux, I'm sorry I ever doubted you, and you were right. You were right. I'm gonna spend all my resources to get as many scars as I possibly can. And I will be like, that's okay. We all make mistakes. It's all about acknowledging them and rectifying them in due course.
さて反撃といこうかのさてと
案ずるな
I'm just saying, Creek. I'm just saying it will happen. And when it does, I'll be there. Is all I'm saying.
さてとすごいじゃん
Okay, nice. That works. We're making a nice headway. I forgot how long this actual event is, because I believe even on my main it took me like 8 hours to complete this. So this might have been a bit too ambitious to do it all in one go, but we'll try our best and see how far we can go, basically. I do remember that it wasn't that difficult though, but considering that I finished it with, you know, premium units, this might be a little bit harder. Fair enough, Creek. It's all about having a goal and working towards that goal. I respect that. I respect that. Let's do slash. Yeah, that should be fun. Because to be honest, I haven't played Wooden Wave for so long, I even forgot what characters there are there. Let alone the new ones. I got no idea. The last character that I remember was Quinyan, I believe. I probably butchered his name, but the blind swordsman. He was like the last one I could remember. I'll think about it, Creek. I'll think about it. It's not really that I want to do a Wooden Wave stream, it's just A, I would need to download the game again because I don't have an update at all, and B, there's way too much to catch up on in there. But I will consider it. I will consider it.
さてとすごいじゃん春光さて反撃といこうかのさてとやるやる了解しましたはいさてとすごいじゃんさてと
I mean, I know I don't need to rush it, just... It's a lot of things to do. Alright, let's see. Let's do Spirit. Well, actually, I probably will say Spirit for the last four. And just blast through them. The thing is, Creek, I'm just not interested in the characters that's coming out. If there was a character that I was really passionate about, then I might have been like, okay, maybe. And that's why I said, when Scar coming out, I will be there. I'll say agree. I'll consider it. I probably won't do it, but I will consider it. I assume Liz departed to the great beyond considering she hasn't been showing up. So I guess just us this time. The menace is gone. The Corn Overlord is not here to threaten the peaceful domain anymore, so we can go wild. Unless she's lurking in the background, as she always does. I actually was watching quite a bit of like game trailers recently, and there's apparently quite a few coming out as of late. Like, we're looking at about 4 or 5 games coming out this year alone, which will be kind of interesting to see. And I think the closest one on the horizon is probably the JoJo one, I think. Because it's coming out, I believe, in August. So that's going to be kind of interesting to see that one, because I'm a pretty big JoJo fan. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite anime of all time, but I definitely am passionate about it, shall we say. So that's kind of will be next on the horizon. The only thing is turn-based, so I don't know.
案ずるな
大丈夫
I did hear that. I think the only like gacha game that I actually am like super excited for is Rewinding Candace is coming out in like October or something. So that is the only one that I'm super pumped for.
さて反撃といこうかな
Well, they might do it. I mean, I don't know. Have they actually announced a proper release date or not? Because if they haven't announced a release date, they might be not coming out.
案ずるな
Because they could have done it just for CN. Because there definitely has been a closed beta test, just maybe not for global. Because I've seen gameplay from other people.
さてと
Their game just seemed like the most interesting, to me at least,
反撃といこうかな
out of everything they were watched. Because all the other ones seemed fine, but that one really like stood out to me. Not just from animation perspective, but also like the characters seemed very nice. The gameplay was kind of unique, you know, having like double characters switch ups was pretty interesting. Like having your own stand in a way.
さて
So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
反撃といこうかな
And also the animation seemed pretty clean too. So it does seem like it will be like the next big gacha game
さて
in open world genre at least.
九条天元妙
I think so, because the gameplay looked very, very fun. And like I feel like what sets apart Wooden Waves right now is the fact that its gameplay is very, very fun. It's challenging, but it's fun. And
といこうかな
I feel like a lot of people at this point are looking more for like actual practical gameplay rather than pretty colors anymore. Because like there's so many pretty colors out there. Like you pick any gacha game and it has pretty characters in there. But if there's no substance to it, I think people already realize that it's not that fun, shall we say.
さてと
It makes your brain hurt, Liz. If it makes your brain hurt, it's challenging.
反撃といこう
And
かな
trust me, it makes my brain hurt. Or whatever remains of it, at least. Yeah, pretty much, Liz. I never fought hard bosses either, Creek, so... No, actually, that's a lie. I did try them, but I never, like, completed them.
そこまでか甘い甘いくだらそのつもりだ終わりだ
次の舞白蓮逃がさぬ
そこまで
No, I think he's talking about, you know those holograms? They have, like, time limits on them?
甘いくだら
Because I fought all the red ones. I slain all of them. But the holograms, poof, those are just something else.
染めの舞つけしろ次の舞白蓮
そのつもりだここまでそのつもりだ
逃がさぬ
終わりだお前が俺を倒すことはお前の前に勝利はないあられ残念だ
I'll say I never beat them either, so I'm not that certain about them. Well, you can skip them if you're a big wussy, Liz, and do you want to be known as a big wussy? It is indeed, Hakim. This is a struggle of free-to-plays out here. I am the real free-to-play. All those fake free-to-plays with B6 Aizens, they think they're real free-to-plays. How many of them do you see using Rukia? I bet not many. They do indeed. And you know what they say, Liz, whenever there's gambling resources, you do whatever you gotta do. No matter what crime you have to commit, what kind of atrocity against mankind you have to do, a pull is a pull. That's how it goes. It's going pretty well, Hakim. I mean, all things considered, the weather has been pretty decent. You know, it has been relatively warm. I hate it. No, I'm kidding. But this was actually one of the few summers where we had like a pretty big heat wave. It's usually very, very uncommon, for where I live at least, to have like such a big heat wave in bursts, as frequent as it was. Like literally until the weekends we had 2 weeks of non-stop sun. Which is nice, but also not nice. But otherwise, it has been pretty good. How do you manage to get sick during Summer Creek? What do you do now then? I enjoy the summer as well. Like, summer is nice. To me, it's just, I'm not the biggest fan of heat because I physically can't stomach, like, cold weather. I get ill, basically. Not like sick, but I don't feel great. You got it from someone? Well, Creek, you gotta find that someone and you gotta give them a piece of your mind. Give them some business. Of the knuckle sandwich kind, because they ain't right. They ain't right. Hakim, you gotta understand, the lizard is a cold-blooded creature of the night. She doesn't like any resemblance of warmth. The moonlight is the only thing that can console her soul. The glowing orb in the sky is her worst enemy. And to be fair, I agree with that. You know who the person is? Well, Creek, time to go to town. I never slander you, Liz. I always got your back. Oh. I mean, Liz just being pragmatic, and you know, you gotta respect that. She doesn't sugarcoat anything. She's like, you ask her how's your day, Liz like, well, I'm not dead. And I'm like, you know what? I never thought about it this way, and that's fair. That's fair. Listen, Hakim, Ibiza is like my worst nightmare. I don't like loud places like that. My ideal vacation spot is me laying on a beach, being undisturbed. I don't like loud places like that. I just want some peace and quiet. You know, nice relaxing time. Where I don't have to worry about anything or anyone. Just having a chill, relaxing afternoon. And then waking up with a sunburn. Looking like Mr. Zoidberg. Because I forgot to put some suntan cream. And, you know, some SPF. And then basically proceed to spend my entire vacation walking like a crab. Sideways. Nice, Hakim, nice. You have much of personal personality, Liz? I see, I see. Couldn't have said it better myself. Getting lost in the Amazon. Liz, I don't know about that. Amazon has pretty much... Like, if there's one place you never want to end up lost in, it's probably Amazon Forest, because the amount of things that can basically isekai you in there is staggering. Ranging from plants to animals to nature, it's like... It's basically designed to get you to the great beyond as soon as possible. I see, so it's premeditated. Fascinating. For 2 days, I'd say yes, because all I would do is I would hide on a tree somewhere and just hope for the best. Or maybe like find a cave and just hide in there like Mowgli. But I can probably survive for 2 days. I can probably survive for 4 days. And the key word is probably. No, my Ulquiorra is not B4, he's B2. Well, wouldn't you? It's a lot of money for 2 days. I mean, it's not that long of a time. You can game the system. You can climb like a tree and just basically chill on there. Because nobody said I had to go inside the forest. I could just be on an outskirts, you know, like literally on the entrance. I would be like, okay, one step in and I just climb a tree and just chill there for 48 hours. I'm just saying, I'm just saying. I would ride in the forest on my pet bear, Mihalich, and he would be, you know, protecting me. I will be in the forest, just on the outskirts of South Forest, Hakim. I will enlist the help of Cinderella, and she will charm all the animals, and we will split the money 50-50, you know? You gotta think pragmatically about this. Because, I mean, you can survive without food for 2 days. Like, you don't have to eat for 2 days. You'll be fine. Like, you gotta probably find the source of water. But, you know, the river is probably nearby. Let's be honest. Listen, Hakim, I'm just saying. I'm gonna channel my inner Bear Grylls. I'm gonna climb a waterfall. And I'm gonna establish dominance in a jungle. I'm gonna become the real-life Mowgli. After the 2 days, you're gonna find me riding on my pet. Like, what's the biggest cat they have in there? A panther? Or something like that. I'm just gonna ride on one of those outside the forest. I'm gonna take my money, and me and, you know, my newfound friends just gonna establish a true animal kingdom unlike any. A crocodile, I'll take anything. Whatever I can find, basically. I mean, realistically speaking, I probably wouldn't last even an hour, but you know, I like my chances. I'll take the shot. I'll see what can be done.
お前が俺を倒すことはお前の道はここで終わりだ残念だ終わりだ
Neither do I, Liz. Neither do I. I don't know what. Okay, let's Google it. What's like the biggest creature in Amazon forest? Just out of interest. Just so we can, you know, have some facts. Alright, let's see. What's the biggest creatures in Amazon forest? Okay. So, what we have right here... Oh, get away, the music stopped. So what we have a Brazilian tapir over here. A very, you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, this is gonna be my new friend. I'm just gonna find one of these guys, and we're just gonna, you know, 500 to 900 pounds, exactly. We're gonna find a nice jag. You know, I'm not talking about the car. I'm just gonna ride out of the forest on one of these bad boys. It was one of capybaras under one of my armpits. I'm gonna have one of these gentlemen, just, you know, just chilling with me. Just being awesome. Listen. We're gonna get one of the manatees as well. You know, we gotta have aquatic army building up. And some snake army. We're gonna get some anacondas. We are pretty much set, you know, I'm just saying. We got pretty good chances. We got black caiman as well. You know, some crocodiles. So you are right, Liz. There are crocs in there. They're not big, but it's not about the size. It's about the attitude. Exactly, Liz. What if there's a fountain of youth in deep recesses of Brazilian Amazon forest? And people just don't want you to know about it. That's why they never go out of it. They just stay there. You see, you gotta think about it pragmatically. Because what are the chances that they get, you know, mowed down by a jaguar? Probably pretty high, but let's be real, that's not the case. They're just trying to hide the secrets from us. That's probably what Bigfoot is as well. That's probably what Bigfoot is as well, I'm just saying. He has big feet, big ambitions. That's why people weren't able to spot him as of late. He's just chilling out there, you know, with all the people that got lost in the Amazon forest. Just living it up. Establishing the Big Feet Society. And I'm just gonna go there to find him. You know? Just gonna go out there and find him. Crocs are definitely pretty dangerous. Like, I wouldn't want to tussle with one. However, I did watch quite a bit of Steve Irwin, so I'm just gonna, you know, implement his tactics. Just zigzag, because apparently if you zigzag around them, the crocodile get confused. They can't keep up. Yeah, that was pretty crazy to me, yeah. Definitely ain't happening. Steve Irwin. He was like the most well-known, you know, wildlife expert ever, really. I'd say, at least. I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously David Attenborough is like, but he wasn't really he wasn't really going out there like petting crocs or anything. He was more like documentary guy. But Steve Irwin was literally there with the animals, you know, in the weeds of things. Oh, that's Bear Grylls. That's a waterfall climbing guy. I swear to God, because my daddy used to love watching those, and there was one time where he basically just went in the middle of nowhere, and he was like, "We gotta scale this waterfall just because we can." I was like, "Okay, you do you." And he climbed the waterfall, and he's like, "We made it." Meanwhile, there was literally a path, like literally to a side of waterfall, like maybe 5 meters away, where it was a very nice, not even that steep of a climb, where you could go on the top of a waterfall and no need to climb an actual waterfall. And I was like, you know what? I respect the dedication. Like, this is a dumb idea, but at least you do it in style. And there was another time where he was in the middle of like Alaska or something. And out of nowhere, he drilled a hole in the lake, and he was like, "We're gonna jump inside this hole, just so I can show you what happens if you fall inside the lake and how you get out." And I was like, I'm not gonna find myself in the middle of the ice lake, you know, jumping inside holes. I can tell you that right now, but you know what? I'm here to see it. And he did it, and he jumped out. He was like, now we're gonna roll around in the snow to make sure that the heat preserves inside the body. To retain your moisture, well, shivering, you gotta become a caterpillar. You gotta make yourself into a cocoon and emerge like a beautiful butterfly. It's like, okay, I didn't know I'm gonna become a butterfly today, but I guess this is what's happening. Fascinating. I'm pretty sure that's a speedrun to hypothermia, but that's just me. So yeah, I like survival shows, but I know that they are basically a scam. Like, let's be honest, none of them are real. Well, actually, I don't want to say none, because there might be some that actually are genuinely real, but majority of them are pretty much, you know, a well-known sham. Listen, Hakim, if you're traveling with him, you're probably going to be eating like raw liver of animals. You're going to be jumping in ice lakes and climbing waterfalls. I guess he just wasn't doing crazy enough things, Pale. Exactly, Liz. Sometimes life throws you unexpected surprises, and it's all about finding the best way to use them. The next time, guys, the life presents you with an ice hole in a lake in the middle of nowhere, you know what to do. Become your true self. Become the inner butterfly. Emerge from the cocoon of within your own insecurities. And fly in the sky like you're always meant to be. Or catch hypothermia. I don't know, one of the two, but one for sure. You got attacked by polar bear? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, you see, I wouldn't tussle with a polar bear. Like, polar bears will mow you down. Those guys are vicious. Ooh. Yeah, you see, that's, no. Just, no. Listen, Liz, they are beautiful. However, I wouldn't go near one. Like, you couldn't pay me enough money to go near one. Even if you give me all the money in the world, it wouldn't matter because I wouldn't make it out alive. This wouldn't happen. You see, keeping polar bears in a zoo, I feel like is a bit cruel. Because, like, yeah, they're already endangered, so it's like, just leave the guys alone. Pandas, like, I still wouldn't really go near the panda, because you gotta keep in mind, Hakim, it's still a bear. Like, although the least aggressive bear out there, if provoked, they still will mow you down. Like, baby pandas, yeah, but a fully grown one? I mean, they're pretty big. They're pretty big fellas. Listen, Hakim. Hakim, do you understand that it's a bear? What do you mean? They have literally one of the most powerful jaws out there. If they bite you, you are gone. And do you understand how big a bear is? Like, genuinely. A bear is massive. Like, look at this. Okay? Look at this. This is like a regular size panda. Right? So, this is in comparison to a human. If this panda decides to attack you, you are not making it out. Like, if they decide to mow you down, what are you gonna do? Like, it doesn't mean that they're gonna attack you. However, they're still a bear. They have big jaws. Like, if this bites you, you're gonna be gone. Listen, just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it can't happen. Like, it's an animal, okay? Any animal can attack you. As long as you're respectful to it, and as long as you don't, like, you know, stop poking it or something, you'll be fine. Hakim, the difference between a panda and a dog is the fact that dogs are domesticated. Pandas are not. They are wild animals. You don't see people having pandas as pets now, do you? Dogs were bred by humans to be domesticated. That's the difference. You don't go out in the wild and you domesticate a wolf. Because wolf is a wild dog. Why do you think people don't have it as pets? Due to the fact that it's gonna mow you down. If given opportunity. Well, that's because there's way more dogs than people have, obviously. And a lot of those dog accidents because the owner's just not treating them well. Like, obviously, statistically, yes. But how many people do you know that have wolves as their pets? Probably like 2. And they all live in mountains. I mean, in a great scheme of things, I probably think pandas are more aggressive than like a dog. However, it's all about putting in perspective. If we're talking about like small like Pomeranians, like obviously they ain't gonna do nothing. But we're talking like bulldogs. Do you know how many accidents happen with bulldogs in particular? A lot. And it's not mostly due to the fact of the dog itself, it's just because of people treating them. And it's all about, you know, statistically speaking, certain breeds of dog are way more aggressive. Like German Shepherds, you know, they're kind of known to be a little bit more edgy as well. Pit bulls, like stuff like that, you know? But if you take like Husky, for example, like, they're pretty harmless. So it's all about what you know, think about them, I guess. Alright, let's see. Let's use Steam. They are, but that's what I mean. Like, statistically speaking, all animals are harmless until provoked. Like, even like, I've had encounters with brown bears. Brown bears are very docile unless provoked. It doesn't mean they're safe. It just means that unless you provoke them, they are fine. However, you don't know what's gonna agitate an animal. Like, even a cat can mess you up if you're not careful. You know, like, any animal, if provoked, could potentially lead to, like, some serious damage. Hi there, Abitsa. Let's see, hopefully you're well. If a tiger is provoked, you're basically getting isekais. Well, yeah. Yeah, obviously. Every animal can attack you, if provoked, basically. Like, even the most calm creatures out there, like, even a turtle can attack you, if provoked. You know those little snapping turtles? One of those, bite from one of those, your arm is gone. Your arm is gone. So it's like, nature is not to be trifled with, is all I'm gonna say. No. No animals will attack you randomly, Abbots. Well, some may, but majority of the animals are as afraid of you as you are of them. The only way animals attack you is A, if they feel like you're a threat, or B, if they're protecting their territory, or C, if there's like their youngs involved and they're protecting them. Those are usually the three scenarios. Or D, if they're scared and, you know, this is a retaliation against you. Oh, I'll never go in the ocean. You kidding me? You can't pay me enough. I'm scared of ocean. Screw that. Have you seen those giant squids in the ocean? The size of a goddamn ship? No, I ain't going there. Yeah, but that's a movie, Hakeem. You're talking about Jaws. Like, Hakeem, I'm gonna be honest with you, life is not a movie. There's no killer sharks out there on the loose. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Truly doesn't. Listen, by that logic, when you look at Coca-Cola commercials and you see all those cuddly polar bears, are you like, oh, I'm gonna go and cuddle with those? Is that what you're thinking as well, Hakeem? Because if you are, I have rough news for you. Very rough news for you. I didn't know there were hoods in ocean to begin with, Hans. No worries, let's have fun with your old man, and I'll catch you later.
観念しろ
Polar bears, you can't do anything against. They will mow you down.
お前が俺を倒すことは
Well, obviously.
お前の道はここで終わりだ
Look, Haki, if you found yourself in a situation where you're surrounded by sharks, you already made a few mistakes. A, going in ocean, and B, getting surrounded by sharks. At that point, it's kind of on you. However, as far as I know, sharks don't exist on land. So all you have to do is just don't go inside the ocean. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. As far as I'm aware, sharks haven't quite figured out how to walk on land. Yet. So for now we say. For now we are safe.
よろしくお願いします
案ずるな
大丈夫
Fair enough, Huggy. Like jokes aside, I am pretty horrified of the ocean. I don't like it. And the fact that we don't know what lives inside of it is even more horrifying to me. Like, have you ever watched those documentaries about deep ocean? Like seabed ocean? Where it's like no light goes there whatsoever? The creatures that live there are horrifying. And I mean horrifying.
さてと
I'm like, nope. Nuh-uh. I can't, I will not go there. I will never go there.
さてとすごいじゃん
But, on the other hand, I did see one video before of snow in the open ocean. And that was actually kind of cool. Because I never seen it like that, because apparently, like, the snow in the open ocean looks completely different than on land. And I didn't even know it snows in the ocean,
さてと
like at all. So that was pretty exciting.
さて反撃といこうかな
I'm gonna be more surprised if you manage to make your iPhone work in the water.
案ずるな
In seawater of all things as well, which is notoriously known for corroding phones.
九条天元妙
さてとすごいじゃんさてとさてと
Very nice. Doing pretty good progress. You're just lost in the middle of Pacific, you just bust out your iPhone and it's like... Mr. Tim, can you save me, please? I'm in the middle of the Pacific. I see water around me. And more water. And you guessed it. More water. Anyway, can you bust me out of here, please? I'm getting surrounded by quite a few shark individuals. I'm gonna keep an eye on them. But I don't trust them. They got the shifty eye about them. Bermuda Triangle.
どうぞどっから出る
I mean, look. Bermuda Triangle is one of those, like, woo. I believe the reason why Bermuda Triangle is, like, known as, like, the lost place and all that is because of electromagnetic waves. Like, it just messes up with all the, like, navigational stuff. And that's why it's known, like, as the deadly place, basically.
全てをかけて鈴虫追式閻魔私の
That's why you gotta always wear tight pants. The tighter the better, so your phone always sticks to you. You gotta be wearing a full Kiss cosplay while in the ocean. As only then will your phone be safe.
神死にの槍無刀錬人
I know the iPhone can connect to a satellite. I'm not questioning that. It's just a funny thing for me to say, to see as a predicament. Because the last thing I would be worried about while in the ocean is calling somebody. Because what are you gonna say? Like, let's say hypothetically, okay, hypothetically, let's say you manage to connect to somebody, right? And you're like, okay, I'm in the middle of the ocean. Could you please save me? And then you're gonna be like, okay, where are you? It's like, well, about that, I'm in the middle of Pacific. And it's like, okay, well, where exactly? Do you see anything? I'm like, I'm seeing water, and more water, and even more water. So how are they gonna find you, huh? How are they gonna be like, okay, well, we gotta search the Pacific. We gotta find this man. Clearly lost out there somewhere. Gotta do our best. I mean, the only way I can think about it is if they somehow can track your GPS location based on your phone, I guess. But I don't know if that would be possible. Yeah, but that would be only possible on land. I don't know if it's possible on sea. Like, it might be, I guess. But you gotta keep in mind, Hakim, that ocean is not a still body of water. It's a constantly moving one. So by the time they fly out to find you, you might be like 20 kilometers to the east. So, I don't know. And also, it would take quite a long time for them to fly out to find you as well. It's not like, you know, 1, 2 and you're done. I mean, yeah, because we have the skeletons, Abitsa, so probably yes. Unless somebody just put a bunch of random bones in the ground. You know, cavemen just playing a little practical jokes on us. Yeah, Hakim, but they can pinpoint people in space not based on your phone, based on a very expensive technology that is within the spaceship. Your phone is not a spaceship. I don't know if it's possible. Like I said, I don't know. I would hope so, because if I find myself in that situation, I would hope they can find me. But I just don't know if it's realistic. So, I have no idea. I mean, if you're stranded in the middle of nowhere, literally in the middle of Pacific, your chances of survival are pretty much slim to none. Like, genuinely. I don't think you're making it out. Your only hope is to find some deserted, remote island and then try to seek help. Because if you are in a body of moving water, the chances of finding you is like finding a needle in a haystack. It just pretty much not gonna happen. Because I think about all the shipwrecks that happen, like, all the time. How many times do you think people actually get rescued from them? Unfortunately, not that many. And that's just due to the fact that it's extremely difficult to find people like that. I see, and call the Black Pearl from the Abyss. I mean, it's a pretty good idea. And you always gotta have your emergency peanut on you. Pretty much, Liz, pretty much. And you'd be lucky if it was even good weather. Imagine if it was in the middle of a storm. Like, if it's in the middle of torrential storm, you're just not making it out. Like, that's just how it is. Unless you somehow manage to grow gills in the very spur of the moment, shall we say. It just ain't happening. Same, Hakim, same. That's probably gonna be our best bet. I mean, that's why I'll never go inside the ocean, because at least if you get lost on land, like if you get lost in a forest or you get lost somewhere on land, you have a pretty decent chance of making it out. If you get lost in the ocean, there's nothing you can do. Like, genuinely nothing you can do. Yeah, but that's because their movies fail. I'm sorry to say. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson ain't coming to save us. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'd say probably huge spiders. Because A, they're already pretty horrifying small, and if they are huge, I'll be even more horrified. And B, they probably can't do backflips. They're pretty good acrobats, from what I heard. I mean, let's go points. You know, your chances of survival in the open ocean are unfortunately not that great. The only chance you have at making it out, as I said, is if you find like a nearby island and you just hope that you can swim to it. I don't know, I mean, with snakes at least, you can maybe like have a slight chance of survival if you go in their blind zone. But with spiders, they go 8 eyes. You ain't making it out. They can see 360. They gonna absolutely pulverize you. And also they have webs. We all know how that's gonna go. Because the only means of attack of a snake is a bite. Spider can have many. They get 8 legs. They go webs. I mean, they got fangs. Like, poof. You ain't making it out. No. No. I won't survive even in like Taco Bell parking lot, Avitsa. I'm not built for survival. The only thing I can survive is, you know, inside my own house. And very, very difficult to do so at that. I mean, fair, Hakim. You know what? I didn't think about it that way. I mean, if Edward can do it, so can we. I mean, you got the point, Liz. Can't really argue with that. That is a fair statement. I like how Liz puts in the most cruel and then natural way possible. I thought natural ways were supposed to be painless. Like, you know, pass away quietly in your sleep. I don't think you could pass away naturally cruelly. I mean, probably they can. I don't see why not. True, Liz, true. Can't really fight against Mother Nature. The cruel mistress that she is. He got us on lockdown. Can't do much about it. Well, we had a good run. I mean, if Mother Nature wants us gone, we can't do much about it. You should be, but so you should be. those cars are pretty scary. Have you seen how fast they can go? Let me tell you, like at least 20 miles an hour at the bare minimum. That's pretty scary. That's pretty horrifying, not gonna lie. And if you look at their price tag, even scarier. What about Adam, Liz? Come on, at least give a credit to the man. The man got booted from Valhalla because Eve just ate an apple. It's like, come on. The man was just minding his own business. And then he had to start the whole humanity thing. It's like, well, here we are. No worries, I would say have fun. And I catch you later. This took quite a turn, is all I'm gonna say. You know who we should blame? The snake. Because the snake is to blame. The car-looking son of a gun. If he didn't tempt them, we still would have been up there, you know, living large and in charge. Unfortunate. That's why I never trust a snake. And neither do you trust apples. Alright, complete the fifth one. It is getting pretty dicey now, so I'm not sure how far more we can go, but probably we'll be able to... Oh, we actually go... So I don't have soy foam, but I got her skin, I guess. I'll take it. I guess if we can complete up to 7, that would be pretty good. So let's try that. Let's see, let's do strike. Probably no, Creek. Probably no, but, you know, we'll try our best. We'll try our best. I'm not expecting much, is all I'm gonna say. I'd say we probably can clear up to 7s, and after there it might be a little bit of a struggle. Nothing wrong with being optimistic, huh, Kim? It's all good. It's all good. I mean, to be fair, if you are in a moment of crisis, having hope at least can make you feel a little bit better. Because the last thing you want is just being like, okay, well, I guess it's me, boys. I gotta head out. And just stand up like SpongeBob and, you know, be on your way. Because when life throws you into, you know, a middle Pacific Ocean with a bunch of sharks circling around you, at least you gotta have that optimism about you. That's true. I do agree with that, Hakim. That's a good outlook on life in general. You should never really just give up. Neither on yourself nor on the situation you may be in. There's always an opportunity. And you just gotta take it. Don't let it slip, and don't get eaten by a shark.
さてと春光さて反撃といこうかのどうじゃさてとすごいじゃさてと
Kind of depends, Liz, because fear sometimes can be a good, like, accelerator to critical thinking. But in a lot of cases, people don't use it for that. In a lot of cases, it just leads to panic. And panic is never good. Panic leads just to more silly choices that you will make. But I do agree to an extent. I do agree that it is better to have a little bit of fear. Like, in the back of your mind, you're gonna be like, okay, what if this happens? How can I counteract it? But you shouldn't feel panic, because panic is never good for anyone.
はい了解しましたはいさてとさて反撃といこうかのすごいやれやれさてとさてとすごいじゃん春光さて反撃といこうかのどうじゃ
The game just likes to rage bait Liz as much as it can. The man has his own legend.
さてと
It is indeed, Liz, but it's all about, like... Because the thing is, it's all about harnessing that fear to propel you forward. But in a lot of cases, like, if you take an average person, like, let's say we take Creek, for example, and we throw him in the middle of Pacific Ocean. The first thing he's gonna feel is fear. And that fear very, very quickly will turn into panic. And do you think he's immediately gonna be like, okay, I gotta find a raft, I gotta find some food, maybe, you know, wrestle a shark, and make it drive me to the horizon to find a nearby land where I can call the satellite on my iPhone and get Jeffrey Bezos himself to come and rescue me? You know? I'm just giving an example, Creek. Just giving an example, because I'm not your average human. I'm just saying, like, from general demographic, we put you in there, and I know precisely what's gonna happen. The first thing you're gonna be like, how did I get here? The second thing is gonna be like, okay, well, I'm here now. How do I get out of here? And it's gonna be pretty much as much as critical thing is gonna happen.
よろしくお願いします
案ずるな
大丈夫了解しましたはいわかりました
That's why what you're gonna do, guys, okay? This is survival tips from Mr. Lux himself. You find a nearby shark, you put it in a German suplex, and then you be like, Mr. Shark, let's cooperate. And then you make a deal, you shake hand to fin, and you'll be like, okay, you drive me to nearby populated area, and I will give you as many fish as you can possibly stomach for the rest of your life afterwards. And then you make not only a swift getaway, but you also make a friend for life. That's how it goes. You're just gonna channel you in a Neptune and become the overlord of the ocean. I mean, a knock would come very handy in that situation. Hi, Litrin. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Yeah, the game is very fun. I would highly recommend if you haven't played it yet. It's very enjoyable. Indeed, sir. It's probably the best free-to-play game out there, to be honest. At least for now. Like, in this game, you can get pretty much every single limited character without spending a single dime, which is very, very rare for gacha games. But if you do spend a little bit, you get even more enjoyment out of it. So I would highly recommend, especially if you love Bleach. Golly. Hakim is spreading his propaganda high and wide. Fair enough, I guess. Fair enough. You see, Creek is a live example of that. The man got it himself, so it is possible. The only thing that you gotta keep in mind that the start is a little bit slow. So basically you will have, I'd say, about 3 weeks of playtime before you reach like the end game content. And there might be, you know, a slight deterring factor if you want to jump straight into the action. You still can do like limited events and all that stuff, but the true end game where like the true fun begins is going to be a little bit more prolonged, shall we say. Yeah, that's true as well. Rerolling is very, very important in this game. I'd say if you don't reroll, you're doing yourself disservice, honestly, because there's not really an excuse to not reroll. Since rerolling A is super easy, and B, it allows you to have a better start. Like you saving yourself essentially 80 tickets from the get-go by getting a unit that you want. And in fact, if you want to really be super big brain about it, I would personally aim to get a limited character and their weapon stamp in one reroll. And if you can manage to pull that off, you're basically guaranteeing yourself a very smooth start. Or at least get like a Urahara from a standard banner, I guess. And that could be something else you may be doing. Because if you go like Ichigo now, you go yourself Urahara, and then you can use, you know, probably Rangiku or something just to make a decent team until you get Uyu later. That's pretty much you're gonna be sorted for a while. And you can clear pretty much everything in the game.
突きしろ
そのお前が俺を倒すことはお前残念ここで終わりだ諦め残念だここまでだそのつもりだ終わり
次の舞白蓮
そのつもりだ残念だ
Oh yeah, I forgot about the stamps as well. You can actually do that too. And you will get actually a pretty decent chunk for them. You probably get another temple or so.
終わりだ
次の舞
No, actually you get 6 tickets, never mind. Because you get 3 stamp and 3 limited pulls once.
そのつもりだお前が俺を倒すことは
I think you're also getting a temple nowadays, don't you?
前に勝利
From all the like rewards that they gave us for Thousand Year Blood War register. Oh no, actually, did you have to register for that one? Oh, you had to register for that one, so you're probably not gonna get that.
染めの舞突きしろ次の舞白蓮
I just didn't remember if that was like all the rip you get in it, but no, I'm pretty certain you had to register for it. I mean, to be honest, 1kj is not too bad. If you can get like at least 1 or 2 to 10 pulls, you know, it's decent enough. And if you use like LD play as well, you can have multiple instances at the same time, so you can reroll even faster.
観念しろ
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
お前が俺を倒すことはお前の道はここで終わりだ残念だ
Yeah, but the thing is, re-rolling is, you know, it's one of those things, you either get lucky or you don't. Because you can re-roll 1 time and just have blind luck. Or you can re-roll for 12 hours like I did and still don't get what you want. So it's not really the case of whether you can get it, it's a case of how long it's going to take you to get it. But to be fair, I was my worst enemy at that point, because I could have stopped like 1 hour in and just settled in for just Ichigo, but I got greedy, and I was like, you know what, I want a really good standard character as well. And I was aiming for either Byakuya or Kisuke, and I kept getting Ikaku's. Left, right, and center, it was Ikaku parade. I see so much bald head in my time during those 2 streams, I never want to see that man again. And that's why I have vendetta against him. It's personal. It was fun though. It was fun. I did enjoy it. It was a very special experience, shall we say. Because that was the first time I actually re-rolled live as well. I never did it before, prior to that. And I basically just spent however long I spent doing nothing but rerolls and chatting to you guys. It was quite an experience. Quite an experience. No worries, Liz. Take your time. Take your time. That's fine, Hakim. I mean, rerolling is not like mandatory, or it wasn't mandatory at least when the game first released, because all you had is bankai Ichigo. But I feel like nowadays you're really doing yourself disservice if you just started and you don't reroll, because everybody else will be rerolling most likely. Well, not everybody, but vast majority, I'd say. Ooh, that's rough, freak. That's a rough side. You see, if you did re-roll, you could have saved those 70 pulls right there. That is okay though. You live and learn. You live and learn. I get the fact that like people just don't want to waste their time. That's absolutely fair. But I feel like if you really enjoy the game, and you're planning to play it for like a long time, I do think that spending like a couple hours re-rolling for a better start is definitely worthwhile. Because you're basically just guaranteeing yourself a smoother start, and thus you're more likely to enjoy the game more. Because to me personally, I don't think I ever started a game, at least from memory, just with what I got from the gacha. I pretty certain every single gacha game I ever played, I re-rolled in. Like, pretty much all of them. 50 is not too bad, Hakim. 50 is pretty decent. That's fact, Rick. That's fact. I mean, I only discovered it by trying it out. I didn't know about it originally. And I just discovered it while re-rolling on stream. I was like, okay, this works. This is what we're gonna do.
私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
I mean, a lot of other gacha games, you can actually use one email tactic, or like salted emails where you can just put +1, +2, and whatever at the end. But for this game, it didn't work. So I was just thinking, okay, how can I reroll? And I tried to just make like a random account and see what happens. And to my surprise, it just didn't ask me for like verification email or anything. So I was like, okay, well, I guess this works. Really? I mean, I haven't tried it. But that's Kenpachi. You see, they already made a mistake. They're using Kenpachi. I don't use Kenpachi, so I can't verify that. But maybe it's like a shadow nerf. You never know. You never know. They were like, Kenpachi's too good. We gotta nerf that, man. Nerf his damage into the ground. Yeah, but how much were they doing originally? Because if it's like 3 billion and they did 100 million less, I'm like, okay, well, it's not that big of a difference. But if it's like 500 million, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, 1/5 of the damage is pretty significant. Because I thought they buffed Kenpachi, didn't they? Or like, slight buff of some kind for him. I know they adjusted something with White Ichigo as well, but I don't know what. I didn't really read it. Okay, yeah, that's pretty significant. That is pretty significant. I mean, I haven't tried it, so I can't verify personally. But it does sound a little sketchy. Did he get nerfed? Because I thought he got above, didn't he? Huh. I mean, I didn't notice it today, because I haven't played with him today, but that is interesting. What do you mean 2 all peelers? Nah, I doubt it. If it is the case, I doubt it's intentional, Creek. It might have been just Crunchyroll messed something up, as they always do. So, we don't know.
次の舞白蓮
そこまでだ。
観念しろ
終わりだ。その残念だ。逃がす。お前が俺を倒すことはない。お前らの前に勝利はない。残念だ。
No, it's fine, Liz. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
突きしろ次の舞白蓮
My best team is still probably Slash. No, no, Slash. Spirit. I'd say. I'm biased. What can I say? Wouldn't know, Liz. Never been one, so wouldn't know. I hope they didn't tag you while you enter on said bus, because I know that's what they do with cows. I'm surprised your best team is Strike Creek, because you keep saying how you got scammed by Grimmjow. Okay, I'll check it out after this fight. Because I am curious, that definitely doesn't sound normal. I see, Greg, I see. I don't even know what his B2 buff does. Like, I genuinely don't understand what it does. Because he doesn't do any, like, ailment damage in his kit. Like, maybe he does a little bit, but it's definitely not part of his main bulk of damage. So I feel like you did get scammed, Creek. And that's why I didn't want to go with Ichigo's one, because I was like, I don't want to get burned. I heard the tales of Creek and his ailment damage endeavors. I'm too pre for that. Again? What do you mean again, Liz? Is it like every Sunday afternoon you just doing some public humiliation stuff? Jeez. Well, let me check out what do you have on the screenshot wise. 'Cause you made me curious now. What are you working with? Alright, let's see. I mean, to be fair, like, the damage difference is not massive. It's 50 million, which could be down to rotation, I guess. But, I mean, it's hard to say. I'll pull it up right now, but it definitely doesn't seem like, you know, it should occur, because usually, even if you mess up your rotation a little bit, the difference shouldn't be that big. So apparently this was before, and this is a... I'm surprised people keeping screenshot of their damage like this. Like, is that something you guys doing? Because I don't. I don't know what my damage is. Like, if somebody asks me, oh, how much damage you do? I got no idea. I mean, how much? how much my characters do. That's how much damage I go. But, I mean, the timing seems kind of about the same, so... yeah. And in fact, why Ichigo here had more time, it's hard to say without seeing how many skills he used, because it might have been that he used, like, less skills, I guess. That's the only thing that I can think of. But yeah, definitely not ideal. As I said, without seeing the skills, it's hard to tell. Because it might have been that he used, like, less ults or something. I don't know. But if it's 100 million, like you said before, that's definitely sketchy. And 50 million is still quite a significant chunk. But yeah, I got no idea. I thought they buffed them. Like, I guess in true Crunchyroll fashion, the buff is actually a debuff. Fair enough, Hakeem. I mean, I'm not doubting. I'm just saying that's the only reason I can think of while the discrepancy will be that big. This didn't quite work out. Like, Nemo really not doing me any favors over here. All for Ur/DPS retreats? I see, I see. I think why Ichigo is you know, a little salvation for the Slash team. And I hope they didn't nerf him, because I wouldn't be very happy with that. I don't think anybody else will. Because Slash finally started to become actually usable. It's always, like, it's a weird thing because Slash started as basically the best team, and then it slowly deformed into the best team until Ichigo came out, and then it became, okay, that's pretty decent. And now they're gonna nerf that, I'm gonna be like, well, we're back to the archaic era. I mean, I don't know, Hakeem. Like, Uru just makes sense for me to be a thrust tactic unit. I don't know about you guys, but that just seems the most logical conclusion to me. Because, you know, Ichigo and him on the same poster, kind of like partners in crime, just makes sense. Yeah, well, that's a traditional Quincy sword. It doesn't mean he can be a tactic unit. Mayuri holding a sword as well. He's no Slash. Like, you don't have to hold a sword to be a Slash character. It's not that deep. Nah, he won't be Slash Haki. Come on, stop the copium. He will be a thrust tactic. Come on. Listen, it is a sword, Hakim. I don't know what to tell you. Burn, probably. Or exorcism. He exorcises your soul to another dimension. I mean, to be honest, what ailment damage does Ichigo does in the story? He doesn't do breach. So they can just basically make it up. They can make it any ailment they want. Nah, dude, he's not gonna be DPS. Like, there's no chance. Like, there's no way they're gonna release 3 DPSs back to back to back. Because Bambietta most likely will be a tactical unit, which means she most likely will be a DPS too. Like, I just don't see them doing... Like, what typing is gonna be? Okay, if he is Slash, what does that make Vastalord Ichigo, huh? Does that make him Strike? I don't think so. Yeah, but we're talking when the game first started, Hakim. That's different. Yeah, but I don't see them doubling up on Strike anniversary units like that. That's different because that was like 7 months ago. What do you mean? When the game first released, we didn't even have a single Strike unit that was limited. For how long? We got our first Strike unit literally in April. And Slash is the only typing that has 2 DPSs. They are limited characters besides Spirit. And now Thrust. So what are the chances they're gonna give you another one? Exactly, you see, Krieg gets my point. Oh man, that's pretty close. Okay, let's run it back. We definitely can do that. I mean, they could. I'm just personally saying I'm not seeing it. In fact, I would say Candice would make more sense to be a Slash DPS than Uru. I just don't see him as a DPS. He's a brainy type. I just see him as a tactic unit. Like, there ain't no shot he's gonna be a DPS. Absolutely no worries, Liz, no worries. If I don't see you again, have fun. I'll catch you later. I probably will not get Bambietta on my main account, but I will most likely get her on my free-to-play just to play around with her and see what she's all about.
観念しろ
残念だ
染めの舞突きしろ次の舞白蓮
そのつもりだ終わりだ逃がすかここまでだ残念だ
次の舞白蓮
Fair is fair.
しろ
そのつもりだ終わりだ逃がすか
I mean, they might make her stronger Creek, but you gotta keep in mind, there's no way they're gonna make B0 Bambietta stronger than like B4 Aizen. Because in a lot of people's cases, they already have B4 Aizen. I mean, the man got rerun like 5 times. By this point, most people already have him. And what are the chances, you know, people are gonna skip their B4 Aizen and be like, okay, let's get Bambietta instead? Probably slim to none, let's be real.
残念だここ逃がす終わりだ
染めの舞
If you're a heathen, that is, Creek.
次の舞
Aizen literally is the most highest gross sell character in this entire game. They made 12 million from Aizen alone, Creek. And you're really gonna tell me they're gonna replace the man, the myth, the legend with Bambietta? Yeah, good luck with that. Ain't happening, I'll tell you that much. Ain't happening.
次の舞白蓮
そのつもりだ
Aizen is literally the most popular character in the entirety of Bleach. There's no character that's more popular than him. Maybe Ichigo just from the fact that he's a protagonist, but even then, I don't think it's close.
お前が俺を倒すこともお前さん前に勝利はない残念だ
次の舞
Ulquiorra is pretty popular too. I mean, there's definitely certain characters that just like in the zone of their own. I'd say at the very top you get like Aizen, Ichigo. I'd say Ulquiorra's up there. Grimmjow is very popular. A lot of people like Kenpachi. Byakuya, relatively popular.
染めの舞
Yamamoto, obviously.
次の舞
Quite a lot of people like Stark as well. So it's like there's certain characters that basically Kyoraku, relatively Urahara. Like there's certain characters that just like they not really in the same level. Yorichi from female characters, Harville. I don't know if Uryu is that popular. The Thousand Year Blood War, I definitely can see it, but because you know he kind of got glow up and everything,
次の舞
and he developed his character more. Because before Thousand Year Blood War, Uryu didn't really have a lot of screen time, so we never really saw his character development too much. Like the most he got was from his fight with Szayelaporro and Mayuri. But other than that, he didn't really get much going on. So you never really knew him as a character that much.
観念しろ
I mean, maybe. I think Ranger is alright. He's not the best, but he's not the worst. keep getting like 5 bars of HP. We definitely could do it. All we need is just not get screwed by Nemu. That's all we need. If we can not get screwed by Nemu, we will be absolutely fine. Alright, let me see.
久しぶりだ死神 俺と戦う理由はできたか
I see, so we got the weapon. Just like it should have upgrades. This one probably. Actually, I get 20% from here. What about that? So I already maxed that out, so actually probably this ain't that great. That's why I didn't upgrade it. I was thinking, why didn't I upgrade that? But remember now. Okay, let's run it back one more time. We definitely can do this though. I mean, Ichigo will be there for a while. To be honest, I like this banner rotation. I kind of wish they do more often, where you have like 4 characters, basically back to back to back, and all 4 of them are there like kind of for a while. Because A, you kind of know what's coming, and B, you have an option to pull for a character that you really want as well, even at the end of the banner, because you want to see like what's coming. And the one thing that, you know, I feel like gonna mess up a lot of people is the fact that, like, right now, we have Nell rerun, right? So a lot of people that might be not thinking that Uri will be a thrust tactic in the future, potentially. They might be like, oh, I'm gonna pull for Nell because, you know, I want a thrust tactic unit. Meanwhile, Uru shows up in like 30 days and they're like, hi there. Now you need to pull for me. I have like 3, I think, from memory. I don't think it would have been a smart idea to release them all together, to be honest, Liz. Because then there's not going to be any hype for like 80 days. And character releases are definitely like the hype moments. And also, they release events together with characters. So it just, basically for the next 90 days, there would be like 1 week of excitement, and then 90 days of nothing. Because they structure the entire events around the character and like the limited release. I'm sorry to say, Hakim, I don't think he's coming. I don't know if you do, Liz. I don't know if you do. Tomorrow? And said tomorrow has no specific time frame. So tomorrow is always tomorrow. Liz got the Horn Shaker HQ, so she knows exactly when he's coming. All you gotta do is trust. Exactly, have faith. With enough faith, we can bring Gin from Valhalla and get him a nice little reunion package. With Rangiku and just, you know, have him in his all eternal glory.
白蓮
そのつもりさ。そのつもり終わり。お前が俺を倒すことはお前の道はここで終わりだ。
逃がさぬ観念しろ次の舞白蓮残遅いわ逃がさぬ
終わり。
Fair enough, Hakim, fair enough. I mean, look, Renji is not that bad. He got his moments. Not all of them, but, you know, he got them. Here and there. Thousand-year Blood War Ikaku is coming, Creek, whether you like it or not. In fact, it's gonna be 365 days banner. And he's gonna be there permanently. It's gonna be called Ikaku Fest. The Bald God returns.
次の舞白蓮逃がさ
And basically, every single month, you have to pull one Ikaku, otherwise you can't pull at all. It's gonna be the curse we're gonna be all afflicted by, so you have to pull legally B12 Ikaku. Otherwise you can't play the game. It will be an invasion of the bold kind.
くだらん。
染めの舞突きしろ次の舞白蓮
そのつもりだ。ここまで甘い。そのつもりだ。くだらん。
逃がさぬ
終わり。
次の舞白蓮
Exactly which one is exactly. You see, you getting the point.
お前が俺を倒すことはお前の前に勝利はない。
Absolutely, Hakim. Even if his ultimate did 5 damage, I'm pulling. 100%.
残念だ。逃がす。終わり。
次の舞白蓮
そのつもりだ。
逃がさぬ
くだらん。
逃がさぬ
終わり。
Exactly, Retrice, you see? You're man of class, and I respect that.
染めの舞
Exactly, Hakim. Exactly.
次の舞白蓮
And you gotta appreciate Ikaku's boldness. You gotta put him on a pedestal and treat him like the princess that he is. You see, Liz is gonna be like the Santa Claus but for bald man. She's gonna give everybody a bald individual. You get a bald Ikaku. You get a bald Ikaku. Everybody gets a bald Ikaku over here. Probably no, Hakim. I don't think there's a single brave soul enough to unleash such power in the world, but I will check. I will check. I mean, this account is fine as well, because, I mean, it's not that far away. So I'll check on here if there's anybody. I don't think so, but we'll see. I've seen B5s. B5s have been prevalent, but no B6s. I think it's mythical. I don't think anybody actually has it. I mean, they are special, Hakim, they are special. As you gotta be a very, very special individual to build such an unbelievable machine as B5 Ikaku's.
次の舞白蓮逃がさぬ
I'm sorry to hear that, Creek. I'm very sorry to hear that. Okay, maybe if I... Let's see. Because maybe if I use Keyskip for this, that might be better. Let me just check the ranking just to see if there's anybody out there with B6 Ikaku. Okay, so there's B4s on this server. There's no single brave soul enough to build B6 Ikaku. You see, all these guys are cowards. The cowards, I tell you. None of them have the steez, the respect the Ikaku deserves. No single one of them, you see? Not a single one. None of them are worthy of... You see, this is B5 Ikaku right here. Close. Close. But not quite there. Not quite there. Ah, nobody appreciating the power of the boldness. You see, I tell you guys, cowards, all of them, every single one of them. Maybe. We'll check it after I'm done with this, just for the sake of comparison. I mean, look, B5 is already enough dedication. It's more dedication than I will ever have a Akali family. Alright, let's do this and see if this works better. I mean, look. I've seen people beat Trial Towers B5 Ikaku. So there is that. I have B1 Ikaku myself, and you know, I can't believe that to this day. Somehow that man haunted me twice, and I didn't even pull that much on the standard banner. I do want to see that as well, Krieg, because I just don't think it's possible to be a B6 Ikaku main. I wouldn't do that to you, Liz. I'm a man of class. We all are B1 Ikaku havers over here, except Creek. Creek is a little bit ahead of us. The man is peering into the future, while we are living in the past. Hi there, Tony. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. Pretty good. I mean, now he plays pretty well, I'd say. So I do definitely enjoy him. Pretty nice. I do think he deserved those buffs, because, to be honest, they don't improve his damage necessarily, like that much, but they improve his gameplay. And I feel like those are the most important buffs to actually make him more enjoyable to play. Those are the ones I'm always looking forward to. No, I don't. I don't have him B2. I don't have any standard unit at B2. I got him B1. I thought that's all he needs. I didn't. I still think Gin is great. Don't be disrespecting Gin, Haki. He's still a good character. Nice, Tony, nice. I went to half pity every time as well. It's one of those. One of those. But at least you're close. At least you're close. And I mean, if you already go Aizen, you can skip Bambiera, who's next. Since she's gonna be most like a spirit tactic. And just recuperate your losses, shall we say. It is what it is, Hakim, it is what it is. I'm not gonna lie, after doing those Ichigo pulls, I did consider buying some packs to recuperate my losses yesterday at night, but I was like, nah, I can't do that. I can't fall into the evil ways. I gotta remain nice and pure free to play, as I am. Nice, Tony, nice. Look, Creek, I had to do what I had to do. It's not my fault the game decided to hate me all of a sudden. Run this back quickly. Also, it wasn't 50 Nexuses, Creek. It was like 20 or 30. At most, because the 30 ones that you mentioned were for upgrading stamps. I had to do that. So it wasn't that much. This is my free-to-play account, so on this one, no. I didn't. I spent maybe like 20 to reroll some passives because I got Battlefield skill on them. I might have rerolled 3 times, but it definitely wasn't 50, so I don't know where the 50 came from. Also, it wasn't my fault that the game decided to give me battlefield skill damage and also special attack damage, which was absolutely worthless on him. What was I supposed to do? On Ichigo. I was rolling hit. I was doing his stamps and his passive just went absolutely gross. And I don't want to have that stance on my DPSs. If it was on supports, I don't care. But if it's on the main characters, you know, the ones that's supposed to do damage, I want them to be decent. Exactly, Hakim, exactly. I mean, you still go 76 days, or like, what, 72, whatever it is. So you got plenty of time, Liz, there's no need to hurry.
遅くなっちゃってすいません。紅姫、
次の舞
紅姫、
白蓮
逃がすか。終わり。逃がすか。遅くなっちゃって91。千住光天大砲。爆動の4。ダイナワ。紅姫。
Aren't we all, Creek? Aren't we all?
次の舞白蓮
Absolutely no worries, Liz. A pleasure, as always. Have a good time, spend some good time with your old man, and I'll see you later.
遅くなっちゃってすいません。紅姫、紅姫。
Alright, this one didn't go quite so well, so I'll just run it back quickly. I don't know about that, Creek. I don't know about that.
遅くなっちゃってすいません。
Are we really all free to play?
次の舞
紅姫。
白蓮
逃がす。
We are all whales at heart. Some are just more than others.
終わり。遅くなっちゃって91。千住光天大砲。爆動の4。ダイナワ。紅姫、紅姫。
次の舞白蓮
その逃がすか。くだらん。遅くなっちゃってすいません。
Nobody is. That's the secret, Hakim. Nobody is. We are all suspicious of each other.
観念しろ
It's like a game of Russian roulette.
染めの舞
But instead of a bullet, there's a whale tag. And we're just waiting to pin it on each other. That's how it be.
千住光天大砲。爆動の4。ダイナワ。紅姫、紅姫。終わりだ。
次の舞白蓮逃がさぬ
逃がす。
Good Creek, keep it that way. Stay guilt-free.
紅姫、紅姫。
観念しろ次の舞白蓮
遅くなっちゃって91。千住光天大砲。爆動の4。ダイナワ。紅姫、紅姫。終わりだ。残念だ。逃がす。遅くなっちゃってすいません。紅姫、紅姫。
染めの舞突きしろ次の舞白蓮
そこまで。終わりだ。遅くなっちゃって91。
I mean, to be honest, in this game, I feel like the best way of going about it is getting the battle pass and the monthly card. Like, you don't need to get the packs unless you want to. Do they enhance your experience playing? Yeah, but you'd never feel like you have to spend in this game, which is what I appreciate about it. Because it's one thing spending, you know, your money willingly on a game and enjoying it. And there's another one where you actually forced to if you want to, like, keep up, shall we say. And this game never forces you to spend, which is very nice.
次の舞白蓮観念しろ
そのつもりだ。くだらん。
Yeah, I mean, he was just built different, Hakim. The man knew something we mere mortals didn't. I wonder how he's doing now. Maybe he's level 81 already? I just wonder. I just wonder.
染めの舞突きしろ次の舞白蓮
その残念だ。
観念しろ
Ooh, having B6 units is pretty good. It's pretty good.
遅くなっちゃってすいません。紅姫、逃がす。紅姫。お前が俺を倒すことは
I mean, to be honest, levels don't do anything, so I'm not that bothered about it, unless they're gonna implement new game modes for those levels, because it's like, doesn't really do anything, so I'm not that bothered. Nice, Tony, nice.
染めの舞突きしろ次の舞白蓮観念しろ
That's true. I mean, I guess I forgot about that. You get some stamina out of it. But yeah, overall, the levels are like one of those things that I'm not too bothered if we get more grace. If not, it is what it is. Right, let's do the slash team. Look, Tony, we free players out here struggling. You gotta do what you gotta do. I feel like this is Hakim's screen question, you know, whether you take blue pill or red pill. I mean, I'm sure they'll do Byakuya Justice in the future when they release another one. I don't think he's like terrible, necessarily. You know, he's just not great. And that's kind of the crux of it all. More hate the better. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't really see a point of hating on a game when it didn't release, but fair enough. Fair enough. I respect your dedication, at least, to your craft, Hakim. I respect that. Yeah, I get. Right. That was much easier. We'll take that. Right, let's do thrust now. The bed already preempted it. Hakim is the kind of man that wrote a full light novel review, and he just saves it on his notepad for the day the game finally releases. He's like, just give me that review. I need to post it right now. I imagine it starts, I never played this game, however, I have some things to say about it. The gameplay 0 out of 10. Never even played it, yet I can already tell that it's an absolute ass. Gacha, minus 10 out of 10. Absolutely atrocious. 200 pity in this day and age? Who thought of that? Who would do better? Your sincere, Bleach Mirror High hater, number 1, Mr. Hakim. With love. Always gotta end it with love. You gotta say, play this game for 69 hours, and I can say for certain, would not highly recommend. Gotta make it exciting. 'We're not talking about you, Liz. We're talking about Hakim's deep-seated hatred for Bleach Mirror's High. And his agenda to bring that game down to its knees, where it belongs in from his view. You back just in time, Liz, for us to finish disciplining the bald man. I don't know how you feel about that. Alright, so what do we have? We got Slash as the last one. So we're gonna use this. We did indeed, Liz, we did indeed. That's fair. That's fair, Hakim. That's fair. He's already gone, Liz. Don't worry. The boldness has been vanquished within. There's no boldness left in sight. Only the luscious locks of promised land of future shall befall your eyes. You see those luscious locks on Ulquiorra? No boldness in there. I'll tell you that much. And neither there's any on the Mr. White Ichigos. You see the quiff? Do you know how much hair gel that takes? Whew. At least a full jar. Alright, we're not doing too bad. We already go further than I was originally expecting, to be honest. Nice, Liz, what are you having? Some nice Cuevas Rancheras, perhaps? I love those. Okay, that one's sorted. Ah, I see. In your natural habitat. Wow, Hakim, wow. The man is coming out with straight up uppercut over here. No holding back the punches. You're gonna leave something in there. You gotta be absolutely high off your mirror to even think that this game is any good. That's how you should start your review, Hakim. I'm just giving you ideas. Or even better, you're gonna be absolutely high out of your mirror to think that this game is worth your time at all. In fact, after playing it, I had to bleach my eyes out to get this disgrace out of my soul. BCR for life. Peace out. You know, you gotta end it short and sweet. Gotta throw a little crumb references in there, you know, gotta make it hip. Exactly. You gotta use their own name as an insult. That's how that's how they're going kind of deep. When Koopa's gonna be reading that review, he's gonna feel it in his soul. His Reiatsu is gonna plummet as soon as he reads it. That's how you make it count. I mean, the art looked fine. I wasn't, like, mad about the game itself. I just don't know how I'm gonna love the gameplay, that's all. But we'll see. It's about reflecting your own disappointment in your own mirror. As you're gonna be quite high of it. I'm just giving you ideas, you know? Whether you use them or not is up to you. Alright, let's do the 7th stage now. Perhaps, Liz, perhaps. If there's one thing that British people are known for, is not only the most mediocre food you ever seen in your life, and not only moderate obesity rates, and not only so much tea that you can pretty much fill up the entire country with it, but also for the most passive-aggressive insults you'll ever hear in your life. And we're proud of it. It is what it is, though. It's fine. No, that was not too bad, Hakim. That was not too bad. I'll give you that. Indeed, Liz, indeed.
悪連
You gotta unleash your inner darkness to provoke the hatred within so you can write the most immaculate review this world has ever seen. I like how Hakim is putting all this effort into writing the greatest review this world has ever seen, when in reality all it's probably gonna be is like, this game sucks,
次の舞
comma, I never played it, but it sucks, all in exclamation marks. Play Bleach Soul Resonance. Brought to you by Hakim Hatred HQ, Incorporated. Trademark Limited. Established since 2026, and whatever the date release of the game is.
突きしろ次の舞悪連
そこまでだ残念だ
Look at it. Hey yo, is that a Game Boy I'm seeing before my very own eyes? Is that PSP? Golly, look at those graphics. How many frames is that? Is that like 2 frames a second? Ooh, wow. That's a spicy meatball right there.
残念だここが終わりだその
次の舞
Oh, is this Resident Evil 1? Are we playing Pokemon
つもりだ
Silver? Like what's happening?
観念しろ
そこまでだ
I think the main reason why people hating on the game is because Shueisha like pretty much
染めの舞
disregarding this game, meanwhile promoting something else, is pretty much a slap to the face to everybody that loves this game. And I do understand why people have like a bad take on that game instead. And I'm not saying it's wrong, it's just, you know,
ここまで
it is pretty interesting.
俺を倒すことはお前残念ここで終わりだ
Donkey King.
残念だ
What is this, Mario 64?
次の舞悪連観念しろ
I mean, like, all jokes aside, the two games can coexist, because Bleach Brave Souls has been before it, and they both can coexist with, like, BCI and BBC, and neither of them, you know, gonna replace each other. But it's just funny to me because
次の舞悪連
it basically just gotta become, like, you're gonna have 3 camps. A, people who only play Bleach Soul Resonance and hate Bleach Mirror High. There's gonna be the second camp, the people who only play Bleach Mirror High and hate Bleach Soul Resonance players. And there's gonna be a third camp, which I'm probably gonna be the part of. The people who tried both games and either play both games or play just Bleach Soul Resonance because the other one wasn't for them. But it's going to be a very interesting clash of the titans. I am relatively excited to see how it's going to unfold. Oh man. Wow. Wow, Hakim. Wow. Okay. Okay. I didn't know you were gonna go there.
次の舞
Saying Candy Crush is better is bold. Is a bold statement. You know what you should write? My aunt loved this game. The only 2 games she ever played is Candy Crush and Bleach Mirror's High, and she said it's the best game she ever played. 10 out of 10 would highly recommend for your aunt. Do you have an aunt in your life? You gotta make it like a PBS commercial. Do you have an aunt in your life that is not happy with her life? Do you want to make your aunt happy today? Well, you can do it very easily. Grab her phone right this very moment, go to Play Store and download for her Bleach Mirror's High right this very moment. Your aunt is gonna be so happy that she will thank you and she will never be disappointed ever again. It just showed her putting like some reading glasses, being like, "Alright, boys, we going in. Alright, we're pressing attack. Okay, now counter. Golly, we're popping off in here. We're gonna block it now." Then just your aunt starts streaming the game. "Alright, boys, today we're gonna be pulling for Rukia, okay? Very important business over here. And then we're gonna go and clap some cheeks in PvP, okay? Some high-class gameplay over here." Oh man, I'm losing my mind. I mean, it's a little bit of a low-hanging fruit, but I'll give you that one, huh, Keem? Fair enough. It's fine, no worries, no worries. At least you got your game plan ready. You know the strat. So you're good to go. I mean, you can't be producing him banging like that all the time. The creative juice is bound to run out sooner or later. Alright, this is getting a little bit dicey now, so I might have to... Because my spirit team is probably my least powerful right now. I probably will have to... Let's see. What do we have here? Probably have to use thrust for this. Let's see how that turns out. Bartos. Listen, don't be disrespecting my boy Bartosen. He's gonna be the MVP of this game. Up there with, you know, Soul King and Kaku. They're gonna be the two absolute giants.
bankai kami shini no yari kami shini no yari mutou renjin
Shoot, Hakim. Let's see where you go.
kami shini no yari mutou renjin
I'd rather be blind, to be honest, because being Bartosen is rough. That'd be rough. I mean, I wouldn't be able to even go grocery shopping without people being like, look, that's a Bagman. I don't want to turn into a real-life Mothman, Hakim. Come on. At least, you know, if I go with the first one, I can be like Stevie Wonders or something, do some cool stuff. Or like that one lady from, like the first season of MasterChef, or like second season that won the entire thing while being blind. That was actually pretty cool. Forgot her name, but she did do that. And became a professional chef. Listen, Hakim. I ain't turning into a bug, I'll tell you that much. What do you mean it's not that bad? Of course it's that bad. There's literally no arguments you can say to me that will make me think otherwise. Who? Anthropologist? Zoologist? Like, oh, who are we talking to here? Yeah, I don't think... I think if you look like Bartosen, I don't think there's anyone for you, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'm sorry to say this. But unfortunately, there's not gonna be anybody for you. I know he ain't right, but unfortunately, it's just how it be, Hakim. That's life for you. Sometimes you gotta take the L and just roll with the punches. Okay, that wasn't ideal. Let me do it like this. Proper Kisuke stuff. Okay, there we go. That should be fine now. It is all personality, if you are human. If you are human, Hakim. If you are a bug, like I'm sorry to say, unfortunately, a normal personality gonna help you. It's rough, but that's just how it be. That's just how it be. do. Not doing too bad.
絵に姫絵に姫絵に姫不動の91戦時後天大砲マイトプレゼンターアイナは遅くなっちゃって絵に姫絵に姫千本桜影一
I'd say, well, I still think Gin is better. Like, if we're taking, like, raw utility, I'd say the best old DPS is definitely Gin. But Bankai Ichigo is pretty good as well. But he's also, you kind of need white for him. If you don't have white, he's obviously not as great. But I do think, especially if you get his B1 from, you know, the half anniversary selector, I think he really does pull some decent numbers. I guess, yeah. To be fair, like, in, like, time-gated content, it is a little bit better. Because the instant ult is pretty good. Like, I do like that they tweaked him a little bit now that he's, you know, a little bit better. Like, I wouldn't say he's overpowered or anything, but they made him, like, more useful compared to what he was back in the day, where his utility was absolute dog water. Like, he took so long to charge his ult, and that was his main source of damage. Like, that just ain't right.
次の舞はい白蓮了解しましたはい春光さて反撃といこうかな大丈夫はいさてとやれやれすごいじゃん
I also quite like Yaruichi though. I think Yaruichi is pretty decent too. Because like the more I started playing with her on my free play, the more I was like, you know what, she's pretty decent. Like, for what she does it pretty well.
はいさてとさてとさてとやれやれすごいじゃん次の舞白蓮さて反撃といこうかな
You mean Bankai?
さてと
Oh, you're talking about like strike support,
さてと
I believe. If you're referring to that, then yeah. Well, that is true, because like right now, basically this is the strike team that we have. If you don't have like Mayuri on hand, if you need to use him for, you know, your thrust team, this is basically all you have. You can probably put Iski in here, as I guess. But like, if you're doing stuff like this where you need all 4 teams, your options are pretty much non-existent. And Nemo doesn't really do a lot.
さてと
Like, she's not really it, I'd say. Like, you could do worse, I guess. But compared to every other SR version, like Yachiru, Momo, Rengiku, she just falls flat. Because at least every other typing SR support can kind of pull their weight and do decent support. But Nemu is like, I don't know. Maybe I'm giving her a hard time, but I can't get used to her gameplay. Like, this amount of switching around you have to do, going from like lower to upper stands and all that stuff, it just... Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't tickle my personal fancy, I guess.
はいさてと てと
九条天元妙
さてとすごいじゃん次の舞悪連さて反撃といこうかのさてと大を開始はい染めの舞突きしろ大丈夫ですか大丈夫さてとすごいじゃん春光さて反撃といこうかの
We're getting pretty close, 30 seconds left. Probably will be fine though. Hopefully. We'll see.
九条天元妙
さてとすごいじゃんさてと春光さてと了解しましたはいさてとやれやれさてと
Oh man, come on. So close. Golly. Alright, let's run back one more time. We definitely can do this one. I mean, Sanjin's alright. He's not great, but, you know, he could be worse. I think his ultimate is a cool idea. It just doesn't really do anything. Like, I think his ultimate is one of the coolest visually. Because, you know, having the massive Tengen Mew and a bunch of lava everywhere is pretty cool looking. Like, you can't really knock it off. But it doesn't really do much. Like, I would much rather have him, like, being autonomous while you're switching between characters, and he just slashing and dashing with Tengen Mew in background, you know, kind of helping you with damage. I would love that. That would be cool. But, yeah. Like, he's okay. And my Sajin is pretty decently built, and he only does, like, 720,000 damage, so it's like, you can't even really use him for damage that much. I do think he might get redemption when he releases in his human form. Because that Tengen Mew is, whew, it's pretty nice. Like, I like the animation. I think the animation... Ooh, he did the 1 million. Golly, Sajin really popping off over here. I think Sajin human form is one of the craziest glow-ups in, like, anime history. Because, golly, the man went from a dog into an absolute beast. Well, I mean, it was short-lived, but it was great. I do like Sajin as a character, though. I always thought he's, you know, he's like portraying their loyalty, unyielding will, you know? I always thought he was cool. And he's also just a big husky as well, so, you know. No, actually, no husky. What is it, Japanese? Shiba Inu. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. How can you hate that? You may say he got a dog within him as well. Okay. Pretty close. Oh yeah, we got this. Alright, nice. I'm gonna finish it with Sergeant, I guess. Doing it a little bit of style. Well, this team is not horrible, but definitely Nemo brings it back. If there was like a better SR version maybe of support that I could have used, this definitely would have been better. Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, he does show up, so I can definitely see him. It's just a question is how he's gonna show up. Or maybe when. Because Nell is there as well, so, you know, we're probably gonna see another version of her. I just don't think it's gonna be anytime soon, most likely. Well, I guess it's like anti-staggering. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if you have Sergeant B1, it's not that bad because it gives you extra crit rate and crit damage. So, there is that. And I would say he's better to use than Nemo at least. Because he gives you raw stats. Like, I would just use him as a shield bot. If I had, you know, like Mayuri on this account or something, instead of Nemo, I would just use Sergeant, just press his E and just get out. Just get out. You don't need it there. Because it gives you way more benefit. So you're basically playing with just two characters and another one just gives you shields. But like defensive mechanic in this game just are not that useful at all. Because in most cases, you don't worry about survival, you worry about doing as much damage as you possibly can. I mean, he's okay, he's just slow. You know, like, his kid is just not that impressive. But he's kind of like Byakuya, but even slower. And I don't think they ever gave him a buff, did they? Like, at all. Or if they did, it was a long time ago.
手をかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
Oh, we're not doing too bad. So far, so good.
挽回神死にの槍
私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫追式
It kind of makes me appreciate the old units playing on my free-to-play account. I don't know. Because on my main, obviously, I have all the like newest toys and all that. So I never really think about what I'm doing, but on this free-to-play, it kind of makes me appreciate the little things, you know? I'm seeing like 2 million damage on my main, and I'm like, man, that sucks. I'm seeing 2 million here, I'm like, man, we popping off. I don't know. The little things in life. I think Yorichi is still fine. I think she's still fine. She still got it. But yeah, definitely, you know, Sajin. I'd say, obviously, Aboy Kaku keeping up the rear, the true prodigy of them all. And then I probably would say Byakuya and then Sajin, because I think Sajin just has a bit more value than Byakuya still to this day, just because we don't have strike support. And if you don't have Mayuri, I would use him over Nemu, personally. Because at least you can still get some benefit out of him that way. No, that one. This one. Oh, we're not doing too bad. Decent. Stay there. $2,500. for one bedroom? Ooh, Jesus Christ. You see, I never personally understood the point of living in a large city if you're living in a cupboard. Like, I genuinely don't get it. Like, what is the appeal? Because to me, a home should be somewhere where you feel safe, where you feel welcomed, where you feel like, you know, you can relax, have a good time. And if you live in a shoebox, it just, I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. I do feel bad for them because, like, they probably go there in search of, like, opportunities for whether it's work or, like, business or whatever. And I get that, but, man. There's gotta be better ways of going about it than paying out of wazoo. Because that's some people's, like, monthly wage entirely. You know? Over there, I would imagine. And, yeah. I'm just saying, right? But then again, every single capital city pretty much a scam to live in, anyway. Kind of how they are. Oh, actually, no, hold up. There was strike one that I could have used. We'll go. Hold up. I'm using strike on this. I don't think I'm going to be able to clear the 8th one, so the 7th one will be most likely our last stand, if we can even manage to clear it. But we'll give it our best shot. Yeah, you see, I don't watch stuff like that because it just makes me depressed. It's like, I just feel really bad for people in those kind of conditions. Because they're just not a good environment to not only live in, exist in. Because, like, to me, right, I'm not a big city dweller to begin with. I'm not a big city enthusiast. But even if I was, I still wouldn't want to live in those kind of conditions. And I do get that some people live in those conditions not because they want to, but because it's all they can do, or all they can afford. But even then, I'm like, man, there's gotta be better ways to, like, find, like, somewhere else to live besides the capital city. Like, there's just gotta be. Because I'm sure for their amount of money, like, outside of Manhattan, you probably can rent a very, very nice either apartment or even a house. And live, like, you know, in a pretty good area. Like, it's gotta be the case. Because I just refuse to believe that everywhere is like that. So I get ready to do this one, I think. That sucks.
さて反撃といこうかの
Yeah, that's why I just feel horrible for people whenever I see something like that. It's like, no. Because in a lot of cases, people live in those kind of conditions due to the fact that they have a job in the capital. But no matter how much you earn in the capital, you probably will earn less outside of it, but your living conditions will be better. So it's like, I feel like it's worthwhile more. Because like the whole idea of chasing, you know, the capital success and all that stuff, trying to raise your career in there and all that, it's great and all. But you gotta realize that at some point, you gotta prioritize your own well-being first before you start chasing the big dreams.
反撃といこうかの
And if you live in a shoebox, that is classed as an apartment, if that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is. Yeah, for 2K in London as well, you would get a pretty decent one. Like, it wouldn't be luxurious or anything, but it would be like 2 bedrooms, I'd say. Maybe 3 if you're lucky.
反撃といこうかの
Like, a decent kitchen, you know, proper bathroom and all that. Like, you would be able to, especially if you go to like center, you might be living in a shoebox. But if you go like on a little slight outskirts of the central London, you probably can get a very, very decent place. But you gotta keep in mind, the $2,000 in UK for an apartment is extortionate. It's extortionate.
さて
Because for 2K, like, up north, you can get a whole house, like 3-bedroom house, for like £700. Okay? A house with a big backyard and, you know, like a proper front yard and everything. A house. Okay? Not an apartment, a house.
さてと
At most, it would cost you about 1,000. So, just to put it into perspective,
さて
the capitals are scam.
こうかの
Yeah,
さてと
people do.
さてと
Because some people have like a second house that, you know, they don't really live in, and it's basically like a passive income for them. I know a friend who like just owns a bunch of properties, and he just rents them and basically lives off that. Yep. Like near Manchester, you can get a decent house for like 700. Not inside Manchester, but like on the outskirts of it, 700, easy. 800 tops. 3 bedrooms.
さてと
For rent. It's like, just makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. I'm just saying, it's like, you know, it just puts things into very, very depressing perspectives.
さて
Oh yeah, it's not like a shoebox. It's a nice house, usually.
すごいじゃん
In fact,
さてと
I know somebody at work who just got a brand new house, and they are paying, I believe, £850 for a 3-bedroom, right
さてと
outside Brighton, like right on the outskirts of it, and 3 bedrooms, fully furnished, 2 bathrooms, very nice living room, kitchen, like I saw the photos, a big backyard, a big front yard, its own garage, parking lot. It's like, I was jealous of it.
さてと
So, you know,
すごいじゃん
it is possible. It just obviously not every house is like that, Some houses are a bit more extortionate than others, but it's all about finding like a decent place.
さてと了解しました。
Well, maybe on the outskirts of London, you probably won't be able to find something like that, but I'm talking like outside, more outside of London area. Is definitely possible. Just have to look hard enough. Alright, this might be where we finally hit the roadblock. On stage 6. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I would like those 900 Spirit Jades, but I'm not prepared to break my neck for them. I'll run it one more time, and then if we can do it, we'll go do Deadlock instead. Oh, absolutely. For 2k, you can rent a very, very nice house outside London. In fact, I saw the other day 6-bedroom house for 1,500. Outside, I want to say roughly about 20 miles away from London. 6 bedrooms. 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. Big front yard, big backyard. 20 miles away from London. 1,500 for 6 bedrooms. That's insane to me. And it wasn't like in the middle of nowhere either.
さてとすごい
I don't know, like I genuinely don't get it. I don't understand why people want to live inside London when you can live on the outskirts of London and just commute every day to work.
反撃といこうかの
Like, I genuinely don't get it. For whatever reason, people adamant they want to live inside the London when it's like, you go outskirts of it, and you can find a very, very cushy place for very affordable rates. And you gotta be living like a king as well. So it's like, I genuinely don't understand it. And I think it's that mentality that people don't want to be known as a living in like quote-unquote rural areas. And I'm like, who cares?
さてと
Genuinely, who cares?
さて
But some people do, I guess. Some people do.
すごいじゃんさてと さてとすごいじゃん
Pretty much. In fact, you can rent those bedrooms to other people. You can make a killing. You can rent that house to 6 people, make them pay £500 a month, and you make double your money. You gotta be thinking globally about this stuff.
すごいじゃん
I mean, not if it's your friends, pal. Probably if you're your friends, you'll be fine with it. If it's strangers, yeah, I can see that.
さてとどうじ
Exactly. Infinite money glitch right there, Hakim.
ゃすごいじゃん
And people just not privy enough to use it.
さて反撃といこうかの
I mean, that's the crux of the issue, I guess. Fair enough. Fair enough.
さてとすごいじゃんさてと了解しました
Well, yeah, if you don't trust them, that's a bit of an issue. Like, if I were to live with somebody in a house, I do need to trust them. Because that's a pretty big commitment to have on your hands otherwise.
さてとすごいじゃんどうじゃさてと とすごいじゃんさてと
I think it's a couple more days, Pale. I know, Hakim. Like, I genuinely never understood it.
はいさてと
I would much rather live in a nice house outside the city than live in one bedroom apartment inside the city. Because they're just like a no-brainer to me personally. But maybe I just not seeing something they see. Yeah, you still got 2 days, Pale.
さて
So you get all the time in the world. Okay, it doesn't look like we can do this. But, you know, we go decently fast. 7-6, I think it's pretty respectable for the fact that I'm working literally with bare bones over here. Like, literally sticks and stones. So, not too bad, not too bad. I'm pretty satisfied with that. Like, we didn't get 900 jades at the end, but it's fine. It's fine. We at least proven that it is somewhat possible to do. Okay, let's see, what do we have here? I haven't done a bunch of these, like, normal mode thingies. I guess let's do them. Get some tickets going. Why not? I prefer outside the city. Like, I don't know if it's just me. I'm a very peace-loving individual by nature. Like, the area that I live in right now is very quiet. Like, I don't have any noise whatsoever because I live in, like, a residential area. And living inside the city, when you have all the bustle and noise all the time, I just don't get it. Like, I would hate it. And just because you're living inside the city, it's like, to me, it's a deterrent, not a benefit. So, I don't know. But I do understand the appeal, I guess. Because, you know, if all you want is to go to parties all the time and, you know, like, make maybe friends all the time, probably living in London is better for that kind of stuff. I wouldn't know. But even then, I don't know. It just seems insane to me that you would pay like $1.5 grand or something for like 1-bedroom apartment, sometimes in central London, where instead you can get a little house for the amount of money. Right on outside of it. But maybe I'm just crazy, maybe I'm not seeing what other people see. Alright, let's go here. Because I remember when I was younger, a bunch of my friends were saying, "Oh yeah, when we finish college or like school, we're gonna move to London and we're gonna make it big there." And I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think you can just move to London and make it big immediately. Like that's just a pipe dream. Absolutely, and to me personally, I would pay more for peace and quiet, not the other way around. Like, you're literally paying for worse living conditions just from the fact that you're closer to the center. I don't get it. Peace and quiet is very, very hard to get in the modern world, so you're gonna appreciate it. I mean, it's the same thing whenever I visit my old folks. Because I live more in, like, the central area as well for work, and just because the place I go was a pretty decent deal. But my parents live kind of like on the outskirts of Brighton as well, and every time I go there, it's like, it's just quiet, peace. Nobody bothers me. Nobody shows up at my door like 6 a.m. And I don't know, it's a pleasant, I wouldn't call it countryside necessarily, but it's more like, you know, more rural, shall we say, where it's like nature everywhere. There's a nice lake nearby. I don't know, I appreciate it, because ever since I was a kid, I was really, like, into nature-related stuff. I used to go, like, in forest foraging for stuff. I mean, sometimes my friends would just show up and make me go places. You know how it is. It was a reference to mainly when it was my birthdays. One of my friends showed up at 6 a.m. and be like, "We're going places today." Because I wanted to congratulate me first thing in the morning, and I was like, yeah, I think you just ruined my birthday right here. Because I was getting a nice sleep. And you ruined it. My birthday is ruined. No. But yeah, sometimes my friends show up and announce and be like, "We going places today," and I'm like, "No, we're not." Slam the door. Knock again, and I'm like, "I'm not going anywhere." "Yes, you are." "Well, okay, fine." Just happens sometimes, because I am a bit of a recluse. I'm like an old hermit living in my cave. Never going anywhere, never doing anything. But sometimes you gotta socialize, you know how it is. Whether you like it or not. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna have my little revenge against Rangy. He beat me absolutely senseless in a trial tower. It is indeed, Hakim, it is indeed. Sometimes you gotta do things that you don't really want to do. Just how it be. That's why I can't wait to get to like retirement age. I'm like 35. Just sitting on my reclining chair, rocking back and forth in my front yard, shaking my cane in the youth of today, eating some like pudding jello, and just having the time of my life. Precisely, Haki. What do you think? I'm gonna walk until 65? Ain't no happening. Nah, listen. 60? Nah, no way. I think it's 67, I believe. No. No for me. Ain't no way I'm working that much. You kidding me?
Bye-bye.
70 years old? Jesus Christ. When are you supposed to live? That's like the thing. It's golly, 70? Ooh. Yeah, you see, I feel like the ideal age to retire is in your early 50s. Like, if you can afford it, your late 40s, early 50s is like when you still got your body with you, in most cases at least. And that's when you can start kind of like living your best life, I feel like. So that's why you gotta save up as much as you possibly can and then bail out as fast as you could, because they're gonna make you work by the time we reach their age until you're like 80. And it's like, at a certain point you never retire, you work all the time. So yeah, 70 is definitely crazy. But then again, I knew some people before like friends of my grandparents, that never retired. They worked all the way basically until they ascended to Valhalla. There was one guy in particular that worked until he was 89. He was a mechanic, and he owned like his own garage and everything, and he was fixing cars until the age of 89. Can you imagine that? I can't. I would be lucky to even get out of bed in the morning if I ever reach 89. Let alone fix a car. I don't know if forcing people to work longer is a solution to that, to be honest, Hakim. I feel bad as well, and like, in his case, he didn't have to work, he just enjoyed it, which is fine. Because, you know, he owned his own business, so he technically could have just retired much earlier, but he was just, you know, he grew up, he was working since he was like 12, basically. Because, you know, back in the day, child labor was a commonplace. And he just worked his whole life and he didn't know any better. And that's kind of sad to me because by that age, I guess work is all you know. Because if all you're doing is you wake up in the morning, you go to work, you get back home, you eat, you shower, you sleep, and then you repeat it all over again. That's just sad to me. Like, if I ever reach to that point, the life ain't worth living at that point. That's basically me done. That's me becoming a vegetable at that point, and I already gave up. Like, I don't know. To me, like, work obviously is an important part of your life, because, you know, you gotta eat somehow. But if work becomes like your prevalent part of your life like that, where all you do is work, it's just not right. Because you gotta have time for fun. Like, the only way to make your life worth living is to make enough memories that could last you a lifetime, and basically have enough experiences to say that your life was worth living. If all you do is work all the time, I don't know. It just seems like you're existing at that point. You're not living, you're existing. And I guess if that's what you want, that's fine. Because I know some people who work their entire life, they do it for the prospect of, you know, like, providing for future generations and like their offsprings. And my grandfather was definitely one of those people, because he worked until he was like, basically, he only retired recently. And he was working all the way until he was 68. And basically not because he had to, but because A, he didn't have much going on, and B, he just enjoyed what he was doing. But yeah, some people are just, you know, they very, like, others first, me second kind of mentality. And that's always a sweet mentality to have, but like, I personally don't think I would be able to do that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, when you think about it, you spend basically 1/3 of your life at work. And then you spend 1/3 of your life sleeping, and you only live in 1/3 of your life. That's crazy to me. That is actually, like, genuinely crazy. Because realistically speaking, you know, you wake up in the morning, you do all your morning routine and whatever, no? You go to work, you get off work, and let's say you come back home at like 6 o'clock. You basically have like 5 to 6 hours to spend with your family, friends, or whatever. And by the time you get home, you're probably too tired to do anything, so all you do is like, you eat, maybe you talk to some friends, but you're definitely not going out. you know, you eat, you take a shower, you sleep. And then you wake up and you do it all over until Friday, and that's when you start living, you know? Like, that just, like, the first day of 4 days of the week, you're basically existing, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's when you start living. In a nutshell, essentially. No. I mean, I personally feel like the best like solution to that would have been just reducing work hours. Go from 8 to 6 hours. Like, that just seems more realistic and also allows for people to actually live. Because if you finish your work at 3 o'clock, I feel like by that point, you have enough time to actually do what you want to do. Because it's still daytime, essentially. So you still can go out, you still can socialize, and you're not gonna feel absolutely naked. Like, I would much rather have no lunch break and just work 6 hours in a row and just get it over with. You know? I feel like that's a way better way of going about it.
吠えろサビマル動の91戦時後天大砲挽回鈴虫追式
Yeah, you see, 6 hours is a way to go, I feel like. 12 hours a day is crazy to me, honestly. Like, if you work half the day, that's genuinely insane. I can't even imagine breaking your back that much for that long. Oof. I mean, I know probably people that do work that much, they get like a day off afterwards, but still, even then. I don't know what it was like back in the day in UK, to be honest, but it was probably roughly about the same. 12 hours a day, every day? Ooh, no. No. You see, even if you're sitting 12 hours in a day in an office, like, if it's not a physically demanding job, it's still no. Just no. They ain't right. Because at the end of the day, you gotta basically just make a hard choice. Do you need the cash more than you need happiness? And that's why I feel like a lot of people do part-time work nowadays, because I know quite a few people my age, they work part-time instead of doing full-time because they want to live their life. Or some people go from like 5 to 4 days a week, where they basically, you know, work from Monday to Thursday and they take Friday off and have 3 days break. And personally, I feel like 4 days a week is a pretty smart idea of going about it. Like, obviously you get less money, but the time that you're getting back might be more worthwhile, honestly. And if you work part-time, you know, there also could be a decent outcome if you work like 5-6 hours a day instead of 8, 9, 10, 11, like whatever it may be, or 12 as you mentioned. Could be a smart way of going about it as well. And to be honest, some part-time jobs pay more than full-time jobs as well, all depending on what you're doing. That is true. That is true. Like, that's kind of the crux of it all, is basically depending on where you want to live and what you want to do. And sometimes people prioritize, you know, basically just having enough to survive rather than worrying about their happiness and all that stuff. Which is, you know, just the world we live in, unfortunately. It's one of those. Can't really do much about it. Because I doubt the gentleman that you told about that pays $2.5 grand to live in New York, I doubt he does it by choice. It's probably just because, you know, he got a job there, and it's like the only living circumstance that he could afford in the city itself, maybe. And he doesn't, maybe he like doesn't drive, so he can't commute either. So yeah, it's all about your personal circumstances in a lot of cases. A lot of people just don't consider it hard enough. Because I remember when I was finishing college and I was like having to deliberate what I wanted to do career-wise, I basically just looked at my options. I was like, okay, what realistically can I do to earn enough money to live where I want to live and do what I want to do? And I just went through the list and I was like, okay, this, and this is kind of what I don't mind doing, and also what I can do. And let's just see what we can find and then go on from there. Yeah, you see, that's basically what dictates in a lot of cases, like those people's lives, is the fact that they get A, either a job, or B, you know, maybe their partner living there, maybe their family is there, stuff like that, you know, like there's different circumstances, obviously. But job is like the most prevalent in a lot of cases. And being a chef in New York is probably rough as well. That's probably a very, very demanding job. But I guess whatever makes you happy, the most part. If you know you want to live inside the central New York or something, and you're happy with yourself, that's fine. But to me, life is a bit more than materialistic things like that. That is true. Like, if you are, you know, in your younger days, if you want to make like a big boatload of cash quick and then kind of prioritize more your life, like doing the first 5 to 10 years, talking about like it's a prison sentence, and breaking your back like that is probably not the worst idea. Because then you can be, like, when you reach your 30s, like, let's say you do it from your 20 until you're 30, and then you have a very sizable, like, chunk of money that you can invest into buying a house, car, like, whatever you want. And then you can find, like, a job that could be part-time, could be full-time, but something that you can do while also having enough money to, like, sustain yourself and not really worry about income that much. So that's not a bad idea, it's pretty smart. But also kind of depending, like, are you by yourself, are you with a partner? Because in a lot of people's cases, you know, if they have, like, a partner, they probably can do that. Because, you know, there's not a lot of partners out there that will be fine with you working 12 hours a day, coming back half dead every time. Or just basically falling asleep immediately after you're done. Like, I personally, I don't think I would be able to work 12 hours. Because to me, my brain would be just... My brain is melting by the time it's like 7 hours, let alone more. The Vortex, I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you well. Appreciate the follow. One. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's really dependent on what, obviously, condition you're living in and with whom. Because if you got a kid, the situation changes drastically. At that point, you really, you know, you're in survival mode at that point. You do what you gotta do. If you're by yourself, you have more options. Because obviously at that point you kind of like, okay, I'll just do whatever I need to do. And that's why I feel like having kids very early is a very bold choice I don't think I personally would have ever made. Because you're basically handicapping yourself and you're playing the life on a hard mode at that point. Because having a kid is not just a lot of responsibility, it's also very expensive. It's very expensive to raise a kid. And it's just a difficult job as well. It's not easy. Not that I would know, but I would assume it is. So, yeah. It is, like, obviously depend. Because I worked before with a guy who was... It was when I was 23, and he was 26, 27, and he was already, like, he graduated just uni, and he was working, that was, like, his first full-time job, and he already had a kid who was, like, 6 years old, that he goes when he was 20, and they would go into, like, primary school, and I was like, man, I'm only 3 years younger than you, and you're already having a kid that goes to school. I'm like, geez, Louisa, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Because I was like, man. And he was really, like, down-to-earth, chill guy as well. Very nice, very helpful. And he was originally, he was basically finishing college as a writer, right? He wanted to be, like, a sports journalist. He got a degree in writing and all that good stuff, but he couldn't find a job, like, for the actual degree that he finished, surprise, surprise. So he had to settle for something else, and yeah, he was just talking to me about, like, how he was writing, like, articles in his free time, and basically as a part-time gig, he was selling them. And he also was doing a bunch of part-time jobs on the side as well. Like, one of his side hustles was he was going to sell solar panels of all things. He would just show up to people's houses and basically demonstrate them solar panels. And if he managed to sell one, he would get, like, a percentage of it from the sale. So he was hustling out there. He was really locked in. And I was like, man, I respect it. I respect the grind. Because some people are just, you know, they become adults very, very early, shall we say. Because I remember when I was 20, I was thinking about what video games I'm gonna play today, not about how to raise a kid. Yeah, you know, like, part-time jobs that are like side hustles, but not really like actual jobs, shall we say. Like, things that you do and you might get paid for it, basically. Another one that he told me about, he used to be like a part-time real estate agent, where basically what they would do, they would give you like a bunch of houses to show to people, and if you managed to convince them to buy a house, you would get like a certain amount of money for it. So he was a very, very interesting guy. And I learned quite a bit from him. So yeah, you just have those kinds of people out there, and meeting them really is an eye-opener. Because I'm one of those people that, like, I wouldn't say I'm lazy. However, I don't have that, like, massive drive within me to, like, be a hustler at heart. Like, I don't mind working hard. However, to me, there's a difference between working hard and basically working yourself to the bone. And I would never want to work myself to the bone. Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty sad fact, and that's mostly why I never went to uni, because, like, I originally was gonna do, like, IT, right? I was gonna become a programmer. But then as soon as I realized after doing it in college as a degree, I was like, it's just boring. Like, I still can do it as a job if I ever wanted to, because, you know, I learned it. But it's just exceptionally boring, so I never bothered. So I was like, you know what? I'm decent at public speaking. I can do, like, marketing maybe, and business. And I was like, that sounds decent enough. So I specialized in that. And I was like, I remember my college professor, he was asking me, like, what do I want to do in the future? I was like, I'm not sure. I'm thinking like marketing, business, maybe going to uni. And he pulled me aside and he was like, look, Lux, I'm going to be honest with you. Everything you learned in these 2 years you spent in college are basically what is going to be the first 2 years in uni. Like, the difference is very minimal. So, personally, I wouldn't suggest you go into university. And I was like, I really appreciate you saying that. Because in a lot of cases, a lot of teachers will be like, oh yeah, you should go to uni, you know, get your degree and all that, get a good job afterwards. But he was like, no, it's just not worth it for you. You kind of get it already. So you should be fine just getting a job straight away. I'll write you a recommendation and everything, you should be fine. And I was like, you know what? I really do appreciate the honesty. And I did get a job straight away after I finished college at like 18. And yeah, that was probably the better decision, because otherwise I would have spent like 3-4 years in uni. And probably still wouldn't be able to find like a job that I graduated for. And instead I spent those 4 years working. So yeah. I don't know, Hakim. AI might be replacing humans in the future, as we know it. We might become like just pets to them. We're gonna become their cats, essentially, just lazing around the house, pooping everywhere, eating all the time. You know, sleeping in cardboard boxes, just living the life, shall we say. Hi there, Kain. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you're well. I know, Hakim, I know. It's one of those things that, like, I just feel like the general education nowadays is very, very linear, in a sense that it doesn't prioritize individual talents. It just basically gears you towards just general knowledge, but it never, like, rewards people for individuality at all. So if somebody, like, talented at a certain aspect, they don't try to nurture that said aspect. Like, let's say you're talented in singing, right? The teacher is not gonna be like, oh, you should be taking vocal classes, you should be going to like this repetition, like don't worry about math classes, just pursue this thing that you're really passionate about, and hopefully you can make it in the future. No, instead they're gonna tell you, oh, you gotta learn history, oh, you're gonna learn geography. And I'm like, does everybody need to know history? Does everybody needs to know trigonometry? I don't think so. Ah, I see, Kain, I see. Well, hopefully the study session went well. Oh yeah, like for lawyer, doctor, like engineer, I definitely understand that, because that's more like knowledge based, that's like factual jobs where you do need like the degree and everything. I get those. But like psychology, stuff like, you know, hospitalities, things like that, it's like, do you really need a college degree for that? I don't know. Maybe you do. Like, business, yeah, but to me personally, with business at least, you kind of have to do it to get it. You can't just really learn how to do business on paper. Yeah, doing alright, just having a chat with Hakim about life and its ever expanding wonders, shall we say. How are you doing though? Besides, you know, cramming up some eternal knowledge inside the noggin of yours. So yeah, basically all that is to say that I feel like uni is a scam and so is the college. Well, it's not really, but you get the point. To me, it just feels like, you know, spending 4 years of your life on education when you can be working instead is just, in a lot of cases, not worthwhile. Unless, as Hakim pointed out, you know, you want to become a doctor, or a lawyer, or engineer. Like, those are the three main ones I feel like the uni is required for. But everything else, you'll be fine with that. Like, even programming, you can kind of learn by yourself if you're really passionate about it. There's so many tools out there that, like, you can literally learn any skill imaginable online. Like, genuinely pick a skill and you can learn it by yourself. You can learn a new language, you can become a linguist if you want, you can learn how to cook, you can learn how to sew, you can basically do anything you want. You can learn how to dance, how to sing, it's like how to write, how to draw, anything you possibly want. I see, kinda. I see you running on that 2% battery of brain. Been there, done that. In fact, I'm the same right now. Always running on that below 10% charge rate. Never been different. Pretty much, Hakim. Because, like, just because you got a degree doesn't actually guarantee you're gonna get a job. And in a lot of cases, people don't. It's like, yeah, I don't see it as beneficial that much. Like, obviously, if that's what you want to do, that's absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that. But don't feel like you need to force yourself to go to higher education just because people tell you that if you don't, you're not going to achieve anything in life. Like, that's just not true. And in fact, a lot of successful people in life, they don't really go through higher education system anyway. Like, that's just how it is. Some do, but not all of them. So it's like, if you have a goal in mind and you want to work towards it, it's better to spend those 4 years working towards that goal instead of just cramming away. Right, not too bad. That would be nice, Hakim, but I don't think that would be realistic. Because uni just treat you like, you know, as a number, not really as an individual. Kind of the same as schools. To them, you're just a number on the spreadsheet. Pretty much. Just talking about life in general, you know, the 1 AM conversations that you usually have on Sunday mornings, or Monday mornings, rather, at this point. Just one of those. Well, I feel like the better way of going about it would be like the first 2 years you study for a job, and the next 2 years you do like internship in a proper company to actually do the job itself. Or maybe like 3 years studying, 1 year doing the job, and then by the time you finish your uni degree, your university can give you like a list of jobs that you can apply to, and they would like give you a recommendation for their jobs, so you're more likely to get them. Because, like, the only thing the uni gives you is a piece of paper saying that you can do the job, right? But, well, paid internship would be ideal, but, like, even if it's a free internship, if it's gonna guarantee you, like, to have a job after said year, you know, at the bare minimum, that would be better, I'd say. Like, paid would be a bonus, obviously. I see, kinda, I see. Yeah, pretty much, because that's like the main crux of a lot of jobs nowadays, is they want you to have experience, but how are you gonna get experience if you can't get a job? You know, it's like a catch-21. It's like you can't have one without the other. So yeah, I don't know. I always saw that it was a flawed system to begin with, but unfortunately I don't think it's gonna change anytime soon. Just how it is. I don't check news, to be honest, kinda. Like, I keep up with like the big events, but news to me is just depressing. Like, the more you look at them, the more you like, the world is messed up. And I try to be positive about things in life. as much as I can be, or as much as you could be in the current climate. But it is rough. It is rough to do so. Because like, there's enough negativity already out there in the world. And you want to try your best to, you know, live your best life and not cram your head with a bunch of bad things. I wouldn't say coping necessarily, it's more like blissful ignorance, shall we say. I don't know. It's like, I used to keep up with news all the time, and the more I did, the more I was like, the more depressed I go, and I was like, I just don't want to feel this way. So I'm just gonna keep up with like the big news events, which are like important, but the smaller things, I'm like, I don't need to know. If I need to know something that's important, I'm sure somebody's gonna tell me about it. So yeah. I don't know either. Like, I genuinely don't. I knew some old people that would just wake up in the morning and watch news all day. Like, literally all day. And I'm like, that sounds horrible. I can't imagine a worse existence. Just being angry all the time. That sucks. No, thank you. Oof. I mean, to be honest, bullying your Minister of Education of their job by memes is pretty funny. Not gonna lie, that is pretty funny. Oh man, just insult some crusty boomer. Getting him ratioed in real life is pretty hilarious. Not gonna lie, pretty hilarious. Right, let's do this one. I don't think stuff like that would fly in UK, to be honest. But the idea itself is pretty humorous, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, they get paid absolutely out of wazoo. They get enough money to sustain themselves for years upon years. Like, I'm pretty sure politicians get like between 100k to 150k a year, and I'm like, that's plenty of money to have. And that's like, we know how it is, you know, that's on the books. That's on the books how much they get. We don't know how much they get in quote-unquote gifts, shall we say, under the table in a little black envelope. Because, you know, somebody's gonna pay for their super yacht. So, yeah. They fine. They fine. To be honest, I don't even know what politicians do day to day, except argue with each other. Like, isn't that all their job is to argue with each other? Because that's what it feels like to be. And then you get paid 150 grand for it. So you're just a professional arguer. Oh, man. Nice. I'll take that. Yep. Yep. That sounds about right. I mean, it's not that much better here. It's probably roughly about the same. It's like, it's insane to me that you work your whole life and that's how much you get. It's like, can't even buy a super yacht when you retire. to make it all worth it. Yeah, you see, I don't like violence like that, because, like, having protests shouldn't be illegal. It's like, if the people aren't happy with you to the point that they want to protest about it, you shouldn't just be, you know, beating them up for it. Especially if they use memes. I mean, come on. At least, you know, be classy about it. At least push some memes back on them. Fight memes with memes. If the protesters start throwing knuckle sandwiches like haymakers left, right, and center, then maybe. But if they didn't, well, that's not the way to resolve it. You gotta fight fire with fire. 4K to 6K? Jesus Christ. That's a very cushy retirement fund. Golly. And I assume his tax is exempt as well. No wonder you guys in France like to throw coups so much throughout the history. With these kinds of wages, I mean, I would have done the same. I would be shouting on peace dollars a stance as well if I could. Yeah, pretty much, Hakim. Pretty much. It is pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, I feel like the more difficult and the more demanding your job is, physically or mentally, the more you should get paid. So, like, miners should have that kind of salary. You know, people that actually put in the work, like firefighters, you know, people that put their life on the line to save you. Like, jobs that, military people maybe, you know, stuff that is very demanding, like brain surgeons, you know, doctors. Lawyers probably no, because, you know, they're already gonna have enough money after they retire with the charges that they go on you. Like, things that, you know, are very exceptionally demanding, physically, mentally, and sometimes even emotionally. Like, those kinds of jobs should be rewarded heavily. But if you're just arguing all day, I mean, I would just give you a kick on the ass and maybe give you like $5 for ice cream every month. Because you probably already have enough money anyway. You don't need more. There we go.
Bye bye.
Oh, we got the bald man. The ultimate stick wielder. We'll go one more after that. Ooh, golly, it's almost 1 AM already. How time flies when you're having fun. Probably should be rounding out relatively soon. Oh, absolutely. I mean, being a politician is probably like the easiest job in the world. All you have to do is just argue with your opponents and just basically say they're wrong all the time. and you'll be cut out to be a politician. Alright, we got one more, but looks of it. Let's do this one. Pretty much. You gotta be able to sell yourself. If you're able to sell yourself, sell dreams. And walls, Hakim. Don't forget about walls. You gotta sell some walls as well. The bigger the better. I mean, that's kind of what politicians do, to be fair. They do sell you dreams. Or the idea of said dreams, at least. Doesn't mean those dreams are gonna come into fruition, but you know, that's why they call dreams. Because you dream about them. You know what they should rename the politician into dream sellers? Or dream purveyors, rather. Little Timmy, what do you want to do when you become old and big? I want to be a dream seller. Like, very nice, Timmy, very nice.
Bye-bye.
Clickbaiters. IRL clickbaiters. Wow, to be fair, accurate. Absolutely no worries, Ken. I'll be heading out in a bit as well, so don't worry too much. Hopefully you have a nice week ahead of you as well. Try not to stress about it too much. And have a good rest. That's probably be the last one we do as well, because I am slowly but surely passing out as well. I'm running about like 6 hours of sleep. As I always do. It's one of those. I don't know, it's like, I don't really feel it. Like, I feel it the day after. Like, every time I stream for like 10 hours, I don't feel it on the day, I feel it after I wake up. Because my body feels like I went through war and back. On the day, I feel great, though. Nah, you'll be fine, kind. I believe in you. You're gonna manifest some positive energy, and you'll be absolutely fine. Go out there and conquer the world one step at a time. I believe in you. It's one of those, Hakim, you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, to be honest, for me, it's not too bad, because the sun kind of died down a little bit, so it's not too hot. Yeah, as I said, I will be rounding up after this. I'll try to be good and not stay up for too long. Because I remember one time, I stayed up to like 5 AM in the morning. On a Monday morning. Because I was having just like some deep philosophical conversation with Liz. All the way until morning, and I was like, I looked at the clock, and it was 5 AM, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not sleeping today. Absolutely no worries, Kane. Pleasure as always. Get some good rest and catch you later. Absolutely. I don't think you need to mention, but I do appreciate you saying that. I think that's probably a given, I'd say. pretty good. Let's see. Let's go with that one. This. I mean, maybe Haki, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think we're doing not too bad as a generation altogether. I don't think we have, like, a reputation about us for being a useless generation or something. And I don't think, like, old people hate us, don't really hate us that much as they hated millennials. So I think all in all, we're doing pretty okay. Do they? I thought millennials were the one that catching the heat all the time. Are we like the new millennials? Golly, I thought we were doing pretty good. Oh well, we had a good run, I guess. Maybe, I mean, overall, I think we're not doing too bad, you know? Like, I wouldn't say we are well known for messing things up. We're just kind of doing our own thing. But maybe, I don't know. Pretty much, Hakim, pretty much. It's like the Spider-Man meme. Everyone is pointing at each other, essentially. Alright. So it looks like we're reaching our encore, shall we say? Gonna beat... And what way to finish it than to beat a bald man with a stick. The true final boss of this game. I feel like the final boss of Bleach should be Soul King Ikaku, you know? In his full glory. Shining his bald head onto the horizon and back. And after you beat him, you become the Soul King yourself. And that's how this game shall end. Yeah, somehow. Well, we did have some of them. Just no breakages, fortunately. So, yeah. Big thank you for Lux's internet. Gotta always respect it when it decides to work as intended. Very nice, very nice. Big preach, big preach. Alright, let's just double check that I finished everything, all the like daily stuff. I kind of forgot if I did the daily challenge, and I was like, please tell me I did it. So I forgot. Alright, we'll do Deadlock next time. We finish all this stuff. Then we finish dailies here. Okay, you know what? Let's do this quickly. Do one of these raids, and then let's finish up with a quick holo elimination, just to finish all the dailies. And then we'll call it a day. Ooh, man, what a day it was. Yeah, we're wrapping it up after this. But hopefully you guys enjoyed today. Hopefully you had a nice experience with me together, hanging out. As always, appreciate you coming over and joining up. And hopefully, you know, your Monday is gonna be nice and easy. The week ahead of you is not gonna be too tough. Hopefully there's not gonna be too much heat. And you can get some nice weather. Get some ice cream perhaps, you know, treat yourself. And just have fun in general. Get plenty of sleep, plenty of rest. And I pretty much will be back on Saturday, as always. Next week we're gonna be doing this event. What was it? The new Frenzy Feast. We'll see how much I'm basically gonna do in this. Last time we didn't manage to reach the candidate top 5%, unfortunately. Actually, Hakim, am I crazy, or was this top 2% before, like top 3%? Or like top 1% actually? Because I could have sworn this wasn't top 5% before. Maybe I'm crazy, I don't know. But we'll try to reach top 5%, which probably shouldn't be that difficult this time. Was it top 10? No, it wasn't top 10, because I was in top 10. I believe it was like top 3. Or it was definitely not top 10. Because I didn't get the title at the time. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. There being aside, we'll figure it out next week. It's all good. It's all good. What was that? Oh, the fixed plan? I didn't even know I didn't... How did I not finish this? Golly. Anyway, as I was saying, guys, hopefully you have a nice and easy week. And I'll basically catch you all on Saturday. Might try to finish editing Shikai Ichigo pulls this week if I get some time. If not, I'll at least start on it. But yeah, anyway, take it easy, everyone. And I'll catch you all next time. Until then, take care. And bye-bye.